The story begins with the bright, colorful island of Takashima. The day was sunny and bright. The boat was tied to a huge ship. It was necessary to set together deeper the ocean. A huge net was lowered into the water, and the boy took something out of the alluring depth. He said that if this moss does not end, the sea eye will certainly die. The young man was a little upset and decided, looking into the distance, that it was all. The man rudely talked with one of the guys and asked him to be careful not to damage him when he was disassembled. The guy went to his uncle and, taking his hand by the shoulder, asked what he was doing. Uncle pushed back his nephew and answered his teeth with his teeth that he had nothing. He began to explain that their family owed him a lot of blocks, and it was just that the engine was left to repay this duty. The guys stood with knives and began to approach a huge gray block to turn it. But the young man hit the table with his fist and asked to immediately stop this matter. He promised that when he raises the sea ear and earn money, he would return the debt. Now it all depends on their family, and if he shifts this engine, he promises to smash it to smithereens. The boy was seriously configured and could not understand why Uncle does this because of debts. The man was covered with droplets of sweat and rudely looked towards his nephew. The young man turned away from them and, moving his eyebrows to his nose, seriously thought about something. Meanwhile, in the sea, his life lived in the sea, which was boiling and seething with all his might. The boy ducked right into the depths of the sea and began to get a variety of shells. One of them he clamped in his hand again about something thought, and his gaze fell somewhere onto the reefs. He seemed to have heard and felt something. The boy began to approach these reefs. He came very close and saw some book in front of him. He was very surprised and thought about what this book was doing here. He swam very close and took his hand behind a thick book that lay in front of him. Suddenly, bright yellow rays of light began to come from her and approach it. The yellow rays enveloped him completely and touched the head with powerful streams. A drip of sweat began to drain across the face of the guy, and it changed sharply in his face. It is possible that the legend of witchcraft with the help of spells with a healing disease actually exists. It seems that it can be used to treat a father's disease, and the guy as if was shrouded in hope. He opened the book and began to read. It was written there that man is a god responsible for the growth of all things. Before he could read this phrase, as the rays of the bright yellow light again enveloped him, touching his body, the young man put his gaze forward again, thinking about what was happening to him. He held a SANK in his hand and said that his sea ear is possible. This salvation is for him. The main character continued to sit in the sea depth in the lotus pose, right on the stones. He closed his eyes and completely tried to concentrate. According to the law, the fruits of witchcraft spread widely and deeply. Even without swimming glasses underwater, absolutely everything is visible, and that's just fine. There is no need to breathe, since oxygen itself enters the body. He would like to continue to practice this abstraction method. The boy closed his eyes and exclaimed that he still does not know what skills he could discover for himself. Then he again opened his eyes and said that now he just needed it. He squeezed a bunch of algae in his hands and thought that now they should become a treasure. The main character sailed ashore, and in his hands was a whole bag of green algae. He carried this bag in the place he needed when he was very satisfied and happy. Before the boy had time to put the bag on the ground, as one of the guys stepped on him, he smiled maliciously and, without letting his hands out of his pockets, asked what he was going to do with them. The second guy crossed his hands on his chest, replied that he did not care because he was possible for a guy's diet. His comrade asked not to carry nonsense since people could not eat it, and laughed. The main character looked with contempt at these two and asked to roll from here. But the guy approached him and, grabbing him, exclaimed that his family owed him 5 mowers and what he was doing here. He believes it all or not. But now he will surely smile him. The main character immediately grabbed his hand. He pushed this away from himself, a harsh who made him a sharp trick, after which the guy began to scream in pain. The guy asked to let him go and fell to his knees from the fact that he was twisted. The boy explained the villain that the receipt was signed for 3 months and he would return the money on time. Then he released his enemy and asked not to sore his brains until this time. The guy called him and asked how he became so strong. He asked his friend to find someone who would kill him. The comrade asked him to cool and not boil. The main character went away from these bastards since he had completely different plans related to new events. He reached for the algae with his hand and they lit up in yellow. Everything is just as described in a proposal for male surgery. It can turn this moss into excellent food. The main character approached a basin with small fish and decided to try first to do it on fish. And so he did not sleep all night, dealing with his questions and trying to understand for himself what to do next. He began to yawn early in the morning without knowing if there would be any effect from this moss. Suddenly, his face was covered with droplets of sweat, and as if he had any thought, After he fed with these algae, they began to glow yellow. With these fish, something clearly began to happen, and he approached them as close as possible, peering at the basin. He simply did not believe his eyes. Does he really have premature presbyopia? Meanwhile, there were many people in the seafood market. Judging by them, it turned out that they laugh at sea ears and sea cucumbers. The protagonist sat in front of the box with his goods that he took out of the sea depth. One of the buyers approached the guy and asked whether it was his ears. He noticed, smiling, that they looked pretty good and asked what kind of breed he had not seen such before. The boy explained that it was Hippenbaum. Over the past 2 weeks, they have improved their granular food, and the sea ear is growing better than he thought. One guy was behind him and said that it was easy to miss him. He asked if he still needed a counter here. Crossing his hands on his chest, the guy asked the protagonist for how much he was going to sell them. Then the guy, closing his eyes, replied that he was going to sell his goods 5,000 per piece. The guy put his hands on his sides and smiled at the saying that, thanks to this, at least tens of thousands for Hippenbaum of this size. Then the boy asked the first time to sell cheap and watch if there is any knowledge about the product. The one who held his hands on his sides unexpectedly asked if he would have a blunder, after which he stretched out to his full height and announced the sale of products. He began to advertise the product of the protagonist and talk about the price of 5,000 for each. People noticed that he had an expensive sea ear. And is this Hippenbaum not from Fuzo? This young man wants to make money and he is definitely crazy. One of the comrades of the guy who spoke about the product asked his boss whether it was really Hippenbaum. Then the boss answered his man that if it is true, he would abandon all his things. Suddenly, the girl approached the main character and said that the sea eye looks good. The guy immediately blushed and the droplets of sweat from embarrassment and excitement began to drain along his cheeks. The girl leaned over and said that 4,000 apiece she would take everything. Does anyone really need it and it cannot be true? The boy was very surprised by such a turn of events. Boss Van was even more surprised by this. The girl thought about him. Van asked her not to be deceived. IP Master replied that as the owner of the restaurant of seafood, she still has understanding. He does not need to worry about her, and she is sure of her choice. Boss Van blushed a little after these words. The girl thanked her younger brother and said that she was looking forward to his next cooperation. The main character went aside and replied that without problems, and this is really a real Hippenbaum. He always said that, and that's for sure. The boy turned to Mr. Van and asked him not to leave. After all, he just said that if the sea ears are real, then he will throw all his things. Mr. Van laughed and explained that it was just a joke, and he understood it seriously. The boy said that he is such a big person and cannot afford to take responsibility. He told Mr. Van that the crowd was watching and it is necessary to hurry. The guy grimaced in a desperate grimace and asked if it was good, his head down. The main character took the box in his hands and asked why he should give him his face. Then Mr. Van turned to his comrade and asked to shut his mouth immediately. He gave the team to his guys to beat him and ask him a troll as expected. Before he had time to finish, as one of the guys went to the main character and tried to strike him. Only he touched him with his fist literally very easily. The guy looked at him with a questioning look. He smiled in his face and asked if he had a porridge in the morning. The guy was earnestly scared and thought that the muscles of this guy like stones and what he eats. The boy noticed that after the transformation of the magician, his body began to differ strikingly from everyone else. He grabbed the scoundrel by the hand and said that if he finished, now he would start his turn. The guys around were simply shocked by what was happening and opened their mouths. The main character quickly figured out everyone and asked that he still needed from him, after which he said that in this case he would go. He shook his hands and was about to leave. Mr. Van Krakaya, lying on the ground, began to call him. He was lying on the asphalt with tears in his eyes and stars that circled in front of him after blows. A wide, beautiful restaurant of seafood, in which there were already many customers, has been spread out in front of us. One of the visitors just ate his sea ears. She called this ear very fabulous. The girl exclaimed, a little blushing, that it was very tasty. IP Master was pleased. As I realized that the big fan was happy, she went to the girl and exclaimed that she was very happy about this. Fan immediately turned to her daughter-in-law and approached her. She hugged the girl and said that she finally got out to see her daughter-in-law and even ate deliciously. IP asked not to call her daughter-in-law because she and her brother have long been in divorce. Fan, smiling, said that she was still on her side, and the girl in response called her a little smart man. The sister asked if she had ever wanted to converge with him. IP replied that if she gets married again, then she would begin to have problems with the store. And again he is always dissatisfied. IP explained that she was not at home for several days. Then Fan asked if she needed a man or no. The girl asked to stop joking over her. Meanwhile, the street was light and clear. the fountain pleased with its transparent murmuring water. The main character sat on a bench and said that this is not the best way to sell sea ears. Thinking, he exclaimed that it would be better to open his store. Suddenly, a girl turned to him. She sat next to him on the bench and asked if he would give her a light. The main character did not even notice how this girl was next to him on a bench. He replied that there was no light and gave her advice to go home to make lessons. Then she invited him to chat with her. But the boy, closing her eyes, responded to her with a refusal, not wanting to communicate with anyone. The girl did not listen to him but pushed, hugging with her whole body. He asked what she was doing. The girl began to pray to the protagonist for help. He could not understand what was happening. Then two guys who saw her began to approach the bench. One of them asked if she asks her uncle to help her. They came in impudently closer and closer, and one of the thugs took out a sharp and dangerous knife from his pocket. The boy turned away and told the girl that he could not help her with anything. Then she squeezed her hands in front of him, and looking directly into her eyes to pray for help, the main character thought a little, replied that he agreed to help her, and began to get up from the shop. He smiled sarcastically and beckoned with a finger of these villains with sharp knives. One of them, who held the knife ready, noticed that the guy was rather brave. But not he had time to finish as the main character with a dexterous movement. He had already scattered them on asphalt, after which he took the knife of one of the guys and stuck him right next to his face of a villain. Smiling, he asked the guy the next time not to climb into a fight with a knife. The girl was delighted with such a turn of events and told uncle that he was just beautiful. The boy asked whether she was seeing enough, and he asked to return from where she came from. Then the girl asked where to return to her because she has no father, and her mother does not want to see her. The main character asked her to find a place where you can spend the night. What the girl exclaimed, that it does not matter at all. She pressed herself against the guy and said that she would go for her uncle. Her house is now where the house is, uncle. The boy blushed his face, not understanding what was happening at all. The girl followed the main character and said that her name was Fan Tsai, asking his name. The boy replied that his name is Xiaopan. He is only 24 years old and he asked to stop calling him uncle. Fan Tsai explained that she was only 17 and he was a little older than her. She asked what was wrong with him. Xiaopan, closing his eyes, replied that he was asking her to simply forget about it. But the girl did not stop asking her uncle, which was shaking. She asked him to look at those guys. The protagonist threw his gaze to the side, at the guys who were circling something near them. In the hand of one of them, there was a vessel that he lifted and defeated with all his might. These guys had bats and they created chaos, scattering everything around. One of them raised a beautiful vase above his head, also wanting to break on the asphalt. The main character asked them to stop immediately and asked who even allowed them to break here in such an impudent way. Then one of the insolents asked how he dared to return, and after all, he owed him money. He asked if he had money with him. Xiaopan was very surprised. Are they really breaking into his house due to duty? One of the insolents, crossing his arms over his chest, asked that from this, he said that he had to pay in bills. The protagonist said that if his family owes him money, he would give him them. The insolent told his guys that today they would come off in full, and he is going to be affixed. The guys immediately thanked Chen, but before he had time to understand anything how the money was on his head, Xiaopan scattered them all over the guy's body, which he really did not like. He was seriously angry and grimacing in an evil grin, asked that it had just been. Xiaopan laughed, asked not to pay attention, as he always wanted to throw a pack of money into someone. He laughed again and exclaimed, closing his eyes, that it was very pleasant. Chen got angry even more and asked the protagonist to immediately raise his money. The guy grinned in response and said that, firstly, this is not his money, and secondly, he told him to collect them himself, being very daring and malicious. The guys wanted to beat the protagonist, but he had already managed to scatter them all on the floor. He approached Chen and explained that he said that he would not receive this money and why he did not understand this. The guy immediately answered the main character that he understands everything perfectly, and he does not need his money anymore. Xiaopan asked angrily, looking into his eyes. Why then he broke into his house? Chen answered the guy standing in front of him, that he will have enough 100,000. Xiaopan considered this a good answer. He asked Chen to collect all the money and give it to him, and then he could be free. The frightened guy began to collect money throughout the floor with tears in his eyes. Fan Tsai went to the main character and called his uncle very strong, so that he simply had no equal. Xiaopan answered, smiling, that he was not so strong. The girl clenched her fists and asked if he would teach her. Then the guy looked at her so that she would not even dream about it. Before he had time to finish, as a man with a cigarette in his teeth was in front of him, he asked what was happening here. The battered guy began to hug his father by the legs and tell him that he should take revenge on him. He explained to his dad that he was humiliated as a child. He pointed a finger at the protagonist and said that he did all this. Xiaopan noticed that Chen had recovered very quickly. The man, raising one hand with a golden ring up, began to call his guard and asked to take it immediately. Xiaopan turned to this man and said that he had a lot of power. And is it really not even a law for him? The man insolently continued to smoke a cigarette and asked what laws he talks about. Having hung up a burning cigar, he said that on these islands he is a law. He gave the team his guys to attack the guy. Fan Sai, at this time, shot everything on the phone and said that it was just great. Interestingly, the whole country will think about it. Her speech was cut off by a man throwing a despicable look on her. He asked what she had just said. The girl explained to the impudent that she had just recorded everything. One click and video will be on the internet. Whether it came to him what she had just said, the man did not expect this and dropped the cigarette from his teeth. He asked the protagonist to discuss everything, but the boy replied that they had nothing more to talk about. Then the man asked his son to immediately approach and apologize to their brother. Chen could not understand why he had to apologize. Before he finished his father with his palm in his face and said he would immediately apologize. Then the guy went to Xiaopan and, dropping his head down, began to apologize. A crowd of guards turned towards the door to the exit. The main character escorted them to their eyes. The man asked his brother Xiao if everything was in order and wished him a good day. Chen asked his father when they left whether he would leave everything like that. Father replied that he would think about it. And now the main character was left alone with the girl after these insolents left. He went to her and, hugging his head, exclaimed that he did not think that she was so smart. The girl thanked the protagonist in response. In his pocket, the phone suddenly rang. They explained to him that urgently needed sea ears, and the boy said that they would see himself in 2 hours. Fan Sai asked about his affairs, and Xiaopan replied that he really had business and she could go with him. He asked the girl to take sea ears with her, and she immediately agreed. Let's get back to the pier on which there were many people. The boats stood nearby. The girl asked the master IP, did she really run away from her? Her gaze was upset and she said that she always hated the Fan family because of her brother. IP replied that she was not involved in this and asked not to hide on this. The bottom line is that the child is too weak. He is afraid that she will fall under the influence of bad guys. Suddenly, their gaze fell aside on the protagonist. Xiaopan approached the girl and told Boss E that he brought her 50 sea ears. He put the box right in front of the girl and spread his arms to the sides, smiling. IP immediately thanked the dear Xiaopan, but the main character in response also thanked the girl for using his services. Raising his finger up, he said that just in case, he would give her 5 more pieces and asked to wait a bit. Fan Sai took the box in her hands and told Uncle not to forget about their relationship. He made a loader from a little girl. Xiaopan answered the girl that she herself volunteered to help him. Fan Sai exclaimed that she cares and she was terribly tired. She blushed a little, reddening to her uncle that she would cope with her hand to the end. IP and the woman who stood nearby were very surprised when they saw the girl. Fan Sai was also very surprised when she saw her mother in front of her and opened her mouth in horror. The main character himself was very surprised when he realized that he was in front of him of this girl. IP took up the chin with her hand and in fright asked about the relationship. She wanted to show something to the boy, but he began to dismiss his hands and say that she did not understand everything. IP wanted to hit the protagonist's face and held out her hand in his direction, but he dodged in time. Nevertheless, the second palm hit him right in the face and he blushed in pain. Xiaopan grabbed his hand by his face, thinking that this woman was so difficult. Before us, a fabulous store of various seafood shone in the rays of the sun. The IP wiped the cheek of the protagonist, apologizing for the fact that she was carried away. Xiaopan answered the girl that she was not to blame for anything, and her parental feelings are very clear. Fan Sai called her mother at the table and said that the uncle was very good. She gave her mother a glass with a drink and said that her mother was wrong about her uncle. Because of this, she should drink 3 glasses. Xiaopan, smiling, told Boss E that you should not do this, closing his eyes. The woman answered the main character that everything was in order, and she would drink this glass and even all 3. It will also be a symbol of their good relations and successful cooperation on the next 2 projects. The boy asked what projects she talks about. The woman replied that he correctly understood her and wanted to continue this conversation. But suddenly she fell on the table and fell asleep because the 3 glasses were sleeping pills for her. Xiaopan immediately rose from his chair and began to approach the girl, worried about her. Meanwhile, the day continued to delight everyone with a bright sun and a blue sky. Xiaopan said a little that he did not expect Miss H to drink so much, and finally, everything was ready. The protagonist held the phone in his hands and smiling said that tomorrow the father would finally be discharged from the hospital. He was already in the building of the hospital that rose as if to the sky itself. Xiaopan asked his father not to worry and explained that everything was in order with them. During this time, many foreigners managed to owe him. Mother was nearby and scared asked if he should be foreigners, and this is a large amount of $700,000. The woman asked her son not to carry nonsense, strictly glancing at him and wrinkling her forehead a little. The main character smiled in response to his mother and asked if she was in doubt about him. He put a card in her hand and said that she would understand everything when he received this money. The mother was very surprised and asked her husband that this happened in such a short period of time. Meanwhile, the high building was impressive with its size and large transparent glasses. Many people walked around this building and each fulfilled their duties. The woman went to the reception and said hello that she would like to withdraw money. But the guy who was sitting in a chair called her, impudently echoing his eyebrows to his nose. He explained to the woman that this is a business window and you can withdraw money only at the ATM. A man approached the woman and asked her to move, calling a beggar. But what is happening here? He asked Lee to give 100,000, to which the guy immediately agreed. He wanted to give Mr. Chen's this money, but his hand was clamped by another hand. Before him was the main character who exclaimed that only large sums were cashed here. He asked the guy to immediately withdraw the money from his card, throwing her right in his face. Mr. Chen called the protagonist the poor hero and asked where he got that kind of money from. Xiaoli told the man that his card has $2,070,000. Xiaopan moved his eyebrows to his nose, asked to withdraw all the money, and they gave him this amount. Then the boy asked to put all this money in the desired cell. Chen, completely sweated, asked what he had in mind. He decided that the guy was mocking him. Xiaopan asked him to calm down in response and calmly wait for his turn. The man wanted to leave, but someone from the side approached them and asked to stop. He pushed the table with his foot and insolently asked who would rage here. The guy held his hands in his pockets and, looking at the protagonist, asked not to live, and next to him were several more guys. They arrived to ask the guy a troll. Xiaopan smiled in response and asked if he had just looked up on him with his hands in front of him. He grinned and exclaimed that he was immediately going to deal with him quickly. Then the guy recognized in him Xiaopan and explained to his brother Liu that he was he. He asked to immediately kill him. But the guy, instead of hitting the protagonist, hit him in the face. The guy with tears in his eyes asked the sixth brother what was the matter and why he hit him. Then his brother asked how he dares to provoke the master of Xiaopan and promised to send him to the hospital for it. He began to pray the guys for help and not to beat him. The guy went to the main character and asked the master not to worry since they would take care of him. Xiaopan immediately agreed with him and asked his parents to follow him, why they were very surprised. They simply opened their mouths with surprise looking at each other. When the main character with his parents began to approach the room, the girl began to call him. Fan did not stop calling him uncle, and his parents also heard the call of a young person. Fan Sai asked the guy what he was doing here. Xiaopan answered the girl that he was taking his father from the hospital. The girl immediately approached the boy's mother and greeted them with two. The woman noticed that this girl has a very pleasant voice. Fancy squeezed her hands and exclaimed that she wanted to go to the island with them. The main character was a little embarrassed and asked her what she was talking about now. Mother went to the boy wanting to calm him down. She said that they still have a free place. The woman told the girl that aunt would prepare her something tasty, and the girl immediately thanked her for that. Fancy joyfully exclaimed that she would call her mother. The woman said that she likes this girl more and more. It is a little young for him and she asked to be careful with the law. The boy asked the mother to stop talking about it because she misunderstood everything and now they were already at home. The woman asked the girl so far to talk to her son, and she was going to cook dinner. Fan Sai immediately agreed with aunt. She asked Xiaopan that he told her mother about Chen Lian. The boy replied that he was going to purchase several thousand miles, but for this he needs $5 billion. Father said that this is a good sea, and why he had so much space. Xiaopan began to explain that recently the inhabitants of the village recognized his values of their sea ears, and therefore they would want to get them. If he does not settle this moment now, he will never settle him. In addition, in the future this will damage their development. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and the guy asked who was there. At the door was an old man named Chao. Xiaopan was very surprised at his appearance. He asked why the sea department was suddenly needed and headed for the door. Before him was a gray-plated old man who began to pass into the house, stepping over the threshold. He explained that they were reported as if the head of the village of Xiao during his stay in his position, took advantage of the authorities for personal purposes. The old man continued to say that they are here in order to investigate this incident. When the father, when this was heard, began to scream at the old man and asked, he really took advantage of the authorities for personal purposes. Does he hear what he is talking about now? The main character asked his father to approach him, and the man headed in his direction. He asked his son what happened. Xiaopan explained that most likely Chen sent his people to take revenge on them. They learned that the sea ear is very expensive and wanted to return their rights. Father exclaimed that this would not happen and they would not return the sea to them. But the main character said that it would just be the other way around. Father could not understand what he had in mind and looked inquiringly at his son. Xiaopan explained that they think they would be able to earn money by growing sea ears here, but in fact he can only do that. This time he will not only sell the sea at a high price, but also gets off from them. In his ear, he agreed to his father what they are going to do next. Xiaopan returned to the room in which a gray-haired old man was sitting and said about 5 million with a foreign duty. The old man was very surprised by this and asked that he had just offered him. Xiaopan replied that if he wants these fish ingots, he should get the money. Father began to tell his son that they were not worth that kind of money. Xiaopan explained that the whole village knows how much they earn on sea ears. In any case, such a price is not too much loss for these people. The gray-haired old man drank a cup of water and said that he understood everything by turning to the main character. The boy turned into an old man and his father also looked at him carefully. He told the guy that he would tell the residents of the village who will be ready to pay $5 billion. When he said this, he got up from his chair and headed immediately to the main door. Xiaopan looked at his father and they smiled at that the man pecked at it. Fancy went to the boy and smiling said that his partner should be. How to explain all this to her? The main character waved his hand in front of the girl. He said that this is like a game Zhou Yu and Huan Gai. One wants to fight and the other wants to suffer. And then the next day came. That was as colorful and bright as the former. Chen laughed very loudly and called Xiaopan an idiot who does not understand the value of the sea ears. There were thousands of tons on Hong Kong Island alone, and if they take possession of these lands, they will earn 50 million. The man smiling exclaimed that the old man Xiao was seriously ill, and he was too afraid. Chen asked the chief Qiao how he had such a plan. He will give him 4 million, and the rest of the old man will pick up himself, or offers him 50 to 50. The old man immediately agreed, and they agreed. And then a whole week passed. The boat was tied to the pier as usual. Xiaopan approached his brother Qian and gave him money for the transport tax. He considered that he had to be quite difficult. Fan Sai asked uncle who it was. The boy explained that this was the brother of Qian, and he helps him with salvation in Shitai. The guys dragged in a box full with food without which sea ears cannot do. Qian asked his brother Xiaopan whether this food was true. The main character replied that of course he was working. Brother Qian is engaged in scallops, and he asks him to take a little to the test. Suddenly, the guys appeared behind their backs. One of them said that this part of the sea now belongs to the Chen family, and he asks them to fall from here because they cannot catch their ears here. Fan Sai told uncle that that lousy guy was again in front of them. Xiaopan replied that nothing was afraid, and he asked the girl to go from here. Fan Sai was a little upset and said that now he was collecting sea ears on which the boy spent so much strength. But the main character asked the girl not to worry since he would not receive a single sea ears. Fan Sai asked his uncle why he was so sure that he could not catch the sea ears. The main character immediately grinned and thoughtfully closed his eyes. A few days before the transfer of the sea, he built an underwater physical massif. The sea ears were moved into deep waters and other people simply will not be able to find them. Xiaopan smiling answered the girl that Chen Pingui and his son were just screwed up. And then the next day came. The man began to scream and call the protagonist, calling him a fraudster. The guys asked them to immediately get out and first return their money. Xiaopan asked why they were disturbed by people at such an early hour. To which the guy replied that he had deceived his family with millions with this pond and sea ears. He again asked to return his money. Xiaopan asked if he was forced to conclude this contract, or perhaps he guaranteed him sea ears, since these ears are not and he does not give a damn about it. Mr. Chen asked to stop carrying nonsense and gave the Fukugawa command to put on his handcuffs. The protagonist began to warn that they did not dare to approach him otherwise. He did not vouch for himself. Chen answered the guy that he knew how strong he was and immediately lit a cigarette. He asked what about his parents. He looked at him directly in his eyes, slyly smiling. Then the man asked if he was afraid that something could happen to them. The boy immediately thought about it. He was very worried about his parents and moving his eyebrows to his nose called him a villain. The man answered sarcastically, smiling that he was a law here. Xiaopan is to blame and they will do what they should do with the head of Zhou. He promises that they will determine his fate. There was a man's voice behind him and he exclaimed that he now understands what kind of people they work for them. The man did not expect to see the boss behind his back and completely sweating turned to him. It was the head of the district. He asked the mayor of Chen to explain what was happening here. Mr. Chen immediately apologized to the boss of the district and bowed his head down. The protagonist was very surprised when he saw the very chief of the district in front of him. The boss asked not to worry, since he would transfer it to the relevant authorities so that they carefully checked everything and inform him of the results. The boy immediately thanked the man. The boss continued to say that the presence of such wretched personnel in their district negatively affects the labor market. Mr. Chen stood with his head down and streams of sweat flowed down his face. The head of the district told the guy that now they could talk about business. Then Xiaopan asked the boss if he came here in order to meet him. The man replied that he came for this, but not he, but those people whom he sees. One of them raised his hand up and introduced himself as a businessman to offer him his card. He exclaimed that they still pay a percentage and their company wants to purchase their own feed formula at a high price. The second man exclaimed that he had a business in Hong Kong and how to sell him sea ears. They began to offer a high price. Xiaopan could not understand what was happening. A man who asked the gentleman to stop arguing to argue. He raised his finger up and looked at others, offered 100 million. The guys immediately turned their heads, in full shock from what was happening. This man offered that kind of money for 1,000 years. The boss was also amazed when he heard such an offer. The main character looked at Mr. Guo and asked seriously whether he was talking now. The man answered, looking at the guy, that of course seriously, and this is just a deposit. He is going to conduct an auction in Hong Kong and 95% will go into the hands of Mr. Xiao. If they give more than 100 million, then the difference will be compensated. If the amount is less, then there will be no compensation. The guy's father took his mother by the hands and asked him not to be heard. Mother asked to pinch her immediately. And now, 2 weeks have passed. Chen said that he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. The man stood in the courtroom on the bench of the defendants when he was voiced by the verdict. Zhou Hein was talked about that he was removed from public service. The head of the district smiled and exclaimed that he was saying that the district court was very fair. Xiaopan thanked Mr. Liu. The man with glasses waved his hand to the main character and asked not to thank him. Since this island became it, its lands began to bear fruit well, and this is a big plus. He very much expects that the boy will deal with the economic progress of their district. Xiaopan agreed with the man. Then he said that today everything is now necessary to return to the city. Xiaopan thought that it was very convenient to get to the island on a helicopter. He decided that it would be convenient to buy such a helicopter, after which he thought to forget about it. He does not have money to expand the economy and forces too, has no longer left for this. He did not expect Liu Chan's support in obtaining the island for possession. So much still needs to be done. When she immediately apologized to the main character, Xiaopan saw her turn to the girl. He took her by the shoulders and asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that nothing and everything was in order. She was completely red and buried in the shoulder of Xiaopan. She said that she could drink further. The main character asked her before falling asleep. Tell him her address and hugged her in response. And here is before us a beautiful house that is spread out among tall, thick trees. Miss E was spinning in bed and talked about the fact that her head was spinning very much. She asked for water and threw her leg on the shoulder of the main hero that he did not expect from her. The girl explained to the guy that she needed to drink water. She could not understand what happened to the floor. The floor was so high. The girl herself did not expect that she was on the couch, and this was not a floor at all. She turned out to be right on the neck of the protagonist, after which she approached him face. She told the guy that the kettle is some kind of very strange and looked into his eyes. Xiaopan asked the girl to wait for trying to explain that she did not understand everything. Miss E immediately apologized to the guy and said that she had a lot to get drunk and lost control of herself. Xiaopan answered the girl that everything was in order and asked her to drink water holding out a glass. He asked why she had drunk so much yesterday. The girl, hearing the question, blushed a little. She lowered her gaze down and answered the main character that she had nothing left. She made a mistake and paid for this a seafood store. In addition, an external debt of 3 million hangs on it. She does not understand what to do now. Xiaopan answered the girl that he did not know how to support people. But smiling, he added that helping with money for him is not a problem at all. He proposed Miss E to transfer 3 million to the card. The girl blushed again from experiences and excitement. She tried to stop him by grabbing his hands with her own hands and asked what he was saying. The main character explained his hand pulled out that he could dispose of such a sum. Then he looked into the girl's eyes and said that she was his first partner. It was very gentlemanly, and the main character knew that he was doing this. Miss E stroked his hand over his cheek in gratitude and joy, that he helps her so much at a difficult moment. The girl pulled the protagonist to her and pressed to her chest, thanked the boy for everything. She continued to press him to her, why Xiaopan was very surprised and blushed from experiences. Then Miss E apologized again. Xiaopan said that there is nothing wrong and he would do business. After that, the boy went out the door and closed her behind him. Miss E realized that she was too eloquent and gave free rein to her emotions. The Xiaopan, meanwhile, was already among huge sharks and meditating used enlightenment. This technique gives animals with spiritual strength. He is sure of this. He did not receive any answer from them, although he completed this incredible technique. The boy took his hands by the head and exclaimed that it was very stupid. Even dogs begin to run in circles and wag their tail. They really wagged their tail. The boy continued to grab his head with his hands and blame herself and everything. Sharks circled around the protagonist like dogs and really wagged with their fins. Xiaopan was interested in one of the sharks. Whether she was understanding his approaching her, suddenly, the shark began to nod his head in response. Really understanding his speech, Xiaopan thought that he endowed them not only with spiritual strength but also with reason. It seems they went up to the hierarchy among the individuals of their species. Perhaps he will be able to create an underwater legion. Before us rise huge tall cranes as if reaching their peaks to the sky. It was a radar monitoring that connected a satellite network with him. The reserve generator of energy also towered, and here were the latest technologies. The girl said that the guy is guaranteed an unforgettable experience of life on the island and asked whether he was satisfied with everything. The boy replied that he was very pleased and he really liked everything. That is not his 80 million. The main character squeezed his fists and began to cry about his money. Yan Man crossed his arms, crossed on his chest for thousands of miles of forest belts, and called Xiaopan a hard worker. He was his longtime friend of the second commander on the island. He recalled that the guys said that they would make money together and he would become his colleague. But in reality, he only grazes cattle and occupies the lower place in society. Suddenly he sneezed and did not notice how his comrade was behind him. Xiaopan grabbed the guy by the shoulder and said that this was a division of labor. He looks after the sea and the guy behind the forest. His comrade replied that this was pretty good. He is going to cook lamb in the evening and a friend can go fishing. The guy hugged his comrade and exclaimed that he was really awesomely preparing a barbecue, and he hoped that he would begin to eat deliciously with him. In response, a friend hugged him and asked to stop being soning to him. Then a signal was vibrated at him. The comrade asked what happened, to which the main character said that this was a signal on the radar and some vessel entered their water. They began to peer more closely and Xiaopan thought that it was possible to be poachers. He decided that it was all not important and it is necessary to swim after them. The comrade noticed these villains in front. He grabbed the device and announced that they were illegally engaged in fishing on a private territory, asking for this place to leave immediately. But the opponents asked him to shut up and not go to them if he does not want problems. The comrade told the main character that it is already too late to report to the naval police means they should figure it out themselves. They scattered all the guys on the floor because they don't even know who they steal fish. The comrade decided that the fracture of his hand would teach him something. But their enemy asked if he was afraid that he would return after he let him go. Before he had time to finish as the main character unexpectedly made him a reception, unscrewing his hand in the other direction. He smiled maliciously in response and asked who even said that he would let him go. The guy whom the main character twisted asked his guys what they were waiting and asked to immediately charge the waterlet. The weapon was directed in them, and the strongest salvo took place that flew towards the protagonist and his comrade. A friend asked Xiaopan step aside as he was frightened for him because the shot flew right to him. He continued to call him warning of danger, but the explosion had already occurred. The water police have already caught all the villains of which the protagonist was scattered with his comrade. The officer went to Mr. Xiaopan and shook his hand by thanking him for everything. He explained that they had been trying to catch them for a long time, but they were always one step ahead. Xiaopan asked not to thank. He told that thief that next time he would not get off so easily. The police said that the next time would definitely not be. The comrade went to his friend and asked what kind of monster he was. The pressure of the water gun is simply huge. At least it was supposed to throw it overboard and break a few ribs. And he looks as if he took a shower and there is no scratch on it. The comrade went up to him and hugged his shoulders. He asked his friend to share a secret with him. and Xiao Pan replied that he had persuaded him. He asked if he really wanted to learn this, and his friend replied that he would not lead to him. But whether it will definitely work after all, several hours have passed. Xiao Pan answered a comrade that he was very close, and his master forced him to wait 5 hours a day. The guy felt a very tasty smell and his drooling flowed. He asked if he could. Xiao Pan replied that he was impossible, and he needed to starve if he wants to develop this skill. Over time, he will understand everything. But a friend began to expire even more saliva, and exclaimed that this fish was so baked and crispy and smells very tasty. Xiao Pan thought that this fool really believes everything, and next time, he will teach his magic. The boy asked to move and said that they had already come to take a look to the side. Suddenly, the guy looked in front of him and asked what the girl was doing here, because this is a private territory and she couldn't go here. Fan Sai asked her uncle to give her a hand, and asked what he was waiting for. Xiao Pan was very surprised by her appearance, and he asked what she was doing here. Fan Sai replied that this was a surprise. She asked the protagonist to take a walk along their island as she really wanted to look at him. Comrade asked Xiao Pan when he had a girlfriend, after which the guy asked him not to carry nonsense. Fan Sai came closer to the main character and said that he looked like a problem. The comrade was surprised that in front of him is another beauty. The main character saw a boss who also came with a girl. She explained that he would also like to see the same. He lent her so much money, she could help him with something on the island, for example, as a part-time job. Comrade of the protagonist exclaimed that he has a great taste since they have both mom and daughter. Xiao Pan did not listen to him and gave him a kick right under the back point, and he flew into the water. The boy asked the girls to talk inside. Miss E asked how his friend was. Xiao Pan explained that everything was in order with him, and he just decided to swim. A friend had already emerged with algae on his head. A bright, fabulous morning came and the sun illuminated a tent on yellow, warm sand. Fan Sai lowered her gaze down and told Uncle that he was to blame for everything. Her stomach will now burst and why he cooks so tasty. The girl explained that she simply could not stop. Xiao Pan replied that she could eat everything she wants, and he already thought that his comrade was bombarded. Fan Sai said that her friends really liked the photos of the island. She asked the protagonist whether it was possible to invite them to this island, to what the guy replied that of course it was possible. The girl hugged his hand and exclaimed that she knew that he was really the best. The sun continued to shine, illuminating a beautiful pier and blue transparent water. Fancy waved her friends with her friends and invited Millie to approach her. The girl, in response, waved her hand too and realized that in front of her, an uncle was not silent about. The girl came closer to the main character and asked where the uncle. She said that this guy was too young. The second girl noticed that he was also beautiful. Fan Sai was a little embarrassed and, covering her mouth with her hand, asked the girls to stop mocking. She introduced her classmates to the main character, and they immediately greeted him. One of them introduced herself as Li Jin and winked at the boy with her own eye. The second called Millie and explained that she was born in the States but lives in China. Then the guy introduced his comrade Tan Zhenyani and Liu Hona. The boy asked why they sailed to this miserable place. He offered to go to Bali because there is more romantic. Fan Sai told a comrade who arrived that no one called him, and they took him so that Jin was not alone here. She asked this guy to go where he wants, but only so that she did not touch her. She took the protagonist's hand and asked her classmates to follow her. She decided to show the girls of the uncle. Fan Sai explained that they will never guess who it is, and they headed forward, which the girl refuted, the girl very upset, and Liu asked Tan what they would do. Tan replied that it was necessary to teach this worthless fisherman, and how he dares to touch this girl? After he smoked a cigarette, he threw the cigarette butt, putting him next to his hand, stretching his hand. He stood under a tree and thought about how to do to punish these villains. The cigarette began to smolder, and Tang smiled maliciously that if the forest burns, the main character would probably lose everything. Liu considered this plan very insidious and asked not to do it. Then his comrade asked what he had against this and threw a cigarette butt. Before this cigarette butt to fly away, as the leg of the protagonist was already on it, the boy decided to immediately teach him and grimaced in an evil grin. Meanwhile, there were sea seals in the water that performed balls with balls. The dolphins, meanwhile, jumped in the water as if smiling at the audience who looked at them. Millie was very surprised by this and exclaimed that they obey him, looking at the animals. The main character approached the sea cat and asked Leopard to spin around him. The girls asked his uncle to teach, and rejoicing them and jumping from what they had just seen. Xiao Pan closed his eyes and laughed, replied that this was a very long process. But still, magic helped him. The guys whose comrades learned asked to let him go. Tan completely sweated, looked at the guy, and said that he was warning him again. The protagonist approached his friend and asked what had just been shaking between them. The comrade explained that these two just wanted to burn the forest and he stopped them in time. He explained to his friend that he was nearby in time. Otherwise, they would burn everything here. The comrade asked the protagonist to deal with them properly and laughed. Then he asked whether they would call them the cops and put them to the police. Tang raised his head up and threatened him not to do this, but his friend, on the contrary, said to call the police. When the boy asked to let them go home, his comrade was very surprised. Will he just let them leave? The guys began to mock and ask Tana thinly he had a gut once. He was so scared and was ready to let them go just like that. Xiaopan explained that if he allowed them to rummage through his island, this does not mean that he should create problems. He looked into the eyes of this villain and asked to immediately get out of here. Fanzai went to her savior and apologized to the uncle. She explained that she brought them here, and they almost set fire to the forest and did not ruin everything to him. Xiaopan looked at the girl and asked her not to worry since this is not her fault. Tan, leaving, promised to return to himself, viciously addressing the main character. He decided to deal with him sooner or later. Meanwhile, the barbecue was fried at the stake and very tasty. What delicious food. The girl exclaimed that she had never eaten this and it was just amazingly tasty. Millie supported her and said that she also did not eat such a yummy. The local seafood is much tastier than the one that is cooked in her city. Miss E, smiling, said that she was feeling weak. The main character asked her to rest a little, but the girl replied that she could not rest because she promised and now he is her boss. Before she had time to finish, her leg unexpectedly slipped and she almost fell. Xiaopan immediately grabbed the girl by the hands and asked to be a little more careful. She was next to his cheek and kissed him as a sign of gratitude that the guy did not expect. She was very close to him and he pulled back a little as she was already very close. Miss E covered her mouth with her hand, blushing a little because she herself did not expect this from herself. The main character began to collect plates from the floor and called the girl, but she had already left. Fan Sai turned out to be behind him and called him cunning. He did not expect to see her again. He explained to the girl that this was just an accident, but she also kissed him on the cheek. She explained to the main character that now it was really honest and turned away to the door. Millie also went to the guy and exclaimed, smiling, that she also saw everything. Kisses in their country are a sign of politeness and gratitude, and there is nothing special in them. So he explained to the girl, but she said that she understood everything perfectly, and it is. Then she also went to the main character and kissed him right on the cheek, smiling. She thanked the boy for the invitation and also blushed. Xiaopan did not understand what was happening at all, and closing his eyes, from his eyes began to flow tears. The main character was near huge lobsters. In less than 2 months, this ecosystem has almost completely filled. He was surprised that she pulled such precious shrimp and red corals. At this pace, this place will become a gold residential and it is going to develop in this area. Meanwhile, one of the classmates was talking on the phone with Tan. She said that he said as if she could not post her video. Then I asked whether she would pretend to be a patient and just pull them out of the island. The protagonist realized that Tang Zhen would not fall and moved his eyebrows to his nose. Meanwhile, a huge ship plowed the transparent blue waters of a mighty nature. The girl told the rest that her stomach hurts. Fan Sai asked her to be patient a little because they will soon be in the city. Xiaopan said, turning to her, that she may have inflammation and asked whether it hurts a lot. He thought that she was a bad person, and the actress from her is even worse. The boy touched her hand and asked to tolerate a little. He ordered to swim faster. The girl, smiling, thanked the boy for help and blushed a little from the fact that she was deceiving him. The main character realized that she was really pretending to be, as he thought. The girl grimaced and began to cry that she was very painful to grab her stomach. Fan Sai asked her what happened. She began to ask for help without silent. Xiaopan decided that witchcraft could help people harm people. If she likes to pretend, then let it now feel real pain. Fan Sai looked towards a classmate with a deep experience for her. The main character took his breath and exclaimed that everything would be in order with her. Meanwhile, cars rushed along the road and the boy cast his eyes in their direction. They approached the guys surrounding them from all sides by making a ring. The guy got out of the car and said Xiaopan that he had already said that he had problems and he was holding his word. Before he had time to finish, how the main character appeared behind him, after which he appeared in front of his face. A heavy, strong fist approached his physiognomy and blood sprayed from his nose. Xiaopan, smiling, asked what he was saying and exclaimed that he had not heard him. The guys did not understand when he managed to approach because they did not notice anything at all. The enemy grabbed his hands by the nose, surprised at the unexpected appearance of the protagonist, and now he already collapsed to the floor with streams of blood from the nose. He arrived and immediately received from Xiaopan. The boy asked him to repeat what he had just said and smiled maliciously, looking into his eyes. The enemy barely rose and shuddered forward with his head lowered upside down. Tan sat down near his car and a huge yellow puddle appeared under his fifth point. Xiaopan asked the kids to learn to be frightening without need to replace diapers. He turned to the strong man and asked the guy to take care of them, pointing on the guys lying on the floor. His comrade exclaimed that it was just excellent, and he had no practice for a long time. Xiaopan explained that he did not understand him, and it was necessary to simply remove them from here. He thought that if not for magic, then these three would have been dead long ago. Behind them was a man with glasses and another bearded man. He asked the guys if they wanted to serve in the army accidentally. The main character was surprised when he saw the Mayor Liu and asked what he was doing here and who this man is next to him. Mayor Liu explained that this is his friend he serves party officers in the Navy. Xiaopan thought that the party was working with the state. This is a political commissar. He did not know that Chan's old friends were so good. Suddenly, the police appeared and they asked to quit weapons. One of the officers gave the team to his people to immediately arrest him and showed him at Xiaopan. He asked the kid to raise his hands up. Xiaopan answered the officer that they were law-abiding citizens and asked what the matter was actually. The policeman explained that they beat people right on the street and for this they would be arrested. Tang rose to his feet and told his uncle that they asked not to let him go. Xiaopan looked at his enemy and said that it was already interesting. In look at the policeman, he advised him to treat this matter with caution, but the policeman asked for clicking his fists to ask all questions in the sight. In angry, he answered the officer that he agreed with him and grimaced in a malicious grin. Xiaopan threw a despicable look towards his opponent and officer and thought that they had played a great show. And now they were already in the police station. The main character sat in a chair in anticipation. The policeman approached him and asked if he knocked out his nephew. Xiaopan replied that he asked what was from this. The officer replied that nothing and he would just pay for it now. The main character looked into his eyes and asked if he was afraid that he would suck him. The officer was very impudent and replied that he could try to do this and he was not afraid. He said that this is his room for interrogations and without a key here, and a fly would not fall. Xiaopan got even more angry and asked if he was really saying that no one would enter here without a key. The officer grimaced in a malicious grimace and asked the protagonist whether he was deaf. Xiaopan did not have time to listen to him and tore the handcuffs that were in his arms. He began to take off his shackles and once again asked the policeman, he really thinks that you can't get out of here and you can't come here. The officer was very scared and crawled to the wall. Really, the boy broke the handcuffs, Xiaopan smiled maliciously and said, looking into the eyes of a false policeman, that it was very easy. The officer began to back against the wall and exclaimed that he would not dare to hit the policeman. But before he had time to finish how the heavy palm of the protagonist flew right in his face, the officer again began to warn the guy that he could not do this. Then he admitted that he was really mistaken and asked not to beat him. The policeman begged to leave him alone and in no case to beat him, and bitter tears poured from his eyes. Xiaopan asked the man to open the door with his keys and fail from here. The officer grabbed his hands by the cheek and exclaimed, leaving, that he would soon return after him. When he went out the door, he said that he was very angry and was ready to shoot his dull head. He hid anger at the guy and could not let him go with it, but was ready to take revenge. The man asked when he went out into the corridor, who released him. He again went to the police and in a rude tone asked who released this guy. A man in uniform answered. Looking at the officer that he asked what the problem was. He was very surprised when he saw a chief in front of him and asked what he was doing here. The boss replied that he could not miss such an event and asked why they were detained. The officer lowered his gaze down and bowing his head replied that these guys had broken the law and beat people. The officer went to the policeman and gritting his teeth and clenched his fists that he was a villain. The man apologized to the mayor of Liu and said that behind them only his eyes and he would certainly punish these employees. The officer was already sitting on the fifth point on the floor and with tears in his eyes asked the chief not to punish him strongly. The boss has already held the mayor of the district to the car. Xiaopan also left the site and invited the mayor to his island. The man stuck his head out the window of the car and answered the guy that they would have sailed without an invitation. But since he invited them, this is very good, and the car rushed along the highway forward. The mayor of Liu told his friend to June that these guys cope well, and they need to attract them to their military competitions. Comrade of the protagonist asked if he was sick, to which the boy replied that he did not know, and he had a frying throat. Before us is the huge high-rise buildings that seem to reach heaven. Fanzi raised her hand up and called her uncle by turning to him. She clung to his hand and said that Jin felt better immediately as she was brought to the hospital. Now she is free and asks to go shopping with her. The guys thought that shopping with a woman is the worst that could happen to a man. Comrade Xiaopan immediately gave Daru and exclaimed that he was doing and they could go together. The guy began to say that they should go through this together and called him an ungrateful comrade. Fan Sai asked the protagonist to try on this cool cap and said that he was very suitable. After that, she asked the boy to try on sunglasses and exclaimed that it was just fine. Xiaopan said that it turns out that people still devote a ton of time to their clothes. The girl at the box office smiled at the said that the payment was successful and here is his card. Xiaopan felt that the action of magic was absorbed in the bracelet during contact. The girl at the cash desk apologized and asked if it was possible to ask him a question. She asked whether he meets this girl. Xiaopan sweated a little and replied that of course not. Meanwhile, there were many large beautiful turtles on the shore. There really were a lot of them and they were incredible. They were warmed together in the sun. Xiaopan asked his sister Yi why she suddenly called him and why there were so many people here. The girl replied that she did not know, but they call themselves academicians, why the boy was very surprised and asked what they forgot here. One of the academicians exclaimed that it was unusual animals with a hand on the turtles. She explained that these turtles are in the Red Book and come from Warsaw. More recently, there were only 3 pieces all over the world. The main character approached her and asked who she was. Nearby stood a girl who said that it was her mother Joanna, and she was a biologist. Xiaopan realized that animals mean under protection, but they lived here before his arrival. Joanna replied that the most obvious reason for their appearance is a wild habitat. They must bring them out of here, and now the entire territory will be protected. The boy asked to wait a bit. Fancy grabbed his uncle by the hands and asked why he was so displeased. They found a valuable animal. The boy replied that if this territory becomes a reserve, then they will definitely come to an end. The plane that he bought was not even delivered. His dominance in fishing has not even begun. What spiritual pain has just visited him? The girl answered the guy that she understood everything. Xiaopan decided that he needed to contact the mayor of Lu, and perhaps he would help him. Fan Sai sat on a bench and asked his uncle why he had such a good mood. The boy explained to the girl that the mayor said that he could help him in return for one service, but it is not known what kind of service it is. He hopes that this old man will not let him down. At least they will be able to protect their fishing parts, and this is a big plus for them now. Miss E, when she found out about the plan, she exclaimed that it was excellent and suggested a bite. She leaned in front of the table, and the main character noticed some green pendant on her neck. He moved his eyebrows to his nose, looking at the stone that was on the girl's neck and thought that jade would make his magic much stronger. He smiled as he suddenly visited this amazing idea, and he looked at the girl. He said that tomorrow they would go to a jewelry store, and he will buy her jade pendants as a gift. Miss E was a little embarrassed and replied that it was not worth doing this because it was a lot of money. Fan Si was delighted and squeezing her fists asked if she was telling the truth. An uncle, because he was very generous. The Gindo's wide business quarter, which attracted with its appearance, was spread out. The guys asked to look at this guy who was dressed like a cop, also brought the girls here. They thought that these two sisters, and that long legs have, and she is too good for him. The guys went to the jewelry store. They were met by a guy who in surprise asked if they wanted to buy a pendant. The protagonist thought about looking at him whether this will work. The boy began to choose a pendant and probably already went through a half store. He said no time all the time, since not a single pendant with a stone was suitable. He did not feel any energy in it. The guy at the box office, looking at the protagonist, asked for sure whether he was going to buy something. Xiaopan finally chose one of the pendants and replied that of course he would buy. In one of them, he felt the incredible power of voodoo. He put this jade on the counter. The boy explained that all these pendants are very bad engraving. Looking at the seller, to himself, he thought that the absorption of this power gives such a pleasant sensation. Suddenly, a guy who looked at all these pendants approached them. He asked the protagonist if he wanted to go with him to the second floor, calling him a master. The man explained that the second floor is designed for VIP clients. Usually ordinary visitors are not let there. But today, they decided to make an exception. The guy told the master Lu that he was too polite with this poor man. Xiaopan barely restrained his emotions. The master answered his comrade that he does not understand and he will offer him such an expensive decoration that he will not be able to buy him. The seller perfectly understood the master Lu and decided to act according to his plan. The master first decided to tell the main character that their design is called Lu Kai. He and the director of this store, the guy began to lead the protagonist on the second floor, smiling maliciously. And now they already climbed the steps, after which he showed the master of Xiaopan. He explained that the bracelet was made of excellent green nephritis. Not the best bracelet in the world, but the best in this store. If he is interested, then its price is 8 million. Xiaopan asked to let him look at him. When he picked up the bracelet, he wondered how much this stone could be stronger than all others. Master Lu, smiling, closed his eyes and asked what he would say. Xiaopan replied that the form is excellent and it was perfectly round. However, this ideal form begins after a half-millimeter retreat from the ends. The Master Lu was very surprised by such an answer and began to look closely at the bracelet. The man exclaimed that his eyes were not able to notice such things and asked to drive him out of the store. He told Mr. Xiao that slander entails criminal liability. He hopes that the guy gives a report to his actions. Xiaopan invited the master to argue with him. If he is mistaken, he will immediately transfer 1 million to him. But if he is right, then the master will show him the whole jade in his store. He thinks that the master of the gambling man and asked whether he agreed to the bet. Master Lu thought about it, nevertheless agreed. It really was the truth, and the main character asked what he told him. The master lowered his head down and answered in despair that he had lost this dispute. The main character was very happy and thanked the master. Lu told the chief hero that they showed him the whole jade. He asked if he liked the goods, and really not one came up. Xiaopan apologizing that no. In fact, he absorbed all the power from these stones, and it is simply amazing. The seller told Xiaopan that if he is so smart, then why does he not make jewelry himself? The boy exclaimed that he was right, and why would he not do them himself as he suggested? Xiaopan asked the master to sell unprocessed stones. The master replied that of course not. But the seller did not stop and told the guy that if he wants to buy unprocessed stones, then let him go to the jade market and try good luck. Master Lu got angry and asked him to stop carrying nonsense. The search for a real jade in the market is a him case. But the main character, smiling, replied that he was thinking of trying. Xiaopan thanked Mr. Lu sincerely for agreeing to give him. The main character explained to the guy that he was sitting for the first time in Lincoln. Master Lu looked at the guy and asked which car he drives. Xiaopan waved his hand and replied that he did not have a car, but he has a ship and a helicopter. The girl who sat next to them thought that this cop definitely loves to boast. Mr. Lu invited the main character to drink a little. Xiaopan replied that he would not refuse it. He thought and said that he would like to drink cola, but perhaps the Sprite would have come. The girl apologized that VIP clients choose the best drinks and only village drinks and Sprite. Master Lu asked Zhao to stop immediately, and the girl immediately apologized. The antique market was spread out in front of us, and the master explained to the main character that they had already come to the destination. Xiaopan asked what was happening here. Master Lu replied that they usually take stones and give them to experts. They, in turn, try to find jade in them, analyzing the appearance of these stones. But even the best masters find nephritis with 20% probability, a kind of gambling game. He told Mr. Xiao that he did not even have basic knowledge in this area. Is he sure that he wants to buy anything here? Xiaopan, smiling, replied that he wanted for fun. To himself, he thought that he could not see jade, but he feels him. The boy began to sort out a lot of nephritis and noticed that in front of him only dummy. He thought that this was definitely a gambling game, and in none of the 10 stones there was no jade. The man behind the counter where the jade lay asked him whether he came here only to pamper. He explained that if the guy is looking for problems, then he can go to another place. Xiaopan unexpectedly found what he was looking for. He asked boss how much this stone costs. Nearby was a guy who laughed and called him another loser. After all, only idiots buy at random. The boss replied that this jade costs 500, but for him he will make a discount. In their days, everyone experiences his luck with stones, and suddenly he is lucky and he will get rich. But one of the guys exclaimed that this would not happen and asked only to look at this guy. The boss, when cutting this stone, was simply shocked by what he had just seen. Before them was a beautiful green nephritis that everyone around was surprised. The Master Lu was even more surprised, and small streams of sweat began to drain across his face. Is it really a green jade in front of them? And this guy guessed so quickly. One of the guys approached him and asked him to sell him for 80,000. The second guy wanted to buy him for 100,000. But the Master Lu suggested the main character 200,000. Xiaopan was surprised that Mr. was so interested in this. The guy replied that of course a jewelry of such jade would cost about 400,000. The girl asked, "The master is really going to pay this village?" Xiaopan turned to the guy and offered him jade in just 150,000, which they were both very surprised. He wanted to leave 50,000 to teach him his assistant because the rich do not drink cola. Mr. Liu immediately asked the girl to immediately return to the office and engage in documents. She asked why and what she did. The guy explained that girls like she scare away her customers. Xiaopan, smiling, thought that now she could not afford a cola. Only the exclamations of the speaking of many nephrites were heard. They were diverse. Among them found glass, imperial green and red nephritis. Over the past 10 years, there has not been as much jade in the entire market as he discovered now. Isn't he a wizard, really? The boss from all sides asked to teach them how to find nephritis. The main character held his hands in his pockets and asked his comrades to use more practice. Suddenly, someone's heavy hand fell on his shoulder and someone called him to seek a malicious smile on his face. One of the guys said that they were glad that he had found so much jade, and why would he not sell him cheaply? The second impudent added that they have long been in this market for a very long time in offense. Xiaopan looked at them with a serious gaze, in a serious look at what the matter was and whether they wanted to jade. The guys surrounded him, but he was completely calm and knew his job. They stood behind him. But the guy did not even move without fear of anyone. Before them appeared a guy in expensive clothes next to which the girl stood. He asked if someone else had courage. Then the arrogant guys decided to dump from here to see a guy named Nep Yuan in front of them. Xiaopan asked who he was. Master Liu replied that he knew that the skills of Xiaopan would not go unnoticed. This is the president of their company whose name is Nep Yuan, and he wants to personally meet him. The guy held out his hand towards the protagonist and said that he had heard about him. Xiaopan also responded to the president in response, and they were very happy to meet. One of the guys, when he saw the protagonist, opened his mouth in amazement. Was it really that village of which they talked about all the time? An IP. Yuan asked Mr. Xiao to go inside. The guys were very surprised and wondered what he did and why their boss bowed before him. And now they have already begun to reveal the apple green jade that cost 26 million. The usual green nephritis that cost 33 million, spring jade about 50 million. Such amounts of their store offers Xiaopan for these 3 stones. Master Liu asked what he was thinking about it. Fan Sai, when I heard such numbers, told uncle that it was more than 100 million. The girl hung on his hand like that, after which she took her breaths rejoicing at this. The guy immediately agreed, because he cannot fool them. And is it really that this jade is really so much? So Fan Sai thought. Master Liu exclaimed that these 2 stones of spring and green jade, if the master of Xiaopan agrees, then they are ready to offer 500 million. Fan Sai was even more surprised by grabbing her face with her hands. She could not say a word from the amount heard. Xiaopan apologized to the guys and said that they would leave these 2 stones for personal use. Fan Sai could not understand what her uncle was talking about. Then the protagonist explained to the girl what he was going to do for her and Miss E. The girls immediately hugged him on both sides and exclaimed that he was probably joking. They began to thank the guy clinging to him. He said that he was hard to breathe from their arms. Nip Yuan spread his arms to the sides and said that he had previously considered himself the most generous person. But now he realized that Mr. Xiaopan surpassed him in this. Meanwhile, armed people with machine guns in their hands were nearby. Xiaopan and everyone else could not understand what was happening and where they came from. In front of them was a guy who held his hands in his pockets and said that he was finally caught. The guys in military uniform wished the health to their sergeant to the instructor. The main character could not understand what was happening and why they call him an instructor. In front of him was Uncle Yun, and the boy asked if he was meant by help. The man replied that it was, well, if he does not want him to send them back to the Northern Fleet, he knows what Xiaopan is capable of. Is it really so difficult for him to become an instructor for them? The boy replied that he had nothing to teach these guys. Uncle Yun asked the guys to remove this missile installation from here. Xiaopan did not expect such a great turn. He asked his uncle from where the missile installation came from here, and his uncle smiled back. He answered the main character that they were military and she could be very useful to him, especially after that incident with hooligans in his forest. Xiaopan exclaimed that this is a great thing. Uncle Yun explained that she could also be used against pirate ships. He looked at the protagonist and said that he was sorry to turn away towards the tree. This missile installation is intended only for military use, and he refuses the title of instructor. Xiaopan asked his uncle to wait a bit and said that thanks to the soldiers in their country, the world, and if the country needs it, then it will definitely serve. Uncle approached him and asked to stop driving a fool. Comrade Xiaopan noticed that they had a good job. With soldiers on the shore, they will not have to constantly look at the radars. A friend asked the protagonist why he woke up so early, looking at him in surprise. Xiaopan replied that he was now a sergeant instructor, and this work was handing him a watch. The guy saw a magnificent clock with an emerald in front of him and called him very good. He thanked the guy and said that now he was a big bump, and soldiers are very good at him. The comrade noticed that this is all thanks to the South. These are the best soldiers of the Northern Fleet, and he was very lucky in this. Some of them will soon become lieutenants, and someone will even become captains. The comrade asked the protagonist whether he was thinking that he easily cope with such a crowd. Xiaopan, hearing his question, answered a friend that he would cope, and now he will see it. The main character asked the soldier to equal and asked what they were doing here. He asked the soldiers that they had a training program. The guys replied that he was an instructor and he should train them. One of them went to the guy and asked what he would teach them today. Xiaopan now really became an instructor and thought about it. Looking at the soldier, he explained that they chose an instructor with the best combat skills, so the training will be fighting. The soldiers did not expect such a turn of events. Xiaopan continued to say that anyone who will stand after 3 blows awaits a reward. The soldiers decided to say that this guy takes too much over himself, and is he really so self-confident? They decided to show him once he himself wants it. One of the soldiers told the instructor Xiaopan that he will be his opponent, but the second responded to his comrade that he would destroy him. The third soldier asked Pan to be more accurate and not to cripple their instructor. The guy introduced himself in front of the main character, and Xiaopan asked him to attack him, beckoning his hand. The enemy had already clamped his fist and came close to his instructor, preparing to hit him. But the main character directed his palm towards the soldier and he flew right to the tree. The flow of energy approached the soldier and drops of wet sweat began to drain along his cheeks. He closed completely to the tree, flying back, which everyone was very surprised. The instructor remained standing with an outstretched hand, smiling and not moving. One of the soldiers asked his comrades whether they saw what had just happened. The second replied that he threw Pan with 1 blow. But how could this happen? The soldiers approached their comrade and asked if he was in order. Pan replied that everything was fine. Xiaopan exclaimed that he knows that they are all soldiers and are proud of this, and they have the right to do so. But they must remember that in this world there are many people who are stronger than them. We must not forget this fact and not allow yourself to be blinded by this pride. He explained to his students that his task is to make them stronger and asked if they understood him. The soldiers lined up in a row with a quietly exclaimed in one voice that they understood everything. Xiaopan dispersed the guys in tents and explained that breakfast was already preparing. The soldier replied that they were ordered to cook themselves. But the main character squeezed his fist and decided that now he would teach him a lesson to say that this is all the nonsense of the dog. Do they really want to cook themselves, and if so, then let it be in any way? The soldier immediately apologized to the instructor. One of them asked if he would go bankrupt. Xiaopan replied that there are many resources on this island and he can afford it. After that, the main character called all the soldiers to have breakfast, for which they thanked their instructor. Xiaopan approached Miss E and asked her what happened and why she was leaving. The girl thanked the guy and said that she no longer regrets the loss of the restaurant. Now she is ready to start a new business, and the protagonist agreed with her. He asked his guys to bring them a little wine since his sister wants to drink. The girls were very surprised that they could also drink some wine, and their eyes widened. But Xiaopan refused them and exclaimed that juice is supposed to be supposed for them. Fan Tsai said that she objects. But the boy replied that the objections were not accepted. Before us is a beautiful small house in the form of a mansion in which the main character was located. Xiaopan, lying under a blanket, grabbed his head and did not believe that he was so drunk. He could not remember how much he drank. Then he opened the blanket and began to remember who he was with yesterday and what he had done. The boy was very worried and tried to compare yesterday's events and remember everything. He looked sadly in front of him. The whole week passed after the departure of the sister of E and everyone else. The main character stood on the balcony and looked down, noticing new faces on the island. In front of him was Pan Payu and Wen Ji, the first local bully, and the second former captain of the Special Forces. Xiaopan turned to Wen Ji and told him that they needed to go to the city. The guy immediately agreed with his boss and asked why they went there. The main character, going down, answered the guys that they were going there in order to buy a car. Then the guys thought to reasonably buy a car if he lives on the island. Xiaopan cracked on his head and asked whether it was reasonable to hire him. The main character asked the guys to stop fooling and said that they were immediately going there. Before us spread high-rise buildings that illuminated the sun. Many cars were parked on the street. Wen Ji told his chef that this is an international car exhibition. He explained to the guy that almost all the cars are foreign cars here and all of them are brand new beauties. Xiaopan asked where he knew so much, to what the guy replied that his girlfriend was working here. Xiaopan, smiling, asked where the girl was from him and asked to stop hanging his noodles on his ears as he spoke seriously. Wenji smiled in response and promised the main character to introduce him later. Suddenly, he grabbed the girl who was near the hand and pulled him to him. He asked her eyes where she was about to leave, which the girl was very surprised. He brought her to the boss and introduced them. Wenji explained that he did not deceive him. YY told the main character that Wenji was talking about him. He asked the girl where she went and doesn't work today. YY sadly replied that she was fired today. Xiaopan asked how such a beautiful girl could be fired and who did it. Wee replied that their manager did it, and he invited her to dinner, but she refused. Xiaopan was very angry and asked where he wanted to talk to him. Wee was scared and asked him not to do this, after which he asked what car he would like to buy when looking at the protagonist. In front of them was a whole platform with steep cars that were attracted to themselves. If he needs safety and power that this SUV has advised, which is an excellent design and the last technologies. Xiaopan approached the car that it looks good, but this car is too big for E. The protagonist could not understand if the Y is such a short term, then why she was mistaken with such marshmallows. The guy asked not from clinical plastic surgery, apparently, and even with such a stupid handbag. The girl explained that this is an international car brand, and she doubts that he can afford to acquire it. She wondered how Weevi pecked on such a loser, but the guy grabbed her hand and asked what she had just said. Wenji did not stop and asked the girl to repeat again what she had just said. Then the girl was scared and wanted to say something in his eyes. Then she began to call for help, pretending to be very scared. Then a man appeared in front of them who, with horror in his eyes, asked what happened here. The man went to the guys and asked who dares to insult his wife. When the girl saw in front of her, her husband told her dear that these guys insulted her and pressed her chest with all her chest. Nip Yuan appeared in the room. When he saw the protagonist, he asked what he was doing here. Xiaopan was also very surprised when he saw Mr. in front of him and decided to ask him a question. He asked Mr. Nip whether his wife was in front of him. The guy coughed a little with this question. He went to the main character and whispered in his ear that this girl was an escort. Then the man asked Xiaopan if he was a friend of Mr. Nip. He promised to forget about this incident if he apologizes to his wife. Otherwise, everything will be very bad. And Xiaopan asked what would happen if he did not apologize. The man asked Mr. Nip why his friend is so rude. He promised that he would not restrain himself otherwise. Mr. Anip replied that he should not restrain himself. If something goes wrong, then he warned him. He changed his mind to sign a contract with him. The girl told her dear that they shouted, and on her too. NIP asked her to be silent and exclaimed that she was not his wife to indicate. Xiaopan thought about the past of this guy and why NIP himself so much wants to make friends with him. The man raised his hand up and said that there was a misunderstanding between them. He asked to forget about this incident covered with droplets of sweat. Xiaopan replied that of course, but their manager fired his friend's girlfriend for no reason. And this lady who is now standing next to him offended the wife of his comrade. Is it really that everything can? And he showed them a map on which 100 million is stored. He said that he could give them to any killer and he get rid of them. Mr. Xiaopan replied that he could be killed for $100. The man immediately told his escort that she was fired. He asked to convey that the manager was also fired, and the girl grabbed her hands by begging her face at the mercy. Wee told her boyfriend that she was thinking that he was an ordinary fish farm. Wenji replied that he himself did not know that he was so cool. The car rushed along the road with a speed showing its power and beauty. It was the latest car that attracted with itself, and the speed made itself felt. The girl asked Mr. Xiaopan whether she would drive behind the wheel and whether he was afraid that she would break this car. Xiaopan replied that he was not afraid of her short trial. She asked if she wanted her to become his personal driver. Then the boy replied that not his personal driver, but Miss E. He asked her such an idea and promised that she would receive a salary and sometimes bonuses. Wee thanked Mr. Xiao for this and said that he did not even imagine how she is grateful to him. The girl approached the main character and exclaimed approaching that he had promised her a gift. The girl asked only not to say that he was about to give her this girl. Xiaopan replied that she was almost guessing, and this girl's name is YY. She meets Wenji. She will be her personal driver. Miss E said that she has no car, and how could she be its driver? Wee explained that Mr. Xiaopan also gives her a car, and her future children will be used to drive. The protagonist and Miss E were surprised by such a phrase that this girl said. The main character explained that she is his business partner and no more. YY answered a little embarrassed that she understood him and smiled. Xiaopan told everyone else, grabbing the guy's hand, that he was taking Wenji for a couple of days. YY immediately agreed and said that it was not a question, and he still has nothing to do. The guy was a little upset, but letting the air kisses towards the girl exclaimed that he would be very bored. Then he turned to the main character and asked where he was going to pick him up. Xiaopan turned to the guy and looked at him carefully, as he had an interesting task. And now, the ship had already plowed the open spaces and rushed forward on a transparent water surface. The main character's comrade exclaimed that this is precisely the Sea of Okhotsk. Only October is a month, and snow is already falling. Wenji hugged himself to warm up and said that frosts had already begun just like their arrival. Xiaopan turned to the guys and asked them to immediately take up work and drag the nets. They pulled the nets out of the water, and they were full of various fish. And thinking he turned to the main character, he said that they sailed to this sea for so long in order to only put it with worthless fish. Xiaopan answered his comrade that of course not, and she would serve as food. He gave Pan to prepare a crab trap. The guy immediately listened to his commander and began to lower this trap into the sea. The comrade asked his boss what they were catching. Xiaopan replied that they were catching Kamchatka crabs. His friend was very surprised at this. Kamchatka crab is better known as the royal crab. From the name, you can understand that this species is very appreciated in the market. Their meat is so gentle and tasty. The main character asked them to stop driving a fool and go to work. The comrade immediately listened to his, and the frying pan was already on the fire with delicious, crispy crabs. The guys began to eat these crabs one after another, juicy and tasty and sweet. Xiaopan asked his comrades to leave several crabs alive. A friend asked why he wants to pick them up. The main character replied that he wants to try to breed these crabs on their island. Pan told Xiaopan that they had received a radiogram, and she from the scientists in the east. It says that they are in the research zone and should immediately leave it. Pan asked what the hell because they are in the open sea. The use of this place for personal purposes is criminally punishable, and something is clearly not right here. He asked his comrade what they would do. Xiaopan replied that while they were engaged in crabs that they caught, the comrade was very surprised and told the main character that he himself did not look like himself. But the boy asked his friend to do what he was telling him now, and immediately, the ship continued to rush along a wide, transparent water. He was ahead, and on board was the main character who looked into the distance trying to understand who was approaching them. He closed his eyes as if meditating. Then he suddenly opened them and understood something. He decided that the body would stay here, and was sure of this. Xiaopan thought that he needed to see what he could do. The den was bright and bright. The sun illuminated everything around and birds flew in the sky. They circled over the head of the protagonist, to whom his comrade approached and asked why he got up so early. Xiaopan replied that he decided not to stop and bring more individuals to their island. The comrade asked what exactly he had in mind. What Xiaopan replied that they were returning to the Sea of Okhotsk. It is necessary to arrive at the research ship since it has a plan. Huge fish splashed in the water depths with their tails and spraying water. The comrade asked the researchers to them. He noticed that they catch the sperm whales. The main character also saw what was happening and called them incredible freaks. A friend explained that in their country there is an international whale reserve, and they do it in the name of science. Xiaopan thought that if he had not mastered the biolocation, he would have missed this opportunity. He asked Wenji write everything in the video. The boy replied that he was already doing it, and then a small handsome man appeared in the water depth. The guys threw the gaze in his direction. It looks like they were the cub beluga whose poachers caught. Comrade asked Xiaopan that they would not do it just to stand and look at what was happening. The main character immediately reacted and replied that he would help him to get out. His comrade was very surprised at this. Xiaopan jumped into the water and began to swim to the cub beluga closely. He carefully began to shoot a network from a large fish and release it from the trap. The fish looked at the guy as if realizing that it saves her from these monsters. Wenji shot in the video what was happening, calling poachers villains. Xiaopan was next to the guys and asked whether he recorded everything on the video. Wenji answered, "Boss, that they don't care." He asked whether it was worth hinting at them somehow. Xiaopan answered a comrade that, of course you need to do this. He smiled at the distance and exclaimed that the fun was just beginning. He closed his eyes and thought to himself that the time had finally arrived. He asked huge fish to get together and beat all together. Huge fish began to approach the ship with their healthy muzzles. The guys froze in anticipation, observing what was happening in the distance. Wenji looked forward and asked the others to see how their ship scattered in all directions into small pieces. The main character's comrade smiled joyfully. Wenji asked if they would save them. Xiaopan said that according to the law they should save them. But if there are sperm whales nearby, then the guys will have to sail to them themselves. The comrade called him a hassle, to which the guy replied that they would not swim in 2 miles in cold water. Meanwhile, their ship was already sailing further. The guys were satisfied with the fact that they saved the cerebral ceremony. In front of them were a variety of goodies that were warmed up on fire. The guys gathered around and talked about the fact that they probably want to warm up. The comrade noticed the main character, that this knife was very old, and asked where he took him. The boy handed him cold weapons and explained that he found him at the bottom of the sea. Then behind him was a crossbow, about which he said that he also found this little thing there. They looked at the men who tried to call for help, but they were not heard. The boy asked why they were so expanded, to what the comrade replied that it was better not to pay attention to them. A friend told boss that they received a message from the Coast Guard. He explained that they invite them to their city in order to share supplies and accept poachers. Xiao Pan replied that this was very good. Pan asked Wenji whether he could download the video on the internet, hoping that he had already turned off the record. The guy replied that he had turned off a long time ago. Then the comrade waved his hand and exclaimed that now you could ask these villains the heat, so to speak, restore them their karma. People were already completely wet with fear. The birds flew in the sky, circling and rejoicing in the free flight over the water surface. The guy picked in his teeth, being pleased that they did everything and they taught these villains. He said that he really hopes that it benefited them to look at the guys. Wenji interrupted him and asked to look upstairs, raising his eyes there. The boy immediately looked where his comrade showed and moved his eyebrows to his nose, surprised. Helicopters flew over them and a huge ship was approaching. They could not understand what was happening and where this Gromadina came from. The boy, completely sweated, exclaimed that this was a Coast Guard, and they are like a splinter in one place. He asked the protagonist whether these people sailed from their souls. Those who they decided to teach a lesson with a smile pointed to this huge, powerful ship. Comrade told Xiao Pan that he was repeating if they knelt down and apologize, they will reduce the prison term. A friend of the main character appeared near the door who called him, seriously looking into his eyes. Xiao Pan seemed to understand his gaze and went to him to find out about what was happening. The ship was already approaching there, and it was 100 times larger in size and more powerful than there. The guys in black suits and ties began to come out of there and approach them. The main character's comrade exclaimed, looking at them, that their affairs were very bad. Xiao Pan asked him to relax because nothing had happened yet, and they began to observe. The guys who came greeted them, tilting their heads. One of them greeted the main character and introduced himself as Sun Junyun, a representative of the China General Council. He also introduced the captain of the Coast Guard and the major from the nearest city. He hugged the floor and said that their video with the salvation of sailors blew up the internet, and they were pride in their country. He explained that the major proposes to make him an honorary citizen and asked to come to their city at any time. Xiao Pan. When I heard this speech, immediately exhaled with relief. After all, they were expected with the guys that now they would be taken in one place, and they are definitely not to do. But everything turned out much better, and the protagonist was completely sweating. Now he was able to relax. He sat in one of the chairs and said tired that it was finally over. His comrade turned to him, although he was no longer up to conversations after such fatigue. The comrade asked what would happen if they find out that it was they sunk that ship. Meanwhile, many huge fish floated in the sea depths. Wenji, looking into the water, said that this blue tuna beckons. That would be caught and eat. Xiao Pan, when I heard about this fish, came closer to see too. Wenji asked boss what he would say to this. It is too fast for their equipment. Xiao Pan also noticed this and said that he could not even catch him in the water. Wenji showed the boy of the cub of a white whale who was next to them. Xiao Pan, smiling, was delighted to understand that he seemed the spacious capital of the eastern part of the country, where political forces focused, was spread out in front of us. The man shouted at his employees and asked to increase the frame on the record. They began to bring the record, on which there was a sharp knife and a huge crossbow. The man saw in his hands at the guy Kikumonogatari and Uzasuga Yumi. He exclaimed that these were the lost treasures of their country. The man was very angry and asked where this guy was. He asked to immediately find him. On the way back, Xiao Pan subjugated the mind of white sharks, blue tunes, and other fish. The boy said that he has a good catch and there will be even more fish on their island. But he looked at those two and thought a little, closing his eyes. He smiled at the saying that he was afraid to eat his fishermen himself. And now the whole week has passed. The opening ceremony of the fishing company Four Seas was supposed to be held. Fan Tse ran to the main character and exclaimed, smiling, that he had finally returned. The girl hugged his hand and snuggled up, inquiring whether he had fun good. Xiao Pan asked her who even said they went to have fun. Fan Tse immediately apologized for thinking about him. Miss E, too, went to the boy, and noticing that he arrived, smiled at him a little, blushing. Xiao Pan replied that he could not miss the opening of her company. When Ji told Miss E that their boss brought her a gift, the girl said that they were like a family and asked why all these formalities, but when the guy looked at her with a strict look, she immediately calmed down. The comrade came up and asked the boss what was happening here. Then he added that he could not answer. Suddenly, there was another man with a scar on his face in front of them. He turned to the girl and smiling congratulated on the opening of the store. Xiaopan saw a guy with a gold chain on his neck in front of him, who he was and what he was doing here. The man said in response that he was called Reckless, and he asked to discuss the rules. The main character in surprise asked what the rules may have. Then the Reckless replied that he was running out. Miss E handed Lena an envelope and apologized for anxiety being a little scared. She told the man that he could go, and they would talk about this later, and he left. Xiaopan looked after this man and said that he remembered him. The comrade asked the protagonist to tell him what to do with this person, to cut him down simply or to bother him well. Xiaopan replied that he himself would deal with him, and suddenly grabbed Miss E. She asked not to do this, and the main character looked at her questioningly. The girl explained that she knows that reputation means a lot to him, but having problems on the opening day is a bad sign. She did not let go of his hand and asked to be better to be with her, and squeezed his fingers stronger. The boy calmed down a little and replied that in this case he would deal with him tomorrow. Miss E blushed, the protagonist a little reddening that he listened to her. Comrades watched what was happening and thought that they would go blind now. Lin, in turn, clenched his teeth and exclaimed that this villain did not know how to behave, and he would show him. The company Huaxia Taishan congratulates them on the opening and wishes good luck. The Hong Kong Dragon also congratulates the opening of the business. They asked for congratulations from the Hong Kong jewelry store ZI. The guy in sunglasses told his boss that this guy had a good connection and asked if they would leave him alone. Lin replied that these are simple businessmen, and they cannot even be considered men. Major Chen Pinghai congratulated them on the opening, as well as the mayor of the city of Zhuchang too wanted prosperity. The regional mayor, Li Qinlun, congratulated on the opening of a new business. The North Sea commissioner is in a hurry to congratulate him. Then the guy again asked his boss whether it was time for them. Lin was completely sweating and answered his man that they really need to be washed off, but the main character's comrade took him by the shoulder and asked where they gathered. He whispered in his ear of their boss, smiling maliciously that he had a conversation for them. A man in sunglasses told boss that all local mayors had gathered here, for which the boss asked him not to panic. Xiaopan asked the Reckless whether they would discuss the rules, to which Lin replied that there was a misunderstanding, and calling him his brother apologized. The main character said that he was not his brother. The man bowing his head said that he was mistaken, and again asked to let him go. The boy hugged his neck and smiling maliciously said that of course he would let him go. He showed him the mayor of the city and asked to go and tell him everything himself. Lin lowered his head down and asked if he wants to teach him how to teach him and really thinks he deserved it. The man exclaimed, looking at Xiaopan, that this was just some kind of mockery and he was going to fight him. But before he had time to finish, as a comrade of the protagonist already grabbed his hand. Xiaopan asked the man not to panic and explained that this was just a dislocation. Then he hit this man in the arm, straightening her, and he screamed in pain. Xiaopan, smiling, explained that he had corrected her back and now his hand should not hurt. Lin, smiling, noticed that this really helped. Xiaopan approached him that he was his enemy and asked why he had to save him. Lin again began to scream in pain since the guy again twisted his hand and called him the sick. Xiaopan smiled, maliciously explained that it was dislocation again, and apologizing that it was his fault. He wanted to help again, but the man dismissed him. He asked not to approach and immediately move away from him. Wenji called their boss the devil in the flesh. Comrade replied that it was better not to contact him. Meanwhile, the main character continued to twist the man's hand. It will dislocate, that it will insert it back. Wenji watched what was happening, exclaimed that let him rejoice that he had not at least knocking his teeth to him. Meanwhile, the boat rushed through the water depth. On it was the mayor with his friend and the main character. He asked that he had removed Xiao out of his journey. The boy replied that he would not lie, and he had a business plan. He became very interested, and throwing his eyes at him, he asked to tell as they carefully listened to him. Xiaopan explained that coastal fishing harms the overall condition of the reservoir, and he wants to build a marine reserve. The guys were surprised that he wanted to ban fishing. They asked how the economy of their city would live in this case. Xiaopan explained that everything is quite simple, and they will make a reserve in which people will be able to observe whales. If they build the first similar reserve in China, then there will be no end to tourists. Then the mayor sweated a little with the protagonist where they would take whales. Xiaopan asked him not to worry about calling his uncle Liu. He promised to find them with his help. Suddenly, Mr. told the guy that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wanted to see him. Xiao Pan was very surprised and asked, looking at the man, why he was. The guy explained that the case in those two national treasures that he found in the East. Xiao Pan remembered his cold weapons and smiling asked about those two he was talking. The man began to explain that the director of GOU from the Foreign Ministry is the vice mayor of the city, so Uncle Liu does not want to have problems. The boy went to Uncle Liu and said that for his sake he would go there, promising to do it. Comrade of the protagonist asked whether they are returning to the island. Xiao Pan answered a friend that he was not yet, and they need to the city because he had a business meeting tomorrow. The guy smiled in response and exclaimed that it was smiling very well. A friend hugged him and promised to take him to such a place that he would simply bury. And now they were already in the room where it was dark and only the lights burned around. Rainbow light illuminated everything around and sparkled in giving an intimate situation to all those present. Two girls stood nearby and one of them asked if they want to drink. Join them? The comrade joyfully raised his hand up and wanted to rush to the tower with champagne. The girls immediately pressed against him, listening to the tower with champagne and blushing a little. They called the boy very generous, and he smiled with saliva on his lips with saliva. Then one of the girls went to the main character and asked the handsome man as his name and why he was so sad. The comrade asked to leave him because he always after which asked his friend to tear himself to the fullest. Xiao Pan gave the command to lag behind him because he came with him just for the company. But the comrade asked what he was furious. Meanwhile, one of the guys had already seen the guy and asked his friend to see that village. He noticed that he was drinking a bottle behind a bottle, and he was interested in who he was at all. If the Master GOU does not like him, then you can show him who is the main one here. The guys decided to go to have fun. One of the girls asked Pan if he saw how these guys stare at them. Xiao Pan, smiling, exclaimed that they seemed to be looking for problems and he was just bored. Xiao Pan expected the approach of these villains as he wanted to have fun. One of them touched him by the shoulder and explained that the Master Gao wants to meet him. The protagonist exclaimed that they can leave for now. He is not interested in their children's games. Then the guy asked what he had just said and asked to repeat. Gao answered his friend that there was no need to do this, and it is better to leave them alone. He explained, looking at the guy with a cunning look, that his time had not yet come. Pan told his friend that this is just a bunch of children who imagine themselves to be gangsters. Xiao Pan replied that it seems they are trying to block the exit, and he will go check it. Pan asked to wait for him as he also wanted to go. But the main character asked why he thought that he also did not like his company. One of the girls noticed that Xiao Pan is right, because he is strong, but there are too many of them. The girls surrounded him and asked to stay with them, to which he immediately agreed. Pan told the guys that if his friend goes there, they themselves would clean here in the middle of the night. The protagonist looked at others inquiringly, since he did not have time to do anything. His comrade had already scattered some on the floor and was ready to deal with the rest further. A friend of the Master Gao asked him what to do, but the master replied to, that there would be no mercy. Pan, headed in his direction, exclaimed that these kids would not be in no way. One of the girls asked the guy if he had a fist and asked to take them with him. The comrades stood near each other and looked at the man in the form who went into the room. He asked them not to move and said that they were arrested for attacking a person. Xiao Pan answered, smiling, that he also called the police and they will soon. They are also suspected of creating an organized crime group and attacking people, and the Master Go is their leader. The guy asked not to believe him because he was trying to speak his teeth. The officer asked to immediately arrest him. Then the protagonist inquired, did he really want to arrest the officer of the Northern Fleet instructor? The man was very surprised and asked in response that he was now surprised at such impudence. Xiao Pan immediately put his certificate on the table and asked him to see himself. The officer immediately took the business card and opened his eyes in surprise when he read what was written there. Indeed, the document said who the main character is. The officer exclaimed, looking at the guy, that the fake of such documents was a more serious crime. He was very angry and reached out with his right hand to his gun that hung in a holster on his belt. He took out a weapon and, stretching him forward, asked not to make sudden movements. He directed the gun right at the protagonist, and the boy exclaimed that a good battle was planned. He did not even move, but only moved his eyebrows to his nose and asked if he would shoot. The guys of that impudent guy were very angry with him, and the Master Gao exclaimed that he would fill him up. Xiao Pan, smiling, said that he had not yet dried out milk on his lips, and he was already grabbing the barrel. Before he had time to finish it, as a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed his weapons. The gun was already in his hands, and he put him on the forehead of this little villain. He asked the jerk that he would now tell him. Gao asked him to calm down, begging for mercy. Xiao Pan in response said, removing the weapon that he would not get his hands dirty about him. The boy threw the gun to his comrade and asked him to remove him somewhere as it was evidence. He said, looking at the officer, that firearms were seized due to illegal use. The boy asked the policeman what he was now doing with him, which he fell to his knees, exclaimed that he was definitely the end. The guy who came up told the main character that they would seriously deal with this matter. The policeman asked to take away these villains. Gyo began to threaten when he was taken away that his father was working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pan told his comrade that they spent time in vain and did not even sit with girls. Xiaopan asked, "Better to leave here." Pan, with tears in his eyes, said that it was necessary to hang their photos in their club. It is better not to have problems with them. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs spread out before us. The man introduced Mr. Mickey, the ambassador of the East, and said that he hopes that the boy would return the national treasure to them. Xiaopan asked who they were to indicate to him. The man replied that they would pay him $100 million. The boy considered it quite generous and asked they would sell this treasure for that kind of money. The man asked the protagonist how he dares to mock the ambassador, throwing a despicable look at him. He explained that Mr. Mickey is a very important person, and besides, his son had not yet made accounts with him about yesterday. Xiaopan realized that he was the father of that jerk and said that in this case he should reduce his account with him. On the threshold appeared a guy who asked here Kentaro Hori from the Foreign Ministry. The man looked at him and asked in response who he was. The guy explained that he was a disciplinary advisor and a man is suspected of bribery. Now he is under investigation and it is necessary to proceed after him. The man was earnestly frightened from his chair and took him. Xiaopan said after the fact that the apple from the apple tree is not far from falling. He decided once this show ended in leaving here, lowering his head down. Mickey immediately began to stop the guy and asked what he agreed to exchange their national treasures. The main character again threw a questioning look at the man and thought, after which he replied that he wanted to get a loot Zeiton, the king's golden scroll and a sedentary statue. These treasures are on their land and he is ready to exchange them even now. The man was very surprised and noticed that Mr. Xiaopan had good requests. He asked if the guy wanted something else. Xiaopan, smiling, was about to leave and said goodbye that they had time to think. Before us, a whole 1,000 miles of a forest belt that beckoned with its greenery. The man crossed his arms on his chest, looked forward at the beautiful nature. The main character asked Uncle Ying what happened and why he was so evil. Uncle In replied that it was very good that he came and asked how he coached them and why they were so skinny. What he did with these soldiers, because in order to perform at competitions they need muscles. Xiaopan, smiling, told Uncle that he would explain everything to him now. Then the man asked to leave an explanation and asked two soldiers to talk about their training with the instructor. One of the soldiers said that once he sent them to hunt a wild boar in the forest. Uncle Inu thanked the guy for trying to kill his soldier. Xiaopan replied that he just wanted to diversify the program. The second soldier explained that this training improved their physical condition and thanked the instructor of Xiaopan. The guys thanked him together. That Mr. In was very surprised and asked whether they were talking about the truth. The soldier replied that they had been running from the boar for a very long time, and therefore there are no problems with running. Also, their strength and dexterity improved significantly. Xiaopan, smiling, noticed that they were great storytellers. The soldiers continued to say that they would like to thank him for their hard work, and they said together thanks to their instructor. Mr. In, smiling, said that it was pretty good. The main character exclaimed that he would never substitute his uncle. Pan approached his friend and asked if he was talking now. The boy answered with a whisper that he had everything under control. Suddenly, the phone rang in his pocket. Mickey was in touch. Xiaopan said that he had already called his conditions and asked why he was calling. The boy was very surprised when the man agreed to these conditions. He asked if Mickey really was ready to exchange treasures. Mr. Inbred, his arms crossed on his chest, asked whether people from the east to barter, to which the boy replied that it seems yes. Mr. In took the protagonist by the shoulders and laughed. He exclaimed that the return of treasures to his homeland would be a great event. Then the man told the guy looking into his eyes that one very important event would soon be. Xiaopan carefully listened to Uncle In, which event he was talking about. The man asked the protagonist and his friend to put on something appropriate, and not to be like Junkers. Xiaopan said that he thought it was good. Pan asked his friend whether he looked like a junk man. Wenji asked him to lag behind him because he himself was hard. Meanwhile, the car rushed along the road, approaching the appointed place. Comrades, who were invited to a great event, began to come out of it. Xiaopan and his friend Pan looked just amazing in the latest costumes. Fansai told his uncle that this chic costume was going to him very much. The boy immediately thanked the girl for the compliment. She said, looking at Pan's brother, that he was still like a bandit. The guy turned to her and asked what she was carrying. The girl replied that it was just a joke and he was also beautiful. Then Pan smiled back and asked if she was saying the truth and what else could say. The main character looked around and noticed that there are a lot of cops. He wondered why and he strained a little thinking about it. The boy decided that in this case you need to be careful. When Xiao Pan approached the counter, he was announced that the examination was over and it was necessary to start the exchange. The landscape of Hunan is the favorite picture of the Xianlan Emperor, the first painting of the Southern Song dynasty. This little thing is visible from afar. You just need to look. Obsidian T-Bowl Tenmoku. 5. Stringed lute. A symbol of the Eastern imperial family that was transmitted from generation to generation. The boy thought about, smiling rather that all these family relics were now his. He picked up a lute and touched the strings of this antique instrument with his hand. The people around were very surprised when they saw that he wanted to make his eyes bulging. The main character, again concentrated, began to sort through the strings with his hands. His comrades could not understand since when their friend could play musical instruments. When the boy finished, his applause was heard from behind him and he sharply turned his head in his direction. Xiao Pan looked at the guys in black costumes who they were. Wenji approached the main character and said in his ear that this was their deputy chairman of Song from China, and he asks without conflicts. The man said, smiling, that it was very cool, that the youth is working for his country and they are for the sake of a personal good. Xiao Pan greeted the deputy chairman. He thought that this was still not for the sake of a personal good. They shook hands, and he thought that he wanted to appropriate these treasures for himself. They poured hands on each other, and the boy thought about it all the time, not understanding where the truth was. He asked the deputy if everything was in order as he thought he was not, but the deputy smiled in response and did not answer the main character. The main character coughed and told the deputy that he was also all right. He is a little versed in medicine, and on his pulse can say that he has a pancreatic disorder. He advises him to visit the hospital in the near future. The deputy said that the guy noticed a real talent. He asked what Xiao Pan was going to do with treasures. The boy decided to look peacefully in front of him, because he came to take them to himself. Suddenly, a man appeared who exclaimed that such treasures should belong to the nation. After all, the interest of the nation is above personal interest, and he must know this. The main character turned in his direction and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as the vice mayor of the city of Qingdao Li. The boy decided to deal with this, and then the deputy chairman will increase him. Xiao Pan noticed Samara Li in front of him, who asked the foreign ministry to find him. He thought that the man was on the side of Dongguk and wanted him to return their treasure. The guys remained to shoot him on camera and ask the vice mayor whether he was really involved in this, whether he advised the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to contact this guy. The vice president exclaimed in response that this is complete nonsense, and he would sue them for slander. Xiao Pan, smiling, replied that he did not mind and let the commission find out the whole truth about them. He was very pleased as he decided that at last this man came across what he wanted. He told the deputy Suna that he would gladly give the treasures to his country. But such representatives of the authorities who are breaking through by any means to the top of it very upset. Sun answered the guy that he knows what he goes through, but asks not to judge the whole organization for such people. He promised to definitely deal with Vice Mayor Li and his friends who do this. Vice President was very surprised by such a turn of events and sighed heavily. After that, he fell on the 5th point to the floor, and tears poured from his eyes from despair. The girl who was with them noticed that several phrases in Vice Mayor were almost dismissed. They considered the protagonist a real monster looking at his image. On the street, there was a beautiful sunny day and the sun illuminated trees and small houses. Mr. In went to the main character and asked him how everything passed. Xiao Pan answered the man that he had returned the treasures to the deputy. Mr. Imbi did not believe and asked if he was saying the truth. The guy smiled at the said that of course he was joking and he leased them for the National Museum and received money for it. The man, smiling, now realized why the guy was so satisfied and joyful. He told Captain Xiao Pan that he decided to reward him with his own ship for the fact that he returned national treasures to the country. Xiao Pan was just in shock and did not believe in the words of Uncle, as it was just an incredible gift. Then, the man asked if he was thinking that the state could joke such jokes. The boy asked his uncle where his ship was. Mr. In replied that for a start he needed to help his country one more time, and then he would be able to pick it up. Xiao Pan lowered his head down and said that he felt that everything was not so simple. Meanwhile, a very highly huge plane flew in the sky about its size and capabilities. In him, The main character sat in the window thinking about something of his own and being very serious. Pan laughed and said that he thought so, as in Uzbekistan a lot of beauties. He wanted to quickly be there for what Xiaopan said, that he was, for the first time abroad. Pan replied that he had visited them everywhere. Let's get back several weeks before these events. The main character and his friend was awarded passports, cash and identity card. Xiaopan asked Uncle and what he was doing. The man replied that he had already said that the state was giving him a ship and he is in another country, so the boy should return it. The man showed his hand to the guy and said that they even found him a translator. Xiaopan looked into his eyes and asked if he could do it himself. Mr. In answered, closing his eyes, that he was very glad that the boy himself thought of that. He explained to him in his ear that the country needed him in order to return the ship under the guise of a private trader fisherman. His trip should be strictly confidential. Xiaopan heard his uncle again, and he had no choice but to do anything. He introduced him as he is called the captain. The deal with Uzbekistan was supposed to take place tomorrow. The man told Yaksen Min that today they could relax and asked if he would go to the center. Pan replied for his comrade that of course they will go, there so many beauties that the eyes will scatter. Xiaopan said that he would not go and just wants to take a walk around the hotel. The comrade got angry and squeezing his fist called him tedious. In front of us, shelves with different goodies and ready-made various dishes spread. Fried sausages smelled and attracted with their aromas of visitors and the main character. The boy noticed looking at the dishes that Uzbek food looks very tasty. He took one of the sausages in his hands and wanted to try. Suddenly, one of the men told someone to stop. He hit him on the shoulder and asked if he was thinking so easily to escape by calling a thief. He pushed this man and asked where he was going to run. The man noticed that it was a girl, and she stole something edible from him. The girl blushed, replied that she did not steal it, and it was just a payment for him. The main character carefully watched what was happening and looked inquiringly at this man. Then the man put his hand on the girl's head. He said that she could not pay even for a broken shelf. What payment can be discussed? The man exclaimed that he would teach how to steal her and push the girl forward. A package flew out of her hands in which there was a sandwich and flew straight to the floor. Behind the door stood a little boy and a girl who carefully looked after what was happening. Hunger was red in their eyes and tears flowed from their eyes. The girl asked them to be quieter. The main character watched everything, and when the man's hand approached the girl's head again, he stopped her. He told the man that this is just a bunch of bread, and is it possible to do this? Xiaopan turned to a man and asked whether this girl should be his money. He threw a whole pack of bills into him and asked if he had enough this amount. The man exclaimed that there was too much, and the protagonist grabbed the girl by the hand. He dragged her forward, and she did not expect such a turn of events, a little blushed. Her eyes changed and her hair disheveled after this trouble with the owner of the cafe. The boy took the girl out into the street, and she grabbed two children by the hands of the hands. Xiaopan looked at the girl, asked if she knew Chinese. The girl answered the main character that she knew, and said that she spent 3 whole years there. These were the best 3 years in her life. The protagonist asked what was with her and whether she was sick. The girl lowered her gaze down, and not letting go of 2 children replied that she had AIDS. Xiaopan thought that the disease is very serious, and she speaks so easily about her. Then the girl explained to the guy that in her city there are a lot of sick. She asked him to look around, and then he would notice that after the war there was a complete mess. She added, showing the environment that people are doing everything to survive. The guys looked from these 2 and a few more approached them. The girl exclaimed, turning to the guy, that he had better to go. He definitely does not want to get involved in it. Then one of the guys hit the girl on the cheek and said, he told her to run. The girl immediately obeyed this man, calling him sir. Then he looked at the protagonist. Thinking a little, he said that it would be bad for participation with him, $500,000 for participation. But before the guy had time to finish, how a powerful fist flew right in his face. A trickles of scarlet blood began to flow out of the nose, and his guys were also very surprised by this. As a result, the main character scattered everyone around. The guys were lying down on the asphalt. He stood at the head of this gang that was exhausted and scattered around the perimeter. The girl was frightened and exclaimed, looking at the guy, that these were skinheads, and they would not be so easy. The main character replied that he did not care if they were even professional killers. He asked the girl to go with him and promised to help her recover. She asked if this was a joke. Xiaopan replied that since she was in China, he should know about their medicine. And so the sunny bright day came. The high building was in the rays of the sun. The main character was in the room next to the girl who promised to heal. The boy took off her jacket and put his hand on his bare back. The girl said that Chinese medicine is really wonderful. Xiao Pan continued to heal his patient and suddenly heard some kind of sound. Someone was near the door since the guy heard approaching steps. The hand began to open the door behind which they were together and treated. The guy held in his hands a bag of food and told his boss that he brought him to eat. He did this so that he does not say that he was having fun without him. Pan looked at him in surprise when he saw a naked girl nearby. Xiao Pan asked him not to look so since he misunderstood him. But the guy covering his mouth with his hand told a friend that he just understood everything. The main character understood only one thing, that now he could not get away from his comrade in any way. Before us is a wide, spacious pier, near which the main character was already located. His comrade said that he was very lucky. Xiao Pan asked what he was talking about and explained that he simply helped the girl. Pan, smiling, patted him on the shoulder and promised to say nothing to his sister E. Colonel Ezekiel appeared in front of them. He wished the captain to health. The guy explained that Vladimir was in front of them and the best Ukrainian shipbuilding techniques were collected in it. Pan was very surprised when he saw such a colossus in front of him. He became interested in whether the state would just give it to them. Xiao Pan replied that he hopes everything will be as simple as Uncle In. And to himself, I thought that giving such a gift for nothing is a little suspicious. The boy asked Ezekiel if they could set sail, to which he replied, which was not so fast. He asked the guys to follow him and went to a large glass door that was not far from them. The protagonist looked at him carefully and thought again where he was leading them. Of course, they followed a comrade in anticipation of something new. He explained that their guys are still loading the ship. All under control, and in front of him are armed soldiers. Xiao Pan asked, not a fighter or that. Ezekiel replied that everything was right and now he knows why he should swim under the guise of a private trader fisherman. Xiao Pan said that he had a very strange foreboding. The guy replied that he understands him. Since this ship cannot cross borders, he will need to swim through the Eurasian Straits. Xiao Pan thought that this old man set him up. Meanwhile, a man in uniform asked young animals to move. Xiao Pan realized that they needed to swim through all of Asia and Europe, and his comrade said that he would look at the Spanish. The narrow-eyed were asked to immediately go out and the guys threw their eyes on them. The main character with his friend saw a whole crowd of narrow-eyed in front of him. Is it really skinheads in front of them? Ezekiel asked the captain whether he contacted them. The main character decided to deceive and answered his head down, which seemed to be not. Ezekiel asked him not to worry because they are inviolable here. He explained that these guys serve in a special forces, so there will be no problems with skinheads. Xiao Pan carefully looked at this guy and said that he would not be as he said. He smiled at that he himself wanted to deal with them and headed in his direction. Ezekiel did not expect to hear such an answer and asked what it was he said about. Because there are several dozen of them. Pan asked him not to worry, because now they have problems, and not Captain's comrade. If someone is trying to annoy him, then at best this poor fellow will be in intensive care. And at the worst, he himself can watch everything for everything, and his comrade smiled at his friend. And then a huge chic ship already plowed the sea spaces, attracting with its beauty. When the girl saw him, exclaimed in horror and fear that she did not want to go back. Xiao Pan approached her and looking at her and said that he had already cured her. The girl explained to the main character that she did not want to return, and he did not want to take her with her. In her eyes, pain and despair were red as she did not want to go where she was. She invited the main character to shoot her, which the boy was very surprised. Pan told his comrade that he saved them. If they leave them, then they simply sign a death sentence. Then the boy asked what to do now and whether they would take them with them. Pan replied that he himself had just said this. And if he said, it means you need to do it. The protagonist looked at his comrade, said that he persuaded him and they would take them with them to China. Gina ran to the guy and hugging him exclaimed that he was the best and she knew it. The girls hung from all sides on the main character and he asked to unhook them. Pan asked his comrade what he would still do upon arrival. Xiao Pan replied that now he was thinking about the opening of a charitable foundation. It will help poor children from this city. On this ship you can transport a lot of cargo, so it will invest 10 million into it. He asked his comrade what he would say, but his friend was already running joyful as they had already sailed to Greece. The boy saw long legs and tanned bodies in front of him. He exclaimed that it was simply impossible to resist in front of them. Pan asked the protagonist to do what he wants, and he would go to look for Greek women. Xiao Pan clenched his fist and smiling called his comrade a preoccupied moron. Meanwhile, the water shone with its transparency and beckoned with beauty and warmth. The main character decided to smile that in the end the rest would not hurt him either. He decided to be honest for himself, as these girls are really just looking at. He looked at one of them and noticed that she had just smiled at him. The girl came closer to him. and he blushed a little when he saw her. She approached and wanted to kiss the boy, pressing him to her. Around there were different uncles whose sweat flowed on the cheeks when they looked in their direction. Men were with ties and in chic black suits with headphones in the ears. Xiaopan decided that this was probably a dream. Is it a synchronous translator? The girl was serious and asked the kid would help her. The protagonist was not used to her and asked who she was and what he wanted from him. Then she asked if he knew her. The boy replied that there was no and asked how to know her. He was very angry and wary. Then the girl looked at Xiaopan and grinning that it was to be so. Suddenly, she heard some kind of sound not far and thought that they were still here. The girl asked to stop talking, and pulling the protagonist to her, wanted to immediately kiss her. Xiaopan could not understand what she was doing. The girl asked to hurry. Then he decided to listen to her and prepared for the kiss that she wanted to give him. And then, a huge ship was already sailing forward rapidly and reliably showing its dimensions. Pan asked his comrade whether it was true. He asked if this was a boy, but Xiaopan replied that of course not, and he even has a photograph that he can show him. Pan listened to his friend and exclaimed that he would still say that she was a beauty. Gina clenched her fists and inquired seriously whether they say and whether he met her. This girl's name is Julia, and she is Miss the Universe. She is the most beautiful star in Greece and the heart, eater of millions of guys. Xiaopan realized that he was used by the most beautiful girl in the world. Pan began to cry and ask why he was not kissing her. Later, Xiaopan and others became friends with the captain of the ship. Then Pan entered the fleet for some time to protect the islands from the pirates. Many ships sailed on blue water. Xiaopan stood next to his friend and looked forward. The girl was sitting at the computer and said with headphones on her ears that it was very brazenly. The guy went to her and asked what was happening. The girl explained that the Eastern Fleet constantly tears them and asks for money for protection. The captain constantly conflicts with them. The guy listening to the girl said that these were looking down on them. Then the girl asked if he was angry and what to do. Would they leave everything as it is? Xiaopan replied that they were translating the load and you can forget about them. But still, it is better for them not to catch their eyes. Having said this, the main character lowered his head down. He picked up binoculars and began to peer into the sea distance trying to see something. He gave the command to his division of reason to move forward. After that, the kid again looked at the huge ship that was in front of him. His gaze was clean and transparent and he tried to understand who was in front of them. Xiaopan clearly realized that it was pirates and he wondered what they had forgotten here. The main character took the walkie-talkie and said that an unidentified ship was discovered. He proposed a change in the course. This is a small Chinese vessel is just a laughingstock. If it were a pirate ship, they would not have greeted them. The boy thought what to go further and putting his hand on the table, threw a confident gaze on his people. He exclaimed, turning to them, that they had to change the course and he was sure of that. Pan said that he did not think that the hunters of their heads would cope with them. They did not stay long. The comrade asked his brother not to protect him from behind. He asked to begin and said that it only slows it off at such a speed. Well, what the brother of Xiaopan is talking about, because in fact everything is in order and let not worry, the main character gave the command to keep the weapon ready and be ready to fight with pirates. His team immediately agreed and they followed all his orders. Pan had already prepared his weapon and with a malicious smile, decided to let him try RPG. There was a stronger salvo and a bright yellow-red stream of fire flew out of it. The shell flew towards the opponents and very quickly began to approach the ship. The huge shell was already approaching and ended up in the front of the opponent's ship. There was a strong explosion and clubs of yellow smoke began to rise up. The guys began to scream with joy that they did everything. Pan said that the weapon that the colonel gave them is just excellent. They realized that it would be difficult for the pirates with them. Therefore, they swim back. Pan told the main character that they were safe and he thinks that they could swim further. But Xiaopan replied that he had one wonderful idea. The comrade asked which one. Xiaopan smiled at his friend that they would pursue and attack them. Again, many shells flew forward towards the enemy ship and shots rang out. The strongest explosions sounded around and puffs of yellow smoke rose to the sky itself. Their ship smacked and they thoroughly knocked it out from different sides. Xiaopan gave the Huasi team to continue to help the East. He promised that if something happens, he would pay him. Pan replied that they should not help the East solve problems, as if someone owes something to them. But the main character threw a confident look at him and exclaimed that they would look at this from the other side. He asked to imagine that he was a wolf and his eagle pecks when he was preparing to eat a sheep. You are already going to run when you find that the eagle and the sheep are not in conspiracy. It was an interesting mystery, or rather an example, The main character asked what he would do at that very moment. The wolf was predatory and angry, and his mouth was opened in anticipation of the attack. Of course, at that moment he wanted to break the sheep. This fleet of the eastern country, and they are surrounded by pirates. The Chinese simply cannot abandon them, and help is needed as soon as possible. The huge ship was located right in the middle of the sea, and the guys laughed together. His comrade woke up very early and went to his boss. He asked the guy why he went to sea in the middle of the night. Xiao Pan answered his friend that he was going to leave in order to find a treasure. Pan was very surprised and asked whether it was really a chest with treasures. Xiao Pan opened him and asked his comrade to choose, and then he would see which of them was lucky. Central European gold coins, probably several tens of thousands per one. This chest cost tens of millions of dollars. Pan said that in this case he would take another, and the boy would not be able to take him away from him. Xiao Pan asked his friend whether he was sure that he did not want to change with him since the possibilities would not be better. When they were opened by the second chest of Pan, grabbed his head with his hand and exclaimed that in front of them, Central European coins, each of which cost tens of thousands. Xiao Pan replied that no one forced him to change. Pan, with tears in his eyes, said that he wanted to go back to the island. When their ship sailed, the guy exclaimed that he finally returned home. Xiao Pan raised his head up and, inhaling the air, said that the air was still fresh in their country. When he opened his eyes, the comrade asked him to give him binoculars. What was ahead there? Is this some kind of scientific research ship? But why were they moored to their pier? A friend answered the main character that he does not know this because he cannot contact them. The boy gave the command immediately to return, and they were about to turn the ship back. Mr. In, when he saw Xiao Pan, spread his hands to the side and exclaimed that he had finally returned and worked well. The main character, smiling, answered the man that he was very glad that he had finally returned. His parents were in front of him, and the woman cried that her son lost weight during the trip. Xiao Pan asked his mother what a ship in front of them. Mother replied that this was a research ship that arrived with Mr. Zhan. She explained that they helped them solve the problems of ecology. Xiao Pan was very surprised when he saw this guy. Zhanon explained to the main character that he met his parents a few months ago. The boy squeezed his fists as he saw this villain in front of him and bared his teeth. He was preparing to strike this guy and began to approach him faster and faster. The boy explained that he had deprived his sister of money with deceit, and he still had enough arrogance to return. But the mother asked her son what he was doing and said that Mr. Zhen a good person and came to help them develop. She exclaimed that his proposals can bring her a lot of money. The protagonist did not expect such an answer, and grinning sarcastically approaching him again. He raised his hand up and hit him in his face, grimacing. In an evil grimace, thanked him for that. Parents did not expect such a turn of events. Xiao Pan told Uncle Inyu that he should immediately arrest this research ship. This is a tier ship that steals fish from its fishing nets, and he suspects that there are Oriental spies inside that spy behind the sea spaces. Parents were very surprised by such a statement, and whether he said now. Xiao Pan raised his hand up heavily and exclaimed that he had never lied to them. The boy asked to believe him, and Mr. In promised to do everything right now. Mother went to her son and asked if he was thinking that she was deceived again. The boy asked to forget about it because this is not her fault. Meanwhile, Gina went to her grandmother and greeted her, introducing herself. She explained, clinging to Xiao Pan, that she was the adopted daughter of this guy. The mother was very surprised, and the tilts began to drain on her face as she did not know what to think. Two children approached them and called his parents a grandfather and grandmother. She did not know how to restrain her emotions. She felt scared and thought that perhaps her son was trading in children or he was completely crazy. Xiao Pan explained that these are the children of which he saved in Uzbekistan. They can be considered their adopted children. Mother began to wipe her tears with her hands and said that she understood everything, and she became much calmer. Fan Sai approached the main character and said, turning to him, that there had been no news from him for a long time. She approached him and, hugging her hand, said that it was probably because he forgot about her. The girls were opposite each other and blushing a little. They carefully looked one at the other. The children, meanwhile, played with an extremely friendly sea cat and were happy. The protagonist watched what was happening with a smile. Lege and Anna continued to spend time well. The young master caught himself thinking that it had not been so calm at heart for a long time. Suddenly, the director of the public security department called him. Jujun handed the documents to the young cultivator and said that everything went successfully. Zhao, in turn, took a certificate of adoption of Lege and the adoption of Gina and Anna. Having stated that he did not expect to become a father at such a young age without a girl, Zun also noticed that the back of the fishing ship was found, and it was Sato Zuo with whom he met. Pan said that the inhabitants of the East clearly plotted something bad. At the same time, Ju asked the young man to meet a warship tomorrow. Of course, the guy agreed. However, in this regard, the teenager had some questions while the director hastened to leave. But Xiao asked if the ship would arrive at its island E. Zun answered positively. Pan was shocked by such news because he transported weapons in Uzbekistan. The next day, a young instructor with his friend went to meet the ship. Man asked if they had a chance to win if they began to resist. The guy answered negatively. At this time, a delegation led by Sun hastened to a divine fisherman and suddenly ordered the Shu to install an ear translator. The perplexed Pan asked why all this fuss and what was happening. At that moment, a headphone was inserted into his ear and began to wait for a helicopter, from which a certain priest was planted. Everyone looked in surprise at the old man. Suddenly, Yan invited a friend to rob this rich man. Of course, Yun was outraged by such a statement, having stated that they threw these thoughts out of the head, since this is a great man in the Christian faiths of the country Eos, adding that the patriarch is called Kili, and it is necessary to be extremely careful with him. Behind him was the senior general of the Navy E, with whom it should also not spoil the relationship. After a couple of minutes, the priest slowly went to Xiao and Manya with another. Pan immediately urged his friend to shut up and act according to the situation. Kili, in turn, for a long time examined the people standing in front of him. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at Yan. The young man could not understand what this means. Suddenly, the priest drew attention to the ring Manya and said that this was an unusual ring. Then he asked to consider him better. The guy immediately took him off and provided him. Kili began to twist the ring in his hands and noticed that he had a rather familiar engraving. Yan quietly said to the main character that he found him in a chest with treasures. At this moment, the priest said that this ring of Patriarch Job is the sacred relic of their church. The young master and his friend were shocked by such a sudden news. The old man added that Job was the first patriarch of their church and a spiritual leader who leads everyone forward. Man, in turn, tried to understand if Kili wanted to take this ring from him. The priest also said that if it was in the hands of a young man, then this is the will of Job, and naturally, he will not stop him of his will, but on the contrary to submit to this blessing. Soon, the old man nevertheless returned the ring to Yan and called his assistant. Then he handed Xiao and Manya gifts in the form of precious pendants with a cross. The decoration was really very expensive, as sapphires and emeralds were inlaid in it. Yan became extremely curious how much this accessory would cost. Kili also said that these two real warriors who saved many lives in terrifying seas. In addition, they bear the will of Job himself, which spoke of their great purpose, adding that the country should be proud of such people and not forget to encourage them. Yan asked Pan if this priest did a long way to give them these crosses. But suddenly the captain called them children who are not drawn to the heroes of the country. Xiao in turn smiled, realizing that he was clearly trying to provoke him. Then the guy asked what he needed to do to earn this title. The military replied that 147 soldiers on board, and if he defeats at least one of them, everyone will recognize him. But suddenly his subordinates invited the teenager to fight their pets. The captain liked such a venture, and he immediately ordered to bring animals. Stunned, nervously asked Pan what he had already done. The absolutely calm Xiao rolled his sleeves and said that they simply made a deal. Yun noticed, if he wins, then everyone will call it friendly sparring. But if he loses, this is a shame for their army. The young man replied that he had nothing to do with it, because the initiative came from the captain. A moment later, the soldiers brought an angry wolf, but Pan was not afraid of him. However, a huge bear appeared after him, who growled violently. Xiao asked if the bear really is their pet. The captain answered positively. Having stated that the most daring and brave warriors deserve the corresponding animals, the guy smiled and agreed to conclude a bet. As if Inv did not dissuade him, the teenager said that if he really loses, he will accept any punishment from Yun. After that, the joyful Pan immediately rushed to the ferocious animals. After a couple of seconds, the main character faced a wolf and a huge bear. But at that moment, one of the soldiers said that the guy was too self-confident. In this connection, Thunder with Ki asked him to hit him. The young master asked if he wanted it. Extremely arrogant soldier said that he would not do anything to him anyway. A moment later, the young cultivator struck him with a crushing force. As a result, Verzilla began to spit blood. Everyone was shocked by such a turn of events. Pan, in turn, said that he himself wanted it, and no one forced him. Thus, with Ki, he literally collapsed to the ground. Everyone froze in place, not believing in what happened. The soldiers began to actively discuss among themselves the defeat of their compatriot, saying that this is an accident. But one of them still said that this is not luck and the guy is really extremely strong, adding that they underestimated him, and he is definitely not a simple person. Xiu noticed that at least one had a more or less informed young man, but at the same time, the teenager said that he was much stronger than Pan, which of course was doubts. Naturally, his colleagues began to actively support Alexander, saying that he would definitely win. Zhao began to make fun of him, saying that he was quite popular among his counterparts. The extremely self-confident guy urged Pan less to speak and go directly to the matter. Of course, the teenager agreed with him and they began their confrontation. The young man struck a blow, but Alexander dodged the attack. Xiao was surprised at such a speed, after which the soldier's blow followed. Pan understood that he would not have time to dodge. In addition, the enemy was really lightning in his movements. Thus, Xiao missed the guy's attack and instantly collapsed to the ground. Naturally, Alexander naively believed that the fight is over his victory. In this connection, he asked to bring the doctor to his defeated opponent, adding that Pan is probably shocked by such skill and needs medical care. However, everything was not so simple, and Xiao said that he was harsh, but at the same time too weak, after which he once again began to make fun of the soldier, saying that he should practice. Alexander, in turn, simply did not believe his eyes, saying that this was impossible. After all, after his blow, no one had ever risen, but Pan looked absolutely unharmed. The main character broke in a malicious smile and said that now his turn. A moment later, Xiao struck a powerful blow to an arrogant soldier who did not have time to evade the attack. Thus, Pan won this confrontation and hurried to his newly made pets. At the same time, the teenager immediately took advantage of the enlightenment technique. Then he asked the rest. Was it really a brown bear? Xiao also saw 2 wolf cubs, which seemed quite cute to him. The captain was sorry to give animals, but life on the ship would be unbearable for them. In addition, the guy won the dispute and rightfully became their master. So the decision was finally made. Meanwhile, the main character with his team finally swam to the shore. The young master noticed that he missed the sale of fish, because he was doing this all his life. Man asked if he had earned a lot on this. Xiao replied that this was just his favorite pastime. After a certain time, the ship began to moor to the pier, where unknown people were and expected the arrival of a huge ship. The young cultivator could not understand who these people are and why they are on the pier. As soon as they went ashore, buyers began to say that they had been waiting for them for a long time in order to purchase more fish. The perplexed Pan asked what was happening here, because they sailed not to trade at all. Yen, in turn, noticed that the new year is nearing and therefore people want to buy good fish from them. Residents began to crowd, saying that they were waiting for them for several hours, especially since they have no opportunity to buy fish at the usual time. Xiu took pride, because Ji really showed the whole island how much their product is high quality. Suddenly, he came an idea to start selling black-headed fish, which was on their ship. But since it was less than usual, Pan said that 2 fish would have to be for each person, which led to the excitement. But one woman asked to sell her more because she has 7 people in her family. Then the young man said that in such a case he would bring more fish from the back room. At this moment, an employee of the department came up, urging everyone to disperse. He asked on what basis the guy decided to trade in fish. She replied that this fish market has existed here for several decades. However, the city manager said that he did not allow them to trade in fish, because they occupied the whole street. Pan agreed to stop trade and apologized to regular customers. People were horrified, as the holiday was coming, and they did not have time to buy anything. But the cunning employee of the department said that he was forced to confiscate his fish. The teenager said that he has a few million goods, and if he wants to purchase all the fish, he needs a lot of money. The dumbfounded city manager nervously said that no one dares to talk to him in this way. After that, Xiao asked to make one phone call to resolve this misunderstanding. However, a restless employee said that no one would help him who would not call him. Then he ordered his subordinates to confiscate absolutely all of the fish from the ship. Everyone began to call Pan to contact the police, but he had another opinion on this subject. In this connection, he said extremely confidently that they would need an ambulance. A moment later, the protagonist threw employees of the city department into the water. The boss, who was angry, said that it would not get away with him so simply, and very soon he will regret it. What the young master had great doubts. At the same time, the young cultivator said that he would not rush anywhere and wait for him here. Then he joyfully informed people that the sale of high-quality fish was ongoing. A law enforcement officer, in turn, hastened to call the authorities. After some time, Pan and Manhwa successfully sold out absolutely all of the fish they had. People gradually began to diverge home in a good mood. Because they waited for so much time in vain, Xiao also rushed to leave, but the city manager ordered his wards to detain them. The guy noticed that he, as a state representative of the law, is now violating his rights. But the self-confident employee of the department said that he has no evidence, and if someone takes it to the camera, he will break it. The surprised young man asked if he would really go to it. The impudent boss said with a smile that a teenager could not doubt it, and it was at that moment that journalists appeared behind them who hurried to capture everything on the video camera. People began to shout that they did not need such law enforcement agencies. Everyone continued to insult them and booze. The office understood that he had been in an unpleasant situation. In this connection, he decided to invent the story that Pan is allegedly suspected of fraud. Having called him a smuggler, he began to claim that Xiao was fishing in polluted areas. Then he pointed to huge fish and noticed that it weighs about 200 kilograms. And this, in his opinion, is abnormally. Some of the inhabitants believed in this story. Pan himself began to inactive and simply observe what was happening. After some time, a car of the naval service of the island drove up. Xiao, in turn, suggested that a real performance will begin now. A moment later, Captain Tanyan got out of the car, to whom his servant immediately ran up. He began to tell the same story to the authorities, but Feng ignored him. Seeing Pan, the captain of the Marine Service instantly rushed to the teenager. Tanyan introduced himself as the director of the bureau and greeted the Xiao respected by him. The perplexed employee of the city department did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the divine fisherman told the captain the truth and noticed that his wards had completely fought off. Without thinking twice, the director of the bureau ordered his subordinate. The shocked guy began to ask for forgiveness from Pan, but it was already too late. Xia replied that he gave him the opportunity to solve everything humanly, but he safely missed her. Thus, the main character achieved his own, and justice triumphed. However, the young master said that he was not enough to arrest him. Feng asked what he was talking about. The young cultivator hastened to report that his ward destroyed his ship and spoiled his reputation. Man watched what was happening and noticed that Pan really knows how to achieve his. She continued to pretend to be a victim and said that no one has yet compensated him for the recent removal of fish, adding that he will not allow this and will be forced to fight for his rights. At this moment, one of the wards of the captain approached him and stated that it was impossible to bring the case to court. Tanyan asked why. The guy explained that most likely he would win the court. In addition, in this case, they will be obliged to pay a lot of money. But even if he loses, their reputation will shake. Feng thought and asked what ideas he had to resolve the conflict here and now, after which he asked Pan with how he would like to receive compensation. She stated that he needed a fishing boat. Tanyan's assistant promised to send her to Chiang. Thus, the misunderstanding between the parties was successfully settled, and the employee exceeded his authority was sent to prison. He began to beg him to let him go, as he had children and an elderly mother, but no one listened to him. Naturally, such a development of events has more than arranged a teenager, because now he will not have to spend millions on a boat. The dumbfounded Mana asked his friend, did he really plan it in advance? Xiao noticed that he would have to learn much. In addition, Yan was interested in what was happening again with their island, where a strange glow appeared. Without attaching any importance to this, the young people went to Inu with the sun, who had already been waiting for them. However, Pan did not expect to see them on his island, and the meeting was a surprise for him. In this regard, the young man asked what brought them and why they were here. Sun said that he personally wanted to feel an incredible atmosphere, which everyone had only talked about. But suddenly the teenager said that the vice president should have a lot of worries. So, he didn't just come here. The old man in turn was surprised by his insight. The main character understood very well that such people would not just lag behind him. Sun sighed heavily and said that he did not have much time, so it is worth going directly to the matter. The old man asked Pan, saying that some problems arose in the North Bay. Suddenly, Xiao interrupted his speech and asked for forgiveness. Sun looked at him in bewilderment. The guy decided to refuse this proposal while not explaining anything, which naturally embarrassed the vice president. And for some time he just silently looked at Pan. The dumbfounded and extremely displeased Yun asked why he decided to refuse. After all, he did not even listen to what they wanted to ask him. Xiao suddenly stated that Sun could cure. The old man did not expect to hear this from the young man and clearly became interested, since he passed a huge number of doctors, but everything is to no avail. Pan noticed that when he recovers, he would be able to personally deal with these problems in the north. Embelius Inley asked the teenager if he would give a report to his statements. Xiao answered positively, adding that he will have only 3 conditions. The main character said that Suna could not leave the city within 2 months after treatment. He also needs to avoid people, especially those who act on nerves, because calm, first of all, and of course, if you are treated, then do it for conscience and therefore should be forgotten about work for a while. The old man was extremely surprised. As the young master did not ask for anything for himself, the young cultivator said that he is a good doctor and the recovery of people for him is the main thing. After which an awkward pause followed, and Xiao asked if Song agreed to his conditions. Having thought well, the old man replied that he agreed to fulfill his requirements because health is the main thing. Soon, the personal bodyguard of the vice president and his assistant joined them. Sun hurried to introduce them to the young Pan. The guard was called Yu Tianfan. His assistant, Xiao Yao, of course, learning about everything. They skeptically reacted to the guy. The young man in turn was extremely polite and greeted all those present. However, the girl immediately attacked him with accusations, since in her opinion, it is impossible to cure the president. The girl hastened with conclusions and had the imprudence to call the guy a charlatan. She also began to call her boss not to be used to the tricks of this pseudo-debtor. Because pancreatic cancer is a complex disease and Chinese medicine is powerless here, Pan was shocked by such sharp statements by the young lady and could not miss them past his ears. In this connection, the guy said that they would not find out until they try, and she made conclusions too early. In addition, he somehow was able to determine the disease of the vice president. However, Yao did not convince this, and she literally began to drag the boss aside, supposing that Sun should always be on the alert, because everyone only wants to deceive him. Suddenly, the old man shouted nervously to stop this performance, adding that the young man will conduct his treatment and she must silently observe what is happening. But Pan hurried to object, saying that this is going against his second condition, since extra individuals cannot be here, and even more so, such as her. But a rather stubborn girl said that she would stay here and will not go anywhere. However, Song immediately ordered Tian to send Yao back. Of course, the girl began to resent about this. The bodyguard instantly grabbed it and dragged it outside the room. Soon they moved to the bedroom to quickly begin acupuncture. Pan calmly opened his pinal with needles, which, of course, alerted the old man. Song began to ask questions of interest, saying that there is a different way. But Xiao said that only the first needle would hurt him. The rest will stick completely painlessly. The vice president was delighted, asking if his back would be sick at the same time. The guy replied that the whole body would hurt, but he would get used to it very quickly. After a certain time, the main character successfully completed this procedure. After that, the young master, along with his friend, began to eat. However, old Sun came to his senses quite quickly. The young cultivator was surprised. In this connection, he instantly asked how the vice president feels. Grandfather replied that everything was in order. But at the same time, he made a remark of Xiao, who was alone at the soup. Pen said that he proposed Tayani, but he refused, so he did not see the problem in this. Sun, in turn, also felt hunger and decided to make them a company. Seeing the meat, he immediately attacked him, but the teenager objected and took this delicacy from him, having said that his grandfather should adhere to a special diet and he should not eat this. Then he asked Yan to bring specially prepared food for the old man, which consisted of some herbs and porridge, which itself did not like the Suna. Suddenly, he caught himself thinking that some kind of unearthly aura came from this food. Naturally, Vice President did not want to use this, but Pan insisted on his own. Finally, grandfather began a meal and noticed that the food would not hurt to salt. She said that this nutritious food will contribute to its recovery, and it corresponds to Western medicine. At the same time, the teenager gave the guard to pull about the same portion of food. Then Pan said that he prepared the medical food for a week, and he needed to go to Shanghai for auction. Then the young man asked his friend to collect things, as they are in a hurry. Sun looked displeased at his food and thought about this week to pass as soon as possible. After a certain time, our heroes successfully reached Shanghai, where Mr. Go met them, who began to please them in everything, because it was about tens of millions. Pan said that it was a great honor for him to be in this chic city. Man, in turn, noticed that there is a lot of chic cars. But suddenly, Xiao drew attention to the old and decrepit Passat, which was reported to Yanni. The guy said that there are still people who decided to save and buy this collapse. He boiled with anger, listening to their conversation, and suddenly called to Pan. However, Xiao never gave him the opportunity to speak out, continuing to laugh at this machine. But suddenly he said that this is actually his car. The guys immediately fell silent, realizing that they obviously overdoed and got into an awkward situation. The main character asked the assistant what this charity auction is. Go said that they should be more careful with some people who love to be hypocrite. Yan, in turn, did not like their appearance because he was in the role of a guard, and in this outfit, he clearly will not be able to place the local beautiful girls to himself. The young master called on his friend not to be so pessimistic, adding that even if they change clothes, this will not change anything. After a couple of hours, they finally got on an auction, where Penny suddenly called out to Fan. Cineas was surprised by his presence and asked what he was doing here. The young cultivator also did not expect to see her at this event. The girl began to say that the guy had a really delicious fish. Xiao promised to send her another party, but at that moment, a certain Mr. Feng approached them and asked her why she was here. In addition, in the company of a poor man, the zany urged him not to talk in such a tone. Moreover, they do not so much know each other well that he tells her what to do, after which Fan urged Pan to step aside to talk normally. Thus, without having to please Jianten, who literally fell into a fury and wanted to avenge her, Xiao immediately asked her who this impudent man. The girl replied that Feng tried to take care of her, but she did not like her. Since he had already managed to break the hearts of many girls, the guy, smiling, looked at his friend who was similar to him in this. A few minutes later, the auction started from Van's clock. The price was only 2,000, but influential personalities increased the bar to 50,000 in a couple of seconds. Go noted that selling your things is a formality at a charity auction. But first of all, this is done so as not to pay taxes, because everyone literally shakes for their money. The next lot was the dress of Chingia, which was developed by the best designers of the country. However, surprisingly, no one pushed to the evening dress of the Fan, which was suspicious. A couple of minutes passed, but businessmen, as if deliberately, continued to ignore this lot. Thus, the grave silence did not leave the audio hall, which was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao. The girls silently watched what was happening. Go noted that this was clearly the work of Jianten's hands. Feng specifically persuaded the rest to confuse the mistress. Pan said that he was behaving like a child. Suddenly, some even began to shout to her that she no longer behaved in this way with Tin. But at that moment, Xiao unexpectedly corrected the situation and raised a sign. Then he said that he was ready to pay 5 million. Everyone was in shock. Fan also bewildered, realizing that he simply regretted her and decided to cheer her up. But Giantina was acting on his nerves, and he decided to join the game. Thus offering 6 million for an evening dress, they were still more surprised. And only Pan perfectly understood that his plan worked and Feng on his hook. Without waiting for the main character's answer, Tin instantly raised the rate to 7 million. Naturally, the young master set the bar in the amount of 8 million. In a hurry, Jiang'an shouted about 9 million, trying in every possible way to interrupt the headquarters of Xiao. Then, once again, without waiting for the word of the young cultivator, he raised to 10. Pan, in turn, enjoyed the true play, leading a funny game with Feng. After all, to give 10 million per evening dress was stupid enough. Suddenly, Xiao congratulated him on the acquisition of high-quality clothing. Jiang'an was furious, realizing that in fact the guy simply deceived him, in connection with which he called for detain a young man, since he did not have that kind of money. Pan hurried to declare the opposite and noticed that he could afford much more. After that, the teenager suddenly showed the middle finger of Feng, on which the ring was located. Condition began to understand that soon the auction could turn into a laughingstock. The furious Tin, meanwhile, continued to say that he had no right to insult him. Having once again a finger with a ring, Xiao said that he simply shows him his payment capacity, adding that Jianan clearly does not have enough knowledge to understand the value of this ring. Feng began to get nervous again, saying that he spoke his teeth and not build a business one. At the same time, Tin was absolutely sure that the ring was not too expensive. But at that moment, an unknown old man asked the young man to demonstrate a ring to him, so that he could evaluate this decoration, as he was tormented by curiosity. Xiao was not opposed and asked who he was. The old man introduced himself to Qi Donlai and said that he was a designer of jewelry stores. As soon as he examined the product, Qi immediately said that it was Qi Lao and costs a lot of money. In addition, the jewelry is quite rare. Everyone instantly began to ask how much the ring costs. Daloy replied that at an international auction it can be sold for more than $30 million. Feng asked, since he was so rich, why did not give 10 million to charity? Then Pan urged Manya to give something to charity, but Yan declared that the ring was too dear to him. Especially Keely will be upset. But the guy said that his wristwatch would be quite suitable. The perplexing friend asked why he was doing this. Xiao promised him to buy new ones and asked Qi how much these hours could cost. Dong replied that no more than 10 million. Jongin immediately proposed a dispute of Pan, saying that he would not sell them for such an amount. The guy in turn looked at Manhwa, realizing that Feng did not give a report at all to his actions. Tin continued to say that he would lose in any case, and no one would buy this watch. Thus, this lot was an auction that was introduced to the condition. People began to approach to personally look at the imperial watch of green nephritis. Suddenly, Mr. Van agreed to buy them for 50 million. Feng was horrified and asked why he was doing this. The businessman replied that the belt alone costs about 30 million, not to mention the clock itself. The dumbfounded Jongin said that the guy framed him, because initially he wanted to sell them in 10. Xiao, in turn, said that he really almost lost, since they are much more expensive. After a certain time, the price of jade watches reached unprecedented heights. In the final result, the Daloi became their legal owner, with which he congratulated his fan. Thus, the old man acquired an imperial decoration for 300 million. The main character noted that most likely he did not think to buy this watch for such fabulous money. The old man confidently replied that on good things you should never save. In addition, if he finds the master, he will soon be able to release elite expensive hours. Man, in turn, urged a friend not to do this anymore because the old man is just going crazy. Meanwhile, the Daloi handed over his business card to the young master and wished a good day, adding that someday he will choose a day, and they will certainly discuss all the details. At this moment, Yan noticed that Jongin rushed to the exit. Naturally, he followed him, because he had long wanted to teach a lesson. After some time, Man caught up with Feng and hung it on a tree branch. The guy began to scream and call for help, demanding that he be released immediately. At this time, a young cultivator approached them and asked a friend what he was doing. Yan replied that this caddy tried to escape, but luck is not on his side today. A moment later, an unknown car drove up to them, from where several people came out. One of them asked if they really decided to leave without explanation. The surprised Pan asked him a counter-question, what he was talking about at all. Without explaining anything, the stranger spoke 50 million. Xiao and Manam looked at each other and in complete bewilderment hastened to leave this location. However, unknown thugs immediately began to block their way. A few minutes later, our heroes beat rather strange bandits. Then they returned to the frightened Jiantin, who continued to beg him to let him go. The teenager asked him what he actually conceived and why still here. Then Feng finally told the truth that he wanted to secretly take money in order to pay him off. Pan frowned and asked, "Did he really never succeed in taking money?" Tin immediately began to say that he wanted to leave his car on bail for money, adding that he must compensate for everything when he has enough funds. At the same time, Jongin had a limited series of supercar McLaren at his disposal. Feng kindly provided the keys to such a chic car. Xiao was delighted, having stated that he would definitely take this car to his island. The guy also called on Tina to return the money personally, without intermediaries. Naturally, he agreed. Pan himself began to consider the car from all sides. Then he decided to find out from his friend if he knows where to be the clutch lever. Man answered negatively, because he has never seen such a car live in his life. Jangin, in turn, was in an extremely deplorable state. He literally did not want to live. Naturally, Feng could not be so easy to leave the protagonist and hurried to his boss, which was indignant that his gang of thugs could not cope with two people. His henchmen began to ask for forgiveness and declare that their opponents were stronger. The young leader of the criminal group ordered one of them to lose a kidney or eye to choose from. He also ordered to find out about unknown masters of martial art, and after a while, the assistant brought him a photograph of a young master with Yan. At the same time, she stated that these were fishermen from the island, and they came to Shanghai to take part in the auction. The guy noticed that they were very young and their organs can be sold for good money. At this time, the vice president was on the island to finally cure his illness. The young cultivator began to make him a massage so that Sun would relax thoroughly. The old man said that the doctors were shocked by his result of treatment, because he gradually returns to normal. At that moment, Man burst into the office and said that outside unknown people who are clearly tuned to the massacre, by adding that they also require compensation for the beating of some people. Xiao asked his friend to deal with them personally as he was busy with procedures. Suddenly, Song asked if he really got into a conflict with Jiantin. Pan asked how he knew this and what they should do now, because the new year is soon and this fuss is useless. The extremely self-confident president urged him to go outside to figure it out in everything. When they came out, they found unknown persons who delivered trouble to the local population. Suddenly, a shot sounded. One of the military ordered everyone to stay in their places. Since they are suspected of attacking the national leader, everyone was terribly scared. One of the bandits said that this is nonsense because there is a fisherman farm here. But when the Thunder saw Vice President Suna, the guy instantly fell silent, not understanding that such an influential person is doing a guest of a poor fisherman. Pan himself asked the old man what kind of national leader was talking about. Sun smiled and replied that it was he. Naturally, Xiao thanked him for his assistance and said that he would not remain in debt. Meanwhile, the old man went to one of the military and called him not to miss these lousers. Suddenly, Feng began to ask for forgiveness from them, saying that he was mistaken and would no longer disturb them. But the teenager did not hear him and hastened to escort the president back home. Then Jiangyan once again shouted, turning to Pan. This time the young man recognized the voice. In this connection, he turned sharply and saw a frightened Tin in front of him. Feng continued to sob like a child and asked him to let him go. The teenager, in turn, thought about it. For some reason, Xiao felt guilty, even though Jiangyan was completely to blame for what happened. Returning home, the main character arranged a real feast with an abundance of various meat. Sun naturally could not calmly watch how the young master eagerly eats meat. The young cultivator, in turn, smiled and noticed that it was actually a barbecue. At the same time, Xiao literally began to mock the old man, asking him to smell a piece of meat. From unbearable to look at the meat delicacies, the vice president closed in the eyes. After all, for more than a week he refused normal food. Pen, meanwhile, called on Manya to put more meat. Yan said that in a few minutes another portion of meat would be ready. Behind them were oppressed Jiangyan with his friend Huan. Suddenly, the guy turned to them and with his mouth scored asked if they were not hungry. He and Feng refused and suddenly offered Pan's money. But Man urged them not to interfere with dinner. Then, Tin and his friend decided to take advantage of the moment and escape. Finally going out of the door, they rushed to the exit in an extremely deplorable state. Huan asked what was happening, because even the president visiting this fisherman, Jiangyan called him to silently leave this place. At this time, the torment of Suna continued, since the smell of fried meat did not give him rest. In this connection, the old man could not stand it and ordered the teenager to immediately bring him a bite. Pan smiled once again and said that he could try if he really wants. The dumbfounded vice president asked if he really could be meat. The young man answered positively because he was already cured and can afford anything. The old man's eyes widened even more in surprise, and he specified whether the disease was really back. After that, the divine fisherman asked if he liked the treatment, adding that he didn't just torment him and now his inner chi penetrated into his heart, thereby replacing all the toxins. The perplexed Sun still could not believe it and began to look at his hands. Pan also called him together to contribute to the development and improvement of the world. The old man ignored his speech because he thought only about normal food, which soon he began to absorb eagerly, recalling the forgotten taste of delicate meat. Jiangyan, in turn, roared sadly through the forest with Huan and thought about what happened. Suddenly he noticed that Xiao was only a couple of years older than them and had already built such a business. In this regard, they decided to consider everything well in order to create their own business. Feng said that he was so full of this venture and it was full of energy in it, that the bear is even ready to fill up. After a moment, they met wolves. Huan hid behind his friend and said that he wanted to kill the bear, but Jiangyan said this is wolves. At that moment, a bear growled behind them, frightened. Tin noticed that he hastened with a statement. The animals began to slowly get closer to them. The guys did not know what to do and how to escape. As a result, they screamed with fear and ran towards a thick forest. At this time, pleased and well-fed, Song thanked the protagonist for treatment and a delicious dinner. The young master noted that it was still too early for him to leave, because the new year is coming soon. The old man, in turn, decided to thank the guy and agreed to spend the holiday on his farm. The young cultivator said that on the new year it would be necessary to cook a lot of food. However, the old man did not really want to participate in the preparation of various dishes. At that moment, Gina entered the room and turned to her so-called stepfather. After asking what he wants for dinner, the vice president was shocked from what he heard. Suddenly, instead of a young man, Song replied that Hogo really wanted, whom he had not eaten for so long, adding that from the moment of treatment, he seemed to feel the smell of this incredible dish every day. Gina also informed Pan about two cowardly thieves. Xiao did not understand who she was talking about. Then the girl brought him to the window and pointed a finger at Jiantin with Huan. The admission daughter said that they were following her all the way, and therefore she had set a bear on them. Feng, in turn, immediately fell at the guy's feet and began to say that this was a misunderstanding, while he called him his father. The teenager missed his words and asked Gin to let these people go. But at that moment, Pan suddenly realized what Tin called him and asked why he was so addressing him. Suddenly, the bear reappeared and attacked Jiang with Huan, but everything worked out. Because Gina timely withdrew the ferocious beast with her whistle, the animal instantly turned into a sweet creature with innocent eyes. The frightened Tin once again asked for forgiveness from Xiao and asked him to let go. After some time, the protagonist fired a restless fang with He. Man noted that he would definitely drown them in the lake. Gina said that he would not do this and just frighten these thieves well. In fact, the young master decided to scare Tina and brought him to the raging sea, where a huge shark swam and could not wait for the next snack. However, even at the same time, Jiangyan said that he would not stop loving Gina. Old Man Song and Manim continued to observe what was happening from the side. Finally, the young cultivator released the malts and said that there was still a rod in him. Then Feng decided to take advantage of the moment and asked if he could meet Gina. Xiao answered negatively. However, the stupid Tin, as always, understood everything incorrectly and began to thank him, calling his father. Pan, in turn, ordered the teenager not to contact him in this way. Meanwhile, several helicopters were already on the approach to the farm of the divine fisherman. The dumbfounded Yan asked his friend, "How many of them?" The guy answered sadly, 6. Sun decided to gather his entire family on the island of the young man in order to properly celebrate the new year. Man began to make fun of another, saying that it was God who sent the old man to deal with him. At that moment, the worried Gina ran to Xiao and said that someone wants to kill their animals, adding that she does not know this person, but Taro and Kojiro cannot be touched. Naturally, Pan also counted and went to understand this incomprehensible situation. The unknown Malay ordered the military to kill the animals, but the soldiers ignored him. At the same time, the guy stated that these animals bit his dear Tibetan Mastiff. Xiao decided to find out from Ezekiel what was happening, the colonel said. This boy began to tease animals with his dog, and they killed him. In the end result, they came to a common consensus that the young man himself entered into trouble. Suddenly, the teenager said that the fisherman would not be able to avoid responsibility and will surely answer for everything. He also began to blame military soldiers who, for some reason, ignored his orders. They only said that they could not go against Mr. Pan, and therefore do not comply with his orders. The grandson of Suna could not understand who this person really is, since everyone is afraid of him. Gio noticed that if he really had not teased the wolves, they would not have touched his dog. In response, Penfei said that he would kill him and these crazy animals today. At that moment, Song approached them and said that if his grandson goes to this, he will lose his family and will be thrown out into the street. The dumbfounded Fei could not believe that even his grandfather sided with Pan. The old man, in turn, perfectly understood that the grandson himself was to blame for what happened. Penfei, in turn, changed tactics and began to say that this is a misunderstanding. However, Song said that he never taught him to intimidate others with his strength. Also, his name will be deleted from their family. Everyone was shocked by such a statement by grandfather. Fei's father immediately jumped to him and said that the Malay was incorrect. But do not draw hasty conclusions. After all, he is a child and he tends to make mistakes until he matures. Song said that politeness should be taught from the diapers. Man, in turn, asked what was being discussed. Xiao answered, the little one could lose his family. Then his father called on Penfei, immediately asked for forgiveness from his grandfather. The young man once again said that this was a misunderstanding and apologized for what had happened. But Song did not stop and asked why he even took a dog with him. Fa began to say that he wanted to treat him with dog meat because he was already cured and can afford such delicacies. Pen and his friends suddenly laughed, watching what was happening from the side. Then the old man again began to give a lecture to the grandson of morality. As a result, Penfei said he was just joking. But Sun said that now he is ashamed of their family and no one is allowed to behave like that, adding that he should prove himself in order to earn his family. After that, the vice president began to introduce Xiao to the rest of his family. Leaving, the guy asked Manya to return dog meat. Yan only smiled in response. However, representatives of the Song family could not understand what was special about this fisherman, and why grandfather is so close to him, while he was constantly on the side of this person. At this time, the vice president went towards the kitchen, from where an incredible smell came from. Suddenly, he saw Yan and asked that they were preparing so tasty. The guy began to say that this is a surprise and soon he would see everything and even try. And until then, it is better not to go to the kitchen and go to the living room. But the old man was excessively persistent. In this connection, he naturally went into the kitchen and saw Pan in an apron. Xiao noticed that he could not hide from the old man anywhere, and he always needs to keep abreast of everything. And since he nevertheless overtook him, the teenager said that he was preparing a yellow-tailed, which pickled for 2 days, having stated that he did not even try such an exquisite dish even on state dinners. Of course, Suna had flowed, and he was eager to taste this delicacy. As a result, the president absolutely unceremoniously took the fish and began a meal. Man noted that this is quite strange. An official of this level steals fish. Pan smiled and said that he actually foresaw such an outcome, and so he left himself a more fish. At that moment, the Zhao took out a huge yellow-tailed. Meanwhile, the military literally surrounded the island of the protagonist to ensure security. Invited as a guest, a member of the Chu National Bureau Committee noticed that the local landscapes are incredible, while he has a miracle ode. A member of the National Committee of the People's Political Advisory Conference, Lao, agreed with him. However, the National Supreme Judge Tsui Lao was not in joint with his colleagues. The vice president said that he was not a doctor, but a mediocre person. Yao confirmed his words and said that Xiao only wants to become the owner of this island and pursues only his goals. But at the same time, the young master refuses to reveal his skills. Her grandfather asked if she really wanted to study with him. The girl, in turn, blushed instantly and took her eyes to the side. Sun suddenly noticed that learning with such a person is quite difficult. The granddaughter of Lu said that in fact she thought about it for a long time. At that moment, the main character came to them with a plate of his hairpin and said that they had never tried this. At the same time, he called them all by the name, which embarrassed others. Lu asked where the guy knew them. Pan replied that they were shown on TV every day. Sun suddenly interrupted him and praised him for a delicious dish, adding that he really never ate such a thing, in connection with which the old man did not share with the rest. Naturally, his friends did not like this, and they began to take away a plate from him. The deputy chairman also mentioned that he and Pan had not discussed one important point. The young man asked if the old man again figured out how to deceive him, but the vice president said that this time he wants to give him a gift. Then Song asked his assistant to go into the room and hand him to the guy. A moment later, the girl entered the room with a long wooden box in her hands. Xiao could not believe that the old man really decided to give him this relic. The perplexing teenager pointed to the box and asked, "Was it really what he was thinking about?" Sun broke into a smile and said that he would definitely like this thing. The dumbfounded young man picked up a wooden board with strings and thought that this was a great sacred heritage. Pan twisted the instrument in his hands for a long time, realizing that this was a really good gift. He could not get enough of it. The assistant Suna looked in surprise at the guy. Suddenly, Tsui urged him to put the instrument and finally drink with the elderly. Xiao immediately put gusli and went to the table, where everyone was already waiting. The fun lasted several hours, after which the guy went a little to take a nap. But he soon woke up, as he was thirsty, and he reached out with his hand to take a glass of water from a chest of drawers. But he suddenly felt for something soft and opened his eyes. Yao sat in front of him, dumbfounded. Pan asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that she was waiting while he begins to teach her the skill of treatment. Suddenly, she threw off her robe and said that she understood. She had to pay for everything. And if he teaches her to everything that he knows in the field of medicine, then she will not remain in the doll. Yao sat down on his bed and said that she would do absolutely everything he would wish about. The shocked protagonist asked if she understands at all what he was talking about. The extremely surprised girl replied that she was well aware, and that is why she asked him for help. The young master realized that she would go to everything to achieve her, and tried to escape. But the restless Yao unexpectedly grabbed his leg and said that she would not let him go until he agreed to take her as a student. However, the granddaughter Lu was too overdosed and subsequently pulled him out of bed. Thus, the young cultivator flew off the couch and hit his head on the floor. The embittered divine fisherman said that she has no right to behave like that. At that moment, Mana entered his room and literally froze in place from an incredible picture of what was happening. Pan understood that Yan would not understand everything because he had a sick fantasy, but the friend silently showed his thumb and smiled, which meant his approval. A couple of military soldiers who did not expect to see this were also hastened to the room. She tried to explain that everything was completely different from what it might seem to them, after which they left the room, closing the door behind them. Yao said that they should retire for training, but the guy flatly refused to train her and simply left the room, heading to the kitchen. The persistent young lady continued to pester him with her request, even when Pan was at work. After a working day, the teenager went home and wanted to calmly take a shower. However, the indefatigable Yao also overtook him. Repeating only the same thing, Xiao said that he simply wanted to wash. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the guy hurried to pick up the phone. Where he was suddenly offered to see the basketball match of the legendary players, Pan in turn decided to agree, just not to see this boring girl. Being aboard the aircraft, he finally could exhale with relief. Suddenly, Xiao drew attention to the film that his subordinate watched. The teenager said that he was watching him for the 10th time and could not see enough of the main character, which was played by the notorious Ojiko Okamoto. At that moment, an unknown person approached the Pan. The stranger called himself the representative of the actress Okamoto and offered him a partnership. The perplexed guy asked why they decided to collaborate with him. Suddenly, the same Ojiko approached them, which intended to arrange a tour of Xiao in the United States. The girl was extremely kindly greeted by Pan and broke into a sweet smile. The fisherman's ward was shocked by her sudden appearance and literally lost his speech. He could not believe his eyes, because he met a living goddess of cinema. After a certain time, the main character finally arrived in America for the NBA stars. The legendary basketball player Wallace decided to meet him. The elevator door opened, and the young master saw a high, joyful guy. He instantly hugged a young cultivator and said that he had finally flew. Wallace noticed that he and his friends were arranging a party on the roof and took a divine fisherman with them. At the same time, the basketball player drew attention to Ogiko and asked who this is a sweet girl. Okamoto introduced himself, and the guy immediately remembered that she was an outstanding model and actress. But before that, Wallace suggested that Xiao play a little, but the young man refused. Then they hurried to a party on the roof of the building, where there were a lot of different stars. Among them were the gods of music from Milan, who stood behind the DJ remote control. Naturally, there were no famous rappers who are in demand among women. And of course, world-class celebrities, actresses with beautiful models. The dumbfounded assistant Pan asked where he got such famous friends, but the guy replied that none of them knew, after which Wallace began to introduce Xiao to the others, supposing that he taught him kung fu, but unexpectedly one of the invited stars tried to drive away the young man. At the same time, he stated that the poor could not be here. Wallace decided to teach him how to teach him. However, the guy continued to ulcerately said that he had just told the truth. Since this party is only for celebrities of a large scale, Pan smiled in response and noticed that, not knowing him, he draws hasty conclusions. Then the arrogant fashionista decided to arrange a real performance. In this connection, he suggested that the Zhao play basketball to teach a lesson. The young man perfectly understood that he intends to expose him to a loser. Therefore, he accepted his challenge to prove the opposite and teach the lesson a self. Confident, insolent. After some time, Pan demonstrated his abilities in basketball. All those present were simply shocked by such skills of a teenager. Thus, the score was 30-0 in favor of Xiao, who suggested that he play again. At this time, everyone began to ask Wallace where this little one came from and whether he could prove himself in the NBA. Suddenly, Ogiko went to the guy and handed him his handkerchief so that he wiped his sweat. An unknown girl was watching everything that was happening and could not understand why Okamoto was so reaching for him. She also drew attention to his ring and began to understand that this person was not simple. Suddenly, she invited Pan to taste the glass of an expensive liqueur. Xiao turned around. At the same time, the young lady extremely persistently invited him to spend tomorrow evening with her, watching the play of stars. However, another female representative said that he would be better with her. The girl was pretty and mysteriously looked at the teenager. Assistant Pan could not believe that a global scale was fighting for his boss, among which was Kardashian herself. The next day, the match of the basketball stars of the NBA finally took place. The protagonist took a place on the rostrum and Wallace unexpectedly approached him. The guy said that at some point he would throw him the ball so that Xiao could surprise everyone. However, at this time, an unkind stranger from the club appeared once again, who suggested making a bet with a young master, saying that Pan would not get out of here in the ring. At the same time, he put on the end of $30,000, but Pan said that this was not enough. Then the restless steam showed to play $5 million. Suddenly his friend laughed, having said that he cannot play for such an amount because he earns only $5 million a year. The young man was not at a loss and asked Bill with a bent $3 million. The guy gave him the money and said that if he did not return it with interest, then lose his head. The extremely naive guy agreed. A moment later, the girl approached them, who invited Xiao to this mast. She offered to act as a judge so that everything was honest. Everyone agreed. After a couple of minutes, the match began, which the judge replaced with his whistle. Wallace immediately grabbed the ball and instantly addressed it to his friend Pan. The young cultivator easily caught a basketball ball and looked at his opponent. The guy once again stated that soon his money would be in his pocket. Of course, the divine fisherman began to dispel his doubts and prepared for a throw. After a couple of seconds, Xiao from the rostrum where he was sent the ball towards the ring. All were shocked by such an unimaginable result, because the ball hit the basket straight. The audience began to rejoice, saying that this guy is really incredible. Pan in turn spoke, as he won a huge amount of money. Everyone can treat himself at his expense. The defeated loser could not understand how he managed to do this. Realizing that now he should return the money to Bill, after the match, Xiao went back to the club, where they decided to get a good drink and relax with a friendly company. Pan Progston suddenly stated that Man asked him to make sure that Xiao did not get drunk. However, the guy assured that everything was under control and he was in adequate condition. Meanwhile, the girl at the DJ remote control suddenly took off her headphones. Then she followed the exit and said goodbye to everyone. Of course, the guys began to ask her to stay. One of the vacationers noticed that she had previously been more famous, but now it was forced to earn extra money with a DJ. By that time, Pan was pretty drunk alcohol, but still claimed that everything was in order with him. Soon, Xiao staggered, went to the restroom. He thought that he should drink a little more. However, as soon as the teenager opened the door to the room, he saw a strange picture. The girl who wanted to go home suddenly was beaten on the floor. The dumbfounded young man asked if he had really mixed up the booths. The poor girl literally began to beg the protagonist to help her fight off the bandits. She rushed to his neck and repeated her request with tears in her eyes. Behind her were unknown thugs, which urged the young master not to intervene. The perplexing young cultivator asked if he really forbid him to visit the restroom. Suddenly, one of them struck a divine fisherman, but Xiao avoided the attack. However, at the same time, the bandit hooked his t-shirt, as a result of which he tore it. Pan said that it would not get away with him so simply, and he would pay compensation. Of course, they did not agree to this, and after a couple of minutes, Xiao beat ill-wishers. His friends began to say that they had never seen such a strong fighter as him. The girl, in turn, perfectly understood that she could only be safe with him. In this connection, she followed her young and beautiful savior. That evening, they got pretty drunk, and at some point the young man went to his hotel. The next day he opened his eyes. His head was terribly ill, and turning to the left, Pan found Ogiko in his bed and did not understand what she was doing here. At the same time, he accidentally hooked the hand of an unknown girl, whom he saved in the restroom. Subsequently, What Xiao once again asked the same question why they were in bed with him. He tried to recall the latest events of the night yesterday, but could not do this. After a couple of minutes, Okamoto suddenly woke up. The young lady said that yesterday he spent a lot of money. He also constantly asked this girl to turn on the music. Pan noticed that he was just very drunk. Then he asked if everything was at night within normal. Ogiko smiled. At the same time, she mentioned that Wallace and Kardashian again invited them to a party. But Shio began to clearly understand that such a life clearly does not suit him. And that is why he decided to return to his island. A stranger also got up with him. Naturally, everyone was already aware of what happened and began to call it a star. But Pan himself did not look happy and began to say that this train was pretty exhausted. However, at the same time, he talked with large people and finally found a goal in life. Man looked at the unknown girl and said that he understands what was being discussed. But Xiao said that he wanted to make a city of seashells to create a business area with a sea view. In this regard, he asked Yan to allocate 200 million for this. His friend asked if they really have that kind of money. After all, Pan spent about 30 million on the modernization of equipment in Kyoto. He also bought helicopters and sea vessels, which amounted to about 50 million. At the same time, the trip to Shanghai also cost them expensive, as a result of which there was practically no money left. The main character understood that he urgently needed to get a huge amount of money. Therefore, the young master went to catch the fish with his friend. Man noted that the Spanish mackerel is very expensive, and they will earn millions on it. But even in this situation, they needed to earn more than 100 million. Xiao urged him not to hang his nose, adding that in a couple of days he will conduct an auction with the TH, and then they definitely have enough money for them. Yan, in turn, asked why then they generally went to sea. The young cultivator did not like the mood of a friend, and once again he called him to work more diligent. After all, a real divine fisherman cannot miss the season of fishing mackerel. At the same time, Pan wanted to find support among his subordinates and asked Van what he was thinking about it. The teenager noticed that they now even have dumplings with mackerel, not to mention pancakes with fish. Suddenly, at that moment, Unknown people on ships swam to them and called not to steal their fish. They literally surrounded their ship, preventing them from turning back. Xiao understood that they were aware of the absence of a naval police in this area and are trying to get their goods. Man immediately said that one should teach these garbage and sink their boats. Of course, Pan objected, saying that they had howitzers and they simply sink them from one shot. The dumbfounded Yan asked what to do with them then and how to get out of this situation. The young man thought about it for a long time and suddenly stated that he had an idea. Xiao instantly recorded a video on the phone in which he explained the situation and asked for help. He also said that he has been engaged in fishing for many years and legally. At the same time, the teenager tried to play on camera as plausible as possible, saying that they began to attack from the howitzers. In fact, Man simply doused him with water from a bucket. Thus, all this shooting really looked rather true. Man noted that he was a good actor, and a trip to the USA was not in vain. However, Yan constantly spoke of the same thing, that these pirates should be punished. Finally, Pan agreed with him and generated a hurricane with the help of magical technology. Tornado instantly rushed towards the bandits, which they clearly did not expect. Xiao decided to use them as a training to test their abilities. Subsequently, which most pirates were outside the ships, they literally begged them to save them. Man asked the protagonist whether they should help them. Satisfied with himself, the young master agreed to take them aboard and go home. However, on the shore they were waiting for extremely dissatisfied representatives of another country, who began to claim that they dared to attack their naval police, adding that such an attitude on their part threatens an international scandal. But the young cultivator said that they were in the territory and the country and tried to kill him with the team. The divine fisherman, in turn, asked the Commander Chu whether he was saying the truth. The representative of the law confirmed the words of Xiao. However, at the same time, he asked Pan for a while to remove his ship. Of course, the guy agreed to do this. Suddenly, the vice president joined them and said that the young man had become petty, adding that he has no idea how to play these games without remaining guilty. Soon they went to discuss the current situation in another place. Xiao asked Suna how to bring to justice the naval police of another country, and can he file them with an international court in order to sue 100 million? The deputy chairman, in turn, understood that the teenager did not understand at all what he was talking about. In this connection, he introduced him to a lawyer, Chen, who will help him to understand this difficult situation. Song noted that this lawyer never loses trial. Pan suddenly asked him if in this case it was possible to sue 1 billion. After a certain time, they discussed everything, and Xiao went to meet children from school. Ledge and Anna were sincerely happy to see the Pope and hurried to his arms. Naturally, the guy was also happy to meet the kids again and urged them to go for the rest. Meanwhile, Fan and Gina were invited to dinner with another naive teenager. Tsai reacted nervously, quite nervously, and began to beat his car. A girlfriend, in turn, stated that she completely unable to beat and decided to show her how to do it. Then she also began to disfigure the guy's car, who was just horrified by what was happening. Of course, the young man tried to calm the girls, but he never managed to influence them. The girls were happy to finally teach the couple and went in the opposite direction. The guy continued to in vain demand compensation from them in the amount of 200,000. At that moment, Xiao Pan came up and said that he could not see this money. The girls were waiting for their father and were happy when he finally freed himself from his permanent work. And Xiao himself turned to the victim and said that 200,000 were not enough. So he was ready to give more. But, according to the fisherman, only the boy himself can receive financial compensation. Xiao wanted to solve this problem as soon as possible and not waste time. The young man was very angry with what happened, but when it came to money, it was worth changing his emotions. But despite this, the guy continued as if because, according to him, this car cost 1.5 million, and until he was paid the entire amount, no one would go alive. But 20 minutes later, the father of the victim and his guards appeared, who never allowed to offend the young gentleman, and he was forbidden to cross the road. However, when the old man saw his son Xiao, the man was almost a cigarette, because he was immediately frightened by possible consequences. When the young man tried to justify and said that the fisherman was threatened with his life, his father immediately ordered the boy to apologize to Uncle Xiao, because, according to the old man, this ruthless person caused his entire city and the requirements of the country X billion. Listening to his father, the guy went to Mr. Xiao and apologized. The man said that he was still there, but if you do not follow the discipline, a young man can be a big problem. His father promised to deal with this issue, so as not to create unnecessary trouble for the great XYO. The fisherman asked him not to be too sharp, but advised him to take a belt and punish his son for a week. Father himself realized that this was not the best advice, but his son was more upset, but could not argue. At the same time, the event has already begun in the Great Hall, which everyone was waiting, and many guests arrived. In addition, this time special people came to the auction. These were oil barons from the country, ore barons from the country E, and religious leaders from the country of F. They were really interested in the lottery, but Xiao knew that all this was due only to Mr. Gao's good advertisement. But, as it turned out, in China there are stars of the third diversity that came to the country to increase their information about events. After that, the man pointed to Madame that she was in a sophisticated dress and especially looked at this dinner. So Xiao decided to go to her and imagine. But the woman had a peculiar attitude to everyone around, and instead of greeting, in response she ordered Xiao to open her door. Because she was convinced that the man was one of the cleaners at this event, so she was waiting for a gesture of respect. Then the commander of Chu decided to carefully rectify the situation and present his colleague. But Zhao was not going to the ceremony and directly asked the woman why she was too lazy to open the door. But she was still convinced of her opinion about the boy and said that he had no right to say this, especially use such humiliating expressions. After that, she ordered the boy to immediately call his leader to understand the release of Xiao from his post clean. Soon, another car arrived in the palace with a rather respected guest, where he was looking forward to. Kardashian and Ogiko Okamoto got out of the car, who were unhappy with the behavior of the guy who did not meet them at the airport and now had to apologize. Xiao immediately began to justify the girls. But the stranger who tried to add status was very surprised when she saw the well-known Kardashian. She knew this woman as the queen of the singers and could not believe her eyes that she could not even dream of. And the singer herself, meanwhile, tried to master her husband's attention and said that she would pass the first. Then, she also went to Ogiko and said quietly that today they would be able to spend time on the territory of a person. So now he had to get carried away with the girls to have a good time. At this moment, the stranger also remembered Ogiko because she was a mysterious girl who participated in the actors' show. Then the woman realized that she seemed to be not true about the status of a boy who was ready to free and humiliate several times. So now it was necessary to correctly rectify the situation. And the woman came up with the words of apology for her rudeness. But Xiao was not going to humiliate himself and said that his auction did not accept such buyers as a person, so it makes no sense to sort things out. But the woman emphasized that they have a contract between them, so it cannot simply be destroyed and not meet the requirements. However, the opinion has not changed, and he added that he would officially publish his reasons on the internet to refuse cooperation. Meanwhile, the auction itself began to represent areas, among which the only sapphire in the world was a bright blue, which was also called a blue cat. The initial trading was 19 million. However, the name of such a product was banal for some. This remark made a sun-in station, which now remains on the same date with a recorded jin. Thus, a man decided to take revenge, as the name Sapphire was given, and did not want anyone to condemn his choice. Soon, people began to increase their rates and gradually that the possible price reached 50 million in one sapphire. In the end, 100 million became the highest price. And now this party was supposed to be a gift for a wedding. Feng Jiangtan only dreamed of marrying Jin, so other girls were absolutely not interested in him. In addition, he really liked his father and station, which was incredible compared to other possible girls, which also had a fairly large fortune. And they will definitely increase during the wedding of the boy and daughter of Xiao. A man managed to hear thoughts and conversation about a young man, so he dreamed of taking revenge on him and showing how to relate to his family. The auction was quite successful, so soon 2 figurines were able to sell at the last value in the amount of 400 million, which was a lot of money. There was also an exclusive mirror among the sites for which some of the Goths were ready to give almost 300 million. The next sale was the figurine of Angels, which positioned the auction record, since the final price was 800 million. The owner of all lots was satisfied with the success of his work and infinitely joyful, continued to meet some guests. According to the calculation, at the end of the auction, the score of the Xiao had to be 1.5 billion in one day. But the person knew that after taxation his account would remain exactly half of the money received. At this moment, he talked with the master and said that such an unpleasant solution could be avoided. But despite the opportunity, Xiao did not want to avoid responsibility, because as they say, when you drink water, you need to think about the source. The young lady listened to this conversation and said that she wanted to give her husband a man for her role, playing the words, from which she is still refraining. And she herself was unpleasant that his father and his daughter were so related to his personal principles and decisions. But now the old man was more concerned that he was hungry and planned to visit good taste of Chinese food, as well as try interesting animals. Xiao asked the guests not to worry about this problem and suddenly rang his phone and announced new problems. Directly near the palace, many police and guards tried to restrain a crowd of people. At that moment, the master said that these children who arranged an unauthorized rally tried to take their boat in tow. For this purpose, they specially hired 2 ships and received the money of their parents. They were able to pay it. Zhao decided to verbally try to solve the problem and asked the protesters if they know that this action is illegal. But one of the girls said that Mr. Twangy said that the Chinese robbed the ship of the country's military, marine police, which was a barbaric act. Zhao did not understand who he was talking about and asked his colleague that he knew something about the mentioned person. As it turned out, this is a school star from the country N. Some of the protesters did not imagine that the guy was such a local star that many Appa fans were stopped. But Xiao emphasized that all those present are minors. Therefore, when they do not want to harm themselves, it is better to just leave. Otherwise, he calls the police. But the girls were not going to stop and ordered everyone else that they would sit to the boat and pulled a rope out of it. After that, all the children rushed forward, not allowing the guards to take a step to stop this rally. Even healthy men could not resist the crowd. But because of a large number of people who did not control the situation, someone could greatly suffer through the crowd itself. What happened to one girl? She herself could not stay on her feet, as many pushed and did not pay attention to those who walked. At that moment, Xiao loved to the victim with love and said that it was really dangerous to participate in a similar action. Little did not expect such a reaction from a person against whom all this was organized from the very beginning. It was then that one of the organizers of this rally returned and accused Mr. Xiao, said that it was from him that OPP did not understand them. So now she was convinced that when her opponent would become, Appa would forgive them, and everything would fall into place. Without a clear plan of action, the schoolgirl desperate only revenge and understanding from his idol. So under the influence of emotions, it was ready for everything. At that moment, he passed by a Jew, who saw the mood of an evil girl and realized that he had to stand in defense of Mr. Xiao. Meanwhile, the girl had already found a sharp weapon and suddenly rushed to her main enemy in order to deprive him of a chance for life. However, at that moment Maiden, who managed to quickly respond to the danger signal and protect his master. As a result, a person was seriously wounded at the hands of a schoolgirl, who could not master his emotions and irresistibly insert a knife into his chest. When Xio turned to the sound of pain, he tried to help a colleague who flows blood and talked about how painful he was. At this moment, Pen mentioned the words of the stranger from the auction, who said that no one would survive from this event. From such an end, Xiao was terribly angry. He was ready to abandon himself at someone who so mercilessly killed his brother. But suddenly the girls said that they were minors, and they could not do anything. At that moment, the man was shocked that the participants were convinced that they would go and would not pay for what they did. But on time, another was subordinate, who stopped the boss on his own and ordered him to immediately calm down so as not to do nonsense. In addition, he recalled that the gentleman has good medicine skills and he can save his brother, Mushjin, on his own. He said barefoot that none of the audience would go now, and simply could not forget what he did on this day. The boat, for which this rally settled, was still standing still, but now it was necessary to immediately save one of his captains. Consequently, Xiao is immediately a juicy, special energy field around Gina's man, which can help his wounds quickly heal and stop bleeding. Xiu tried to make as much effort as possible so that I could really breathe again and continue my life. Jin lay for some time without any sound and breathing. His body for a long time was completely unconscious and had no chance of survival. Sayo quickly lost faith in his strength and began to worry that he could not do anything. So he lost such a good friend. But he promised that he would make every effort to make those who made this act as much as possible. And when a person has already done such a loss, then I, who suddenly touched his hands with words, which Xiao screams so loudly, saying him, and they hear on the other side of the world. The day was so saturated that it lasted atypical for all participants in this action. One of his colleagues turned to Xiao to ask about the physical condition of his brothers after a serious injury. Now a person needs a few days to relax in the hospital, but Xiao was most interested in the question of those gloom that all the time have and almost killed his brother. The colleague said that all the criminals were taken under control and handed over the police. There were 27 protesters and all from high school. Soon the policeman came up and felt completely inconveniently asked whether he would still refuse the prosecution in this case. This wording did not please a person, and he first decided to ask who the policeman is and where he was. The man said that he was the director of the branch in the southern part of Daide. He then emphasized that the accused is a bunch of minor children. Thus, Xiao can file a lawsuit only for the return of material compensation. So the police officer suggested that a more intelligent decision would be allowed personally. But Xiao was not going to accept the fact that his friend was almost killed. So he emphasized that these children were a bunch of killers. Moreover, the money was unnecessary. He wanted the accused to pay for what they did, and was going to go to the end. And the policeman nevertheless suggested returning to work with the documents and emphasized that Mr. Xiao should come to the southern unit as soon as possible in order to register evidence. In addition, he asked the master if the car has a car, in the case of which the police could take it on their own. But this was not necessary for a person, so he abandoned his offer, which at first seemed completely suspicious to him. The director was not satisfied with the seams, but still smiled and turned to his car. Another colleague was waiting for him, with whom they went to the Southern Police Department, waiting for a witness. Then, during the journey to the director, he gave the driver and said that the chief commissioner asked them not to interfere with the matter, so it was worth not to push his nose. But the director was also not going to look like this, as there was a crowd of children, and his niece, who can now get to prison. In addition, he knew that Mr. Xiao did not have a car, so they had time to prepare everything correctly to get everything. Therefore, all roadmen discussed the exact plan for further actions to prevent prison minors. Meanwhile, Cao himself had already gone to the right place and thought that this gives give, trying to prevent his accusation. So now the man would like to see how the director of the branch will try to get out of this situation. Soon, everyone reached the police department in the southern part of the country, where the entire process of clarification of circumstances should go through. The director of the DIA department has long been waiting for the parents of the accused children who were exposed to one of the girls and should now help their children. Adults were glad to see the director and immediately told him that he should help her and tell ideas on how to avoid the trial. The policeman asked all those present to calm down and emphasized that when the main character of this situation appeared, his parents could simply arrange the situation. And if she becomes more serious, her husband will be able to send his children home until the work of their parents disappeared. According to the director, parents must say that Mr. N. Xiao began everything. As for other details, he takes on this responsibility. But Mr. Give did not take into account some aspects from which his reputation will greatly influenced and will have great consequences. The director did not have time to turn, because he heard for someone who was the class and praises him for his good work. But, as it turned out, it was Mr. Xiao. The man held his phone in his hands and shot everything. Now he called the police officer a real gloom that helps the families of the accused. And then he turned to their parents and advised them to save their children and tell everything that they knew about this guy. Older people did not understand why they should tell the stranger whom the director ordered them to blame. Mr. Xiao was surprised that such adults did not understand all the possible consequences for their lies and cooperation with such a police that they took bribes for their words. Then, the fisherman turned to Give himself and asked, in his opinion, he managed to be in the department earlier than the policeman himself. She was glad that it was so easy for him to predict the one who, thanks to his lies, tried to benefit. After that, the man pointed his finger at a helicopter that stopped on the roof of the police department and was waiting for his owner. In addition, the flying board was not cheap and could only belong to people who had enough money to save it and provide fuel. Xiao was convinced that most of the audience could not win in court against him, since they would not have enough money. The same applies to the director. They will be able to compete as much as you want, but he guarantees that in any case he will win this struggle. As for the director of DIA, he now expects a very pleasant surprise that was unexpected for the policeman. Then, the latter could not get up and ordered his colleagues to immediately understand the villain and quickly raise his evidence. But Xiao laughs ridiculously with the confidence of DIA, and, opening the window, he immediately held out his hand to the cable staircase, which he was lowered from the helicopter. At that moment, the director of the branch was angry because he was so close to having a chance to win the matter, and Xiao smiled again after his good deeds and waved his hand, said goodbye to all those present in the department. Director Guy tried to grab his enemy by the hand, but he could not do anything and only think about further actions. But first, the man called Commander Zhu, who immediately asked the director if he listened to his order and did not intervene in the case of Xiao Pena. At this moment, the director realized that there was no need to tell the truth, and asked the commissar why he was so afraid of an ordinary fisherman who was trying to make some money. But, according to Zhu, He never saw the usual taxes of fishermen for profit in a record 800 million. But in any case, if Mr. N Xiao asks for, let me do something, he must listen to his requests and orders. After this conversation, the director of the branch simply fell in the middle of the room and realized that now it would end out of his act. Meanwhile, Xiao went to his business and meeting Jin, who did not expect to see in this place in broad daylight. But the girl said that she had heard about Ji's illness, so she decided to bring him a little warm, homemade food. At that time, Xiao was surprised where his victim's colleague was such a beautiful younger sister who had a sweet face and a beautiful figure. The man knew in which room there was a JI, so he brought the girl to the right room where her brother was resting. But, as it turned out, the guy had a good time in the hospital, and around him there were many good nurses who did not allow him to be sad. As it turned out, the state N was silent about how to send the military police to attack Mr. Xiao, Rybakov. He even provoked him with insignificant people, which led to injuries. But at this stage, the man was ready to add an additional amount. He claimed tens of billions of compensation. It was a person's official speech on the main television channels. So many heard these loud words from other countries. This issue especially concerned the state administration of the country N. In their opinion, their country was too much threatened by a small fisherman. And now the presidential election has been held, and from this the rating of the main candidate has fallen a lot. One of the team members tried to reassure the candidate and accuse the military police that what happened, but this person was not interested in this, because the legal department could not even figure out how to make his main enemy. Then Jin Ash intervened, who said that this was not a way out. If not, aggression against another country will receive stupid fame, and the influence on the economy and reputation of the country will be much stronger than 10 billion. Many participants did not like this policy because no one wanted to give up to 10 billion and forgive it. But Anna did not agree. According to him, this is the best way to sign the world. Reduce the amount of compensation and restore the dignity of the country N. And since such an equation was quickly approved, the leadership decided to send the ANA itself in order to agree and solve the problem. But the candidate for the presentation knew that when his landfill would not cope, he would come out of the election in an instant and could no longer build a political career. Soon, Ashi went to negotiations with Xiao. He introduced himself as one of the presidential candidates from Ich Party. Then Mr. Penn was surprised how a man from the country was so well known to the Chinese. As it turned out, Anna pierced 10 years in the capital. The man decided not to keep his time and immediately went to the accusations that he would like to regulate 2 billion in personal condition. And, as it turned out, this is what they said about M. San, and such an agreement was the result of their mutual agreement. Xiao was surprised from 2 billion information because through Mr. San, the fisherman lost 8 billion. At that moment, the man suspected that the song could take advantage of some of the services of their guests. But such suspicions were angry at the old man, and he began to scream. After that, the man asked Jean Asha to show his summary of Mr. Xiao so that he could get acquainted with everything. As it turned out, Ansh was a Chinese spy, and although he wears foreign clothes, his heart always belonged to China. According to Sun, if Ansha brings a good response in the country, he will receive great support in these presidential elections. Consequently, the person whom they prepared may become the president of the country N. Such news could not have taken care of Xiao. As it turned out, Grandfather Song began to develop this plan for a long time, but Xiao said that Dlopsov could not get 10 billion. Soon, the fisherman went to the Pacific Sea, where he began to threaten the court by boat of the boat for great demands on the part of the employee. The employer is not allowed to allow the patient and wound to travel with him to the open sea. Menju needed a nurse to console his broken heart. But then he suddenly thought that being on the ship was not so bad. And when he saw many beautiful girls, he decided that it was worth getting to know the local culture of this place as soon as possible. Xiao could not believe that his colleague was not an exchange even after he almost died at the girl's hands. As soon as the boat stopped at the port, there he was waiting for Gosta, who asked if they had come for sale. Xiao confirmed this and emphasized that they should sell the entire product as soon as possible, namely fresh fish. Nevertheless, Granin said that before putting on this land, they need to pay money for safety in place of sale. The second letters of the Slavic gang, Nosh explained that in their city Kaneo, before trade, it is necessary to pay money for protection. Not going to give in and not to change the rules, the person emphasized that only there you can sell something on your land. Then Xiao received a large box and asked if there would be such an amount of money for defense. And then Nosh praised him and thanked him for good cooperation. But this healthy box was supposed to pull out all the employees of Mr. Xiao, who could not raise it. Since this is not that he did not want to give it, but judging by all, employees simply cannot accept this. The boys were surprised how the fisherman was able to raise such a load with one hand. It seemed that he used magic. Nosh did not like this situation, and he asked what the right guy from East Asia had the right to play with such important people like him. But Xiao explained that in the first, he was Chinese, and in secondly, he is not guilty that workers are so weak and cannot raise goods with money. Then, all people under the leadership of Niche decided to take their weapons in order to show the true rules of their city and study the one who does not respect them. But one stranger appeared in a timely manner, who ordered Nisha to stop immediately and inform him who ordered him to do this. The man said that Mr. En Yao was their good Chinese brother, so you should not rush with him with knives and apply physical strength. At that moment, the Jew was surprised that its owner could be familiar with someone from this hostile and bad port. But in the end, they all gathered at a large table with authentic dishes and drinks, having fun. During the holiday, the first leader of the Slavic Bard was presented. He apologized for this misunderstanding that occurred in the port. Then Xiao asked the man whether he knew Ji's man. But the leader looked at the guy who was surrounded by the girls and smiling that he sees him for the first time. However, the man knew that the church ring, which was on his finger, pointed to his hand, since he wore the same way. Robin was known that this ring symbolizes the personality of Samson and Xiaosamir. As he understood, this will never happen. Therefore, he dared to ask what relations with the church had. At this moment, the fisherman became clear against these people. Therefore, he decided to avoid possible problems and said that once he thought it looked good and bought it on a bench. Nosh was unhappy with the answer and had in mind his colleague that they were in a fake. Robin asked not to pour such loud attacks right in front of the guests, and it is better to discuss him later without an unnecessary gift. After that, the man knocked on his back and called him a Chinese brother, emphasized that it was their fate to meet. After eating, they go to his forest house to relax in hot springs. It was there that Robin discussed everything from Nock. According to the second, the first leader was to expel the guests because they did not belong to the church. They must be forced to pay for protection and leave. But, despite threats and warnings, Robin still asked not to indicate what he should do, and he decides. Xiao managed to listen a conversation, and suddenly I appeared, which, as it turned out, did not go to hot springs. Ji explained that these sources still have enough rose petal, and he was forced to drink vodka. He never drank such a sharp drink, but soon the attractive girls who asked this guy were included in the house, whether he could go with them. It was difficult to resist the sophistication and beauty of girls, the menu, because the attention of women was not so common. Therefore, leaving his friend and business, the man rushed to the girls and said that he was ready to drink vodka with them in hot springs in the forest. And on the other side of the forest was not. He named his acquaintance and reported 2 captures who decisively intervene in him and should solve some problems with them. Meanwhile, Jice and the girls rested somewhere in the hot springs, not worrying about their safety. Suddenly, everyone at this base was heard by a bear, and the girls at that moment became frightened, so they rushed to the man. Therefore, he asked the young lady not to worry. He said that he would deal with this business on his own. Then the girls asked him to be careful because such a large animal can be very harmful. Xiao was also at the base, and Robin asked the man why he so easily released his colleague. But the fisherman laughed and said that everything will be fine with the bear, so you should not worry. Robin lay quietly to relax and was sure that the elastic band had a weapon to protect himself. However, only Xiao knew that the guy did not like. But suddenly the bandits broke into the territory of the house, which received weapons and sent Robin. He was ready to die. And at that moment, Nosh exploded from the vacation and went to the first leader, who asked him to stay in place, since now it is too dangerous. But unexpectedly for everyone, the second leader took the gun and quickly entered his colleague, who was concerned about his health. Then Robin understood everything and was angry, asked the man why he betrayed him for the sake of the unclear. But, as it turned out, Nosh was in this group of bandits for a long time, even had joint chambers with them, which symbolized their fraternity. Nosh pointed a finger at Xiao and said that all this came from the Chinese guy, who also did not have weapons for protection. But some of the group heard that SIOA has a good guard who was probably busy with 2 other brothers, since JIS was not there. At that moment, Xiao smiled and asked if he realized that he was talking about 2 losers and pointing his finger. Then the man came out of the forest, who was holding 2 men in the hands and said that they had fallen before he had made his crown. After what he saw, all the members of the group began to tremble, like girls who are cold. They realized that now it was really worth running, but one of them decided not to give up and did not take the weapon, sent it to the side with words to get to hell. But suddenly there are a lot of small pebbles with sharp corners that were made by balls began to fly to men. As it turned out, it was a question of the hands of Xiao, which was quite skilled and could use anything as a real weapon. Therefore, he immediately warned that when one of those present would move again, he would use stones and send it not only into his own hands. At that moment, Robin turned to his Chinese brother and warned that he could create unnecessary problems for them. But Zhao knew where he was. Therefore, in order not to stain his hands, the man asked the Jew Ji to free the bear, who was so scared. The bear was like a toy and looked like a real modest servant. But Xiao knew how to use this animal. He touched the bear's forehead and explained the menu that when he could not kill this gang without weapons, their bear could do this. After one touch of the fisherman, the animal turned into a real predatory beast, a roar that every cat of Deaf Forest heard. At this moment, the bandits realized that they could die now, so they decided to pretend to be dead so that the animal would not attack them. Nevertheless, the bear was still in the physical condition of his prey, since he had his own order from Xiao, which was especially programmed. Then the fisherman said that it was better not to see this action because it would be much more cruel than tolerance, and suggested turning away. At that moment, the first and second leader, with them, the girls looked at Xiao. Suddenly, he began to be ashamed of such attention as if he had made a real psychological trauma for other present. After what he saw, Robin turned to Xiao as the great Samael and Samson with a request to indicate him another path for all of humanity. Mr. Xiao did not understand what the language was talking about, so his face was concerned, and he asked what the leader had in mind. Then Robin pointed to a miracle in the form of perfumes, because if not for Samael, no one could still protect them from a heap of robbers. Suddenly, a man Ji began to beat himself on his head with words. Here he finished, for no reason for this kind. But soon, the man explained that he was planning to spend time with beautiful girls who invited him together to a hotly. These ladies were the best women in the boy's life, because their pretty views were attracted to the heart of the exchange when he was alone for many years. Mr. Xiao got angry that his colleague always thought about the lower half of his body, and, therefore, brought a lot of unnecessary troubles. The next day, the boys were taken to the Orthodox Church, since they were now considered their mentors and real heroes. Jice was now called the Great Samson, who now received a lot of attention from the women who held on it. The guy himself was not happy, because it was difficult for him to reflect from some ladies who had time to quickly get tired of him. It was difficult for some to understand what was happening in the church, but Xiao explained that this Samson of the Eastern Church means the God of mercy. Thus, the fisherman gave him the opportunity to meet with believers. Ji was angry with such a base, and Xiao replied that he just wanted to help a friend attract attention, which he was looking for so much. But most of all, they did not like the fact that they were not young girls, but older women who did not like it. One of them was named Natalie, and she and her husband wanted to have a fourth child. And some were barren, and believed that the great Samson would help to cope with this. Now he begged Mr. Xiao to save him, but it was interesting for a person to watch such a wonderful action. Soon, the boys managed to return to their ship and pour all the crazy women who were so fanaticized on the menu. There was a big thunderstorm, but Zhao asked all the crew members not to worry, because after such a monetary cloud ahead would be much calmer. But with regard to Ji, the captain continued to joke about his subordinates, and asked if the boy wanted to return to the port. However, he dreamed of forgetting this day. It was suddenly reported that a sailboat appeared in front of the ship, which was a rather rare occurrence in the open sea. She suspected that the radar might have broken down in a sailing boat, and from this they did not see a cash cloud, which would become a terrible catastrophe for this type of boats. Thus, the fishermen warned the ship that swims in front of them that now they would enter the storm wave, so they should destroy the speed and turn back. Nevertheless, the captain of the neighboring ship did not entertain the speed and swam forward, as if expecting to hit them with lightning. What happened as a result? In seconds, one of the first lightning struck right into the sailing boat, on which there were people. Despite the fact that Xiao was right, he was going to swim directly to the injured board and help people. As it turned out, Nikita, the 20-year-old daughter of New York, was tied to one of the decks on a sailing boat. The girl could not understand what happened, and the terrible storm ended, because then she was able to survive. But in a matter of seconds, Mr. Xiao appeared, whom the lady did not know and was very afraid when the stranger was so close. Then Mr. Xiao explained that the sailing of the 3 Mahar yacht was made using a separate sketch, so it cost tens of millions. And, it seemed, testified that the girl on the ship was quite rich. Nikita was scared and directly asked the person if he needed money, because when it is, she is ready to pay so that she is not touched. Having received a bank card, the girl said that when the guy does not touch her, she could get without money. The girl had to call the family, and Xiao was more interested in whether she could pay for her people who were killed by her on the ship. Nikita almost cried at that moment and asked how she could kill people when her own body was connected. An hour later, a rescue boat arrived, and the crew members asked the boss whether it was normal on a sailing boat. But when Gigi jumped onto the ship, he saw 2 more people who suffered greatly from lightning. Xiao came closer and realized that people had stopped. Apparently, they were struck by lightning at a time when they worked on the mast. Soon, the boss called Manji and announced that he was able to find something during the search of the injured ship. But Zhao, meanwhile, tried to cope with the global security system in danger, and as it turned out, the weather radar was disconnected. The Jew was angry with Nikita, who was on the ship all the time and could not be caused for help to help her get the life of others. Xiao ordered his boyfriend to tie the girl and take her where she was currently so that they managed to get on the ship. And most of all, people were annoyed by people like this girl, who kill and replace others and then do not want to bear responsibility for devotees. However, despite the judicial persecution of Xiao, Nikita did not have something stupid in her head from the very beginning, and she did not want to happen to someone on board. But unable to withstand pressure, the girl said that when she was not believed, they could throw her into the open sea to pay. Then he intervened Ji and said that, despite his chosen one, the girl should be saved. And at first she asked her to tell herself a little more. The lady exhaled with relief and introduced herself like Nikita Bloomberg. When Xiao heard her name, he was simply more upset. According to Nikita, at first she just wanted to go to the open sea and find really wonderful and unusual. And as it turned out, she talked about the snowy pelvis narcle. Then the story began to contact Mr. Xiao. After that, the girl asked him where they went, that they were nearby in such terrible weather. But without hearing the answer, Nikita asked to put her in the next port, and her family will receive a great reward for the salvation of her daughter. But suddenly, Xiao ordered the girl to shut up and reminded that, from the very beginning, she planned to see Nalval. After that, the man turned the girl's face to the water, where she was able to see the same wonderful animals she dreamed of. Nikita was surprised how Mr. Xiao was able to do this because she went to their trace and lost. And here they were so lucky. Xiao agreed with the girl about luck, because he realized that she knew nothing about his magic and decided not to reveal the secret. It suddenly became sad that it was quite difficult to raise for himself, and he would be happy to take him to the island. Then one of the crew members intervened and said that his boss has such a tendency. On their island there are already seals, sea lions, white and sharks. Suddenly, their conversation about the soap was interrupted by a terrible picture, which occurred right in the eyes. Wonderful sea animals suddenly began to flow blood. Nikita was very scared because she regretted animals that were not clear from the fact that they were injured, and therefore they were now waiting for danger. As it turned out, there was another ship on which the company was entertained. One of the men in a state of intoxication took weapons and began to shoot at animals. When Xiao saw this, he was ready to finish these abominations, which allows himself to do such things. When Nikita saw where the eggs came from, she began to scream with these injections to stop and did not do such terrible things. But men from the next board drew attention to the girl's sweet voice and realized that she asked them to stop. Nevertheless, they were not going to listen to which restrictions. And then one of the men set the face of the gun on the next boat. Moreover, they wanted to have fun. And that is why they were served for them, so they decided to intimidate the members of this team. From the sounds of shots and explosions, Nikita immediately hid behind the deck and tried to close her ears so that she could no longer hear it. Then Xiao immediately approached her and took the girl in his arms. Took her in a safer place to reassure and give her the opportunity not to look at it. As soon as they were in a place where bullets could not achieve, Nikita ordered Nikita to stay there and not to go out until he called. At the same time, rabbits that killed rare animals were even more pleased with what happened, and were sure that they could not stop them. Nevertheless, Xiao could not leave this situation and pull everything out of his hands, so he sought to show a lesson about how to behave in the sea. Then he concentrated enough energy in his hands and used the special Shanghai technique, which was quite strong compared to others. A strong storm began in seconds, and the cop was amazed at the fact that his boss could make his magical power. However, through various boats it was absolutely meaningless for enemies, since their ship was much more difficult, and it was difficult to get, but then Xiao asked not to panic and said that it was only a tactical adjustment, after which everything was just beginning. And even if it did not give them anything, you still need to be safe. Meanwhile, Binding also go to the islands of Anju to evade the storm. Now, according to the plan of the Xiao, it was necessary to follow this ship, people on whom he only laughed. But the captain of the boat told Xiao that they could not catch up with this ship, given the speed with which he was floating. However, Xiao again asked not to panic, but simply to maintain speed and follow exactly with their goal. Then he smiled confidently and added that now they only had to wait for an interesting result of this process. Suddenly, strong cries began on the ship. The vacationer became unclear what is happening with the ship. Now the ship was forced to stop, which was designed for 7 when it was the very beginning of this mission. He then explained that this zone of seawater is tightly covered with hidden reefs, and if not carefully, you can easily cut them. The man was specially made so that the scoop of air is flooded here. He called it like a shepherd in front of the wolves. Now everyone was happy to watch how the ship members suffer from their own stupidity. And when G suggested returning to the right route, I became louder than the radio and wanted to wait for the signal. A minute later, notifications began to appear that a long, standing living ship in the reef occurred in urgent mode, and urgent rescuers were urgently needed. At that moment, Xiao raised his right and said that he would like to help, but the wind and waves were too strong. In addition, they are armed, and therefore we will scare. Then, the villain from the neighboring ship began to apologize and said that when he was saved, he would definitely pay generously. Xiao agreed to such a state and asked to wait a bit, because they needed a little time to go through the reefs. The fishermen asked the exchange to bring a chair, because now they would watch the show that was expected for the crew. Soon, rescuers again began to receive messages about salvation, because people on board almost drowned. She replied that he would be soon, and the wind did not interfere with him. But in fact, the man was already relaxed and just looked. Then he asked his brother to bring him a little beer to make him even more pleasant and bring more pleasure. Xiao did not specifically turn it off to the right when he turned to a friend, so his request heard the same darkness that killed wonderful animals with her own hands. But after he heard, he got angry even more, and again took a weapon to take revenge on those who are not going to save his life. He spoke to the microphone and said that there would be a warning now, so rescuers need to swim on his ship as soon as possible. After that, the man opened fire on the boat of Mr. Xiao, so deadly holes can be formed on decks. Then Ji turned to the boss and said that this maniac could really harm the ship, and it is not clear what to do now. From the very beginning, the man just wanted to see the show, but now it looks like a Gloom should understand the arrival of the sea police. Thus, in order not to create unnecessary problems, he sent his ship to the fact that he could soon plunge. Men on the deck rejoiced at their successes. In their eyes, the Chinese were quick and intimidated, saying that they were afraid that he would shoot them. But soon the men saw that the rescuers did not stop side by side, but continued to move at high speed. At that time, Ji herself extended and asked in Xiao whether he was going to crash into a neighboring ship, because they need to save these people. But Mr. Pen was not going to be loved and merciful to people who are not responsible for their own actions, so it is better to send them to God. In the blink of an eye, Xiao sharply turned the ship to another ship, and only a few meters remained to a terrible accident, which could lead to a dozen deaths. But at that moment, there were no emotions on the captain's face. On the contrary, he rejoiced in his plan and wanted to see the result as soon as possible. After an instant collision with 2 boats, one of them turned, and here he could plunge into the water that entered. Then January asked boss. He does not understand that now they will all go to the bottom of the fish. But Xiao explained that this is called the Bernoulli principle, also known as the absorption of the ship. 2 in parallel, the ships are attracted to each other, and their ship, which was tilted to the left when he accelerated, of course falls. For the boss, it was surprised that Maine, Marines for many years, and still did not know this important law. But after that, Xiao added that when he was not a state official, he is rich. Now it is better for them to burn as soon as possible. After the matter was completed, the entire crew of the ship went to the nearest port to relax after such adventures. But as soon as Xiao took a step on the ground, an airplane and people behind him immediately appeared. Xie showed no fear, but calmly asked the men what happened and that he accused the elusive before someone. Nevertheless, his partner Ji at that moment was very scared and turned to the boss for help, because he did not know how to respond correctly in such a situation. Soon, a couple of rich people appeared before Xiao. where his wife asked her husband about whom she stood in front of them. The fisherman was not going to read before people were unknown to him, and did not understand why he was detained without explanation. Then the stranger introduced himself as Sergei Peltovich and said that his son had just been killed, and, according to rumors, it was Shio and his team that was the last that were next to him. At that moment, a Jew G turned to his boss and said that he was a gloomy father, whom they decided to study. Suddenly, Xiao received a portable carrier and said that his whole conversation with his killed son was recorded on him. He wanted to save him, but given the distance, he did not have time. When Sergei Peltovich heard about a distance of 2 miles, he got angry because if he is in a hurry, he may have time. The fisherman was not going to waste time on these conversations and asked the person not to interfere in his personal affairs and immediately free. However, the victim's father knew about the gossip who went about hostility between the two ships that he himself was hidden. But the fisherman said that there was nothing important in this, since they are the Chinese and are able to properly arrange priorities. Thus, they would never have chosen dozens of deaths for a small quarrel and defended their thought to others. At that moment, the Jew laughed at his boss and thought that he was like a real Satan who initially killed people and then accused them. The mother of the murdered boy was not going to endure a lie and said that her guards would immediately catch men from the board. After the order received, this man was thrown with fists in Xiao. But this decision was false for them, since no one took into account the true power of the fisherman. Everyone considered him a fragile, subtle boy who was not capable of a serious fight and defended his own life. But when several guards easily defeated the person who now had to receive firearms, the Xiao colleagues asked him to stop. At the same time, Nikita came out of the ship very on time. The sounds of shoes that everyone paid attention and calmed down. At the same time, the girl asked strangers to provide her ministry and not force her friends who saved her after a terrible storm. Mother with the father of the injured boy did not know who Bloomberg was, so the girl's words did not mean anything to them. But in order to show her status, the girl called her name and asked the strangers if they heard something about the mayor of New York. After a short conversation, the girl invited Goss to her banquet Villa Shelton, which was larger than the ship of Mr. Xiao. As soon as the girl returned home, she dressed, and then her whole real beauty appeared. The boys barely restrained themselves. That evening, Mani Ji just spoke of a young lady who looked like a big boss in this villa. But Xiao accused himself of not understanding who was the father of the girl before. The behavior of Sergius Latovich also changed, and he became rather generous for the lady, so he apologized for previously behaving like ignorance. But suddenly the man pointed his hand to the crew and asked the girl whether her assistant, if she defended them so much. Xiao did not like this wording about him, but at that moment he was nearby and was able to master the owner. Nikita answered Sergei that these were her good friends, and they have nothing to do with her son, who was killed on the ship. The man smiled and said that he believed such a respectable woman. But in fact, he did not regret his son. Even on the contrary, the old man was glad that death could bring him closer to an influential family. But suddenly the girl's intonation changed, and she said, saying that something begins to mention this case. After that, Nikita went to Xiao and ordered him to apologize to her for the incident. Now the girl was too close to the boy. Then she whispered possible consequences on his ear if he did not apologize to her. And Mr. Sergei knows everything. Sayo's face changed. He did not like it when someone managed to manipulate them. But this time there was no choice. However, what Xiao answered, the girl did not like it. She mentally asked him who allowed him to treat her like that. So, in order to get something good from this meeting, she asked to compensate Mr. Xiao a little. But, despite the request and attempts to manipulate, Xiao was still configured and said that he was not going to do the same, because Xiao was convinced that he had nothing to apologize to the girl, and in this case he himself was able to solve his problems. Watching the conversation of the young, Sergei realized that the girl seemed to be not going to protect the fisherman, and this was only in his hand. After that, the old man turned to Xiao and said that they should continue the conversation. But Pen replied that it was not necessary. The guy appeared before the honorary victim and Samuel of the Orthodox Church, which is not allowed to lie, and he will not do this. Sergei was angry and said that he hopes for understanding the words of Xiao, otherwise he would only worsen, and the mother of the murdered son felt that the guy was lying to her. Then the woman turned to protection and ordered to immediately remove the G on the Xiao after he fed her body to cruel bears. But Xiao emphasized that he is really a member of their church and always the opportunity to call the priest to come and check. An hour later, the priest arrived and bowed before Xiao asked why he was called. Samuel said that the case was in a simple check, Then he pointed a finger at Sergius's wife and said that she called him a liar and wanted to feed the bears with her body. Soon they began to doubt the validity of the priest, and the church servant decided to call the bishop to confirm his personality. After the conversation, which continued for a minute, Sergei immediately began to apologize to Xiao for his words and accusations. However, the wife could not accept the status of the boy because he still accused him of the death of his son. But this did not worry Sergius, so he raised his hand to his wife because, according to him, this was inconvenient for Samuel, and it was better to give his wife the bears to apologize to the boy. But in Mao, according to the laws, one word of the Orthodox Church can decide whether these oligarchs live or take their lives. Nikiti was difficult to understand why Xiao hides so much from other people and tries not to betray himself. Soon, the crew members were able to relax well and went hunting, where each of them was able to show their dexterity and show in front of the boss. Nevertheless, Xiao did not praise his colleagues for the murder of animals, since they were living beings and had the right to life. But Sergei came to the death of his son, and the information confirmed that the guy had died in natural circumstances. But his subordinate immediately noticed a slight exhalation, so he directly asked if the boss, Mr. Xiao, was really afraid. Nevertheless, Sergei replied that when Xiao said that he was not connected with the murder of his son, it was so. But in the future, you must be careful. While men walked through the woods, Ji did notice a large lawn with dogs, and Xiao fixed it and emphasized that these were white wolves. And these animals are really associated with the legendary shamans and their rituals. Their full name is the Newfoundland white wolf. Then Xiao went to predatory animals, and Sergei asked him to be careful, but, according to Ji, the wolves themselves should be preserved. When the pen came closer to the animals, he could not restrain their joy and offered to go home with him. Suddenly, in the man's head, as if some voice greeted him with the words of gratitude to the great shaman. Yao began to rotate and look for a source of sound, but suddenly a wolf appeared in front of him, who spoke in a human voice and called himself. Xiao was very scared and was surprised that the wolf could speak human language, but he worked that in fact he could understand them. The wolf said that they were the last from the southern tribe, and all other representatives ruthlessly killed the royal Orals tribe. At the last moment they managed to escape. Then they tied their souls to the wolves so that they could not find and destroy them. Now Xiao began to realize that the mysterious art of shamanism was in some way connected with his circumstances. But the wolf asked the boy for help as soon as possible. But at some point, the person suspected that the turban asks him for protection, namely about the physical struggle with his enemies. Nevertheless, the majority of the leader of the tribe was necessary to take care of his children, the only hope for their tribe. They must survive and continue the family. Initially, Pen thought about this proposal and hesitated whether he should go to such a responsible step. At that moment, the wolf's father began to worry. But as soon as the puppies began to gently and playfully jumping on the guy, it was difficult for him to stay and refuse. Then he turned to his great shaman and said that he had another news that he should know. One of the wolves brought a special mask, which is considered the collective soul of his people, and the turban wanted him to be released by a large shaman. After that, the wolf expanded his paws forward and confidently gave such an important thing to his people that she retained all their souls. At that time, he asked if he gave him his life, but the turban said that he trusted his whole life all his life, and now his opinion has not changed, because, thanks to his special opportunities, he saw through the human body, his bold and real soul. After that, the turban climbed into a stone and officially stated that he was trusting the mission of his own washing people. Being confident, Pen took the little puppies, whom he had to train like his own children, in love and knowledge. When Sergei saw a man with two rare animals, he could not believe his eyes and was convinced that it was just a miracle. Xiao went to her husband and said with a serious look that he needed to convey something. Then Sergei could not wait for his words. Pen emphasized that today's event should be secret and defend the forest so that no one talks about white wolves and did not even know about them. Sergei was disappointed after hearing, but he promised that this task would be completed as soon as possible. And after a conversation with the city of Xiao, a man turned to his subordinate, who at that moment examined the nature of the wild forest. He ordered the boy immediately to find out as soon as possible, and more information about the find and the more details, the better. The young man promised that everything would be done, but the Worlds added that he would organize the perfect foundation as a drill, and no one would know about the death of their object. Sergei was clearly not satisfied because he knew how important it is end-to-end for the whole country. He got angry and struck his subordinate on his head with words that his stupid brain had long needed in this basis. Then the guy took his words and said that there would be nothing without clear orders, so you should not worry. After all the affairs, Xiao and his team went to the ship and soon ended up in the open sea. It was there that Jice began to raise the uprising because the boss was allowed to attract animals aboard, and he was not allowed to invite good girls. But Xiao explained that this is not a restriction of the exchange itself, but that white wolves do not say much and rather quiet. In addition, Mr. Pan's question was always excited, and from time to time he had to be in silence, which was unrealistic when the girls were entertained nearby. Therefore, the man asked to calm his colleagues and emphasized that his grandfather ordered them to swim for him. And they were not a joke, because during this trip they had a special goal, which was so close. So soon the boys divided and rushed into the water, as they knew that there was a treasure who told them to find a grandfather's song. Ji could not believe that such a thing could be a treasure. But the biolocation pointed to the same thing, so the boys had no choice. Xiao came to the toe that this time the treasure would be such a monster. Ji corrected him and emphasized that it was an ordinary sunken ship. But Xiao told the whole story and introduced a strong regiment to the colleague, the largest and most strong tactical nuclear submarine in the former Soviet Union, which was now just a bunch of remnants. The forces of this nuclear charge were enough to destroy all the southern Europe, so after what he heard, Ji invited him to leave this place earlier. He could not believe that the boss really wanted to take him. Moreover, if anything goes wrong, they all will go to hell. But Pen knew that it was not easy to provoke a nuclear explosion. Conditions for both the explosions of the gun and the images do not correspond. The explosion of a gun requires 2 parts of charged nuclear materials, that is, a uranium that will hit each other, and this will lead to an explosion. So, in other words, even if you make dynamite nearby, nothing will happen. And to remove this apparatus from under the water, the man was going to just manipulate this boat in water with his own hands. However, there will still be a certain danger. Separation materials do not explode, but can run away from their place. And if this happens, then everyone who is nearby will turn into a monster where they are. After he heard, Jijui suddenly began to cry, because all these stories from the boss were very scared, but he could not escape. Soon, Yui's brother arrived, who greeted Captain Xiao on the task and said that he would continue his own mission on his own. But in fact, the person thought that when someone else was sent to him, the new one would only get out of his temper, because the character of his brother Sio is difficult to stand. Meanwhile, at the same time, the man was photographed by Jui men, and was already afraid that this guy was photographed for guts to photograph half of the glanced girls who rested on a nearby ship. But the boy was convinced of his decision and turned to the boss to show the result of his work. The guy said that he took a few pictures of fish, and now a large group of younger sisters simply left him a message. Different girls began to offer the menu a compatible holiday in nature, which could not be satisfied. But for Xiao, it was predictable. Suddenly he said that they were surrounded by Narrowed, which were injured. Xiao could not believe that these poor animals followed him so far. Given the fact that Xiao had a wonderful healing force, he decided to immediately help Narval and cure each of them. And after that, Ji again picked up the phone and began to photograph the beauties floating around their ship. The captain is concerned that on this trip they caught fishing and can lose a lot of money. But Xiao said that he should not worry and say that now they should go far and rest, drinking a little high-quality alcohol. Therefore, without throwing words into the wind, the men went to the Association of the Research Station for Pine, Island in New Orleans. In this place, the menu again managed to attract a lot of attention of women. The girls asked about the origin of the boy and whether he would remain for a long time. Soon, the young man went with the lady to relax, to which Xiao noticed and noted that the drunkard should not go anywhere. But Ji said that he would no longer drink and should not hold next to him, that his boss was seriously angry. Nevertheless, he could not do anything and just waited in the morning when a Jew became exhausted, as if he had been tortured all this time. The guy rubbed tears that these Western German girls were too abruptly in relation to him. So the night was hard. Xiao just laughed at the result that was too obvious to him. So the man always held himself in his hands. Suddenly, another beauty appeared in the room, whose body was so sophisticated and at the same time fragile. As it turned out, she heard that Jean Yu soon returned home, so she decided to offer him a little time together. The guy did not have the strength, but the choice did not remain. Only he knew one thing that was through Mr. Xiao. After the last trip, the men went to a luxurious closet from New York Bloomier, whose daughter they met earlier. The man sincerely thanked the rescuers for doing his work and caught their daughter. The old man appeared before his name and asked the boys if they heard about him that he received a satisfactory answer. Because there are 4 well-known personalities in the world, And this is the US president, the president of the UN, and the president of the World Bank. Well, the fourth in this group of famous personalities for Xiao was Maine, New York, Mr. Bloomberg. These words were pretty sweet for a man, but Zhu knew that the old man was one of the 10 best billionaires in the world. Only one of this border of their deep-sea quartz was more expensive than a whole cruise liner. The mayor said that, judging by all, the young gentleman has some knowledge in this area, so he can serve as a good interlocutor. But soon the servant of Bloomberg's house approached the men and brought a large box that was filled with jewelry. The old mayor did not know whether this would be enough to satisfy Mr. Xiao as his poles for his daughter, but was ready to give more. At that moment, Xiao got angry, closed the box and said that his team saved his daughter not from a reward, but the humane values with which they established. Then the old man knocked on his back and said with a smile that now he understood everything. Suddenly, at that moment, many beauties entered the room. Mr. Bloomberg said that when the hats were so tired of travel, he prepared several girls. One of them immediately fell on his brother, Zhu, and took him on a red face, suggested playing. Menno was difficult to refuse, but he tried to hide his opinion and emphasized that they were serious people and did not understand them. It was very mocking, and he told a friend that he had already received more than he could improve, so you should not fill out the price. Suddenly, Nikita looked from the corner, and his father asked her what happened, and then adding that he looked like everyone else, he won their pair. As it turned out, an old man with his daughter, that Xiao will be greedy for money. Bobby, who wishes power over people. This situation shared Nikita, and she was still confident in her words that this could not be true. Then Xiao asked how Bloomberg could be sure of his character if they have never met before. But the man referred to his own feelings. He needed such a status from his prudence. And, according to his daughter, he immediately appreciated that the person was from the inside. After that, the old man again hit the boy on his shoulder and said that his girl has a good taste for a man if she looked at such a fisherman. From what she heard, the girl almost exploded at the level and began to scream that she did not like her. Then his father turned to her and said that she confidently loves Mr. Xiao because he was well versed in people's feelings. With these words, Dad brought her to tears, and now Nikita wanted to hide from Xiao as soon as possible, who really liked it. But Bloomberg was not going to dwell on him, and went to Xiao, asked if he wanted him to tell him how best to take care of his daughter. At that moment, Peru himself became uncomfortable, so he offered all the huts. Soon, Health went to the city where Jice expressed his opinion. Although the steak was good, it is not like the food that they sell in all Chinese stores. So, on the occasion, he immediately asked Boss when they finally returned from this long trip home. But Xiao made a little interesting. He pointed to a colleague, a group of people, and asked if they seemed to be familiar. The men immediately recognized old Killy, but people next to him were unknown. Then Xiao said that this should be religious personnel. So it was about the Bishop of Shaman, the Orthodox Patriarch Kilisk, and Catholic Augustine. After that, Xiao said the menu to look at himself. He is an honorary Samson, and for some reason he cannot study Galena manners. However, Ji himself called it wild and not controlled. And these words were heard by honorary members of the Orthodox Church. But despite this, Bishop Kilisk and Augustine with tears rushed to Samuel and the great Mr. Xiao. Ji did not quite understand whether these words were addressed to them, so he asked the pen, which claimed that the old people were simply erroneous. But despite this, the employees of the Orthodox Church continued to escape after them and begged the conversation. Kilisk stopped and was glad to introduce his dear boys to men who also came to his service. It was about the bishop and Catholic Augustine, which stood on two different sides of the old Kilisk. After that, he went to Mr. Xiao and said that now the whole world knows what the pen was doing. Then the guy did not understand what he was talking about, so he asked. Kilisk took his phone and showed a photograph in which Xiao played with beautiful military creatures that he could cure after an injury. In addition, a photograph has already been published on the network, where it is played with small white wolves, which are also carefully processed. Now the guy was poured as an apostle of the South or a whisper of a whale. However, regardless of what it was called, these miracles undoubtedly showed that Xiao is the messenger of God. Therefore, Kilisk asked Samuel to say that their Eastern Orthodox Church is now the only real. After that, the bishop began to convince the boy that he should become the only guard of their world patriarch. The shaman was more interested in making Xiao a priest, and Kilisk was convinced that Pen would not refuse him. Now the XIO was torn to three sides, and it was difficult for him to choose something, so he had to think now. So he went to the ship. At first, Pen talked with Shaman, and he explained to him that the guy needs to create a reserve of his name so that living beings could live. In such conditions, Xiao agreed in love, because he was always glad to protect animals and invest in them. At that moment, the shaman was very surprised, because earlier no one agreed so quickly, and here he did not even have to talk much. After that, the old man called the priest Pen and said that his soul would live in all this eternity for his good deeds. Soon, Augustine arrived in Xiao and began to offer his business. But the guy did not even allow him to agree, because he immediately refused. And he also did not need the name of Samuel. So the old man was very disappointed after he heard and realized that he was really shining. Because Mr. Penn knew that this time Augustine would personally take part in this and did not want to deal with him, Xiao knew and directly said that the entire world patriarchy openly supports the independence of the island, even making such threatening statements. And Penn, as a resident of this island, is difficult to accept this fact, so it is categorically configured. Before leaving, the fisherman said that he expressed his opinion, but one special exception can be assumed. He demanded public apologies and refutations of unsuitable statements regarding the island. But Augustine did not even know how possible. Xiao was not going to spend his time even more on this meaningless conversation and said that the old man was in no hurry to answer. But he had to leave. And again, before leaving Augustine, he emphasized that he would carefully think about his words and made the correct conclusion. After the last serious conversations, Xiao and his team returned home to the same Chanlian Island. In this quiet and comfortable place, his children were waiting for Xiao, who were happy to meet with his father. Pen was also glad to meet with his family and immediately asked the kids if there was sometimes an old dog at home. Suddenly, Xiao's gaze changed dramatically, and he noticed somewhat suspiciously on the island, entering the battle. He saw that on the squirrel of his house there were two male silhouettes, and in their hands there was a serious weapon. Suddenly he is a sinus, the son, which he did not like, as the guy called him with the children. He went to a personal meeting and did not expect that Peru would be called. But the guy knew that the old man not only did it, but he also wanted something. However, at that moment, small children intervened in the conversation. Who asked my dad with my eyes? Then Xiao opened the box and said that he brought these gifts from the North Pole, from the northern place on the ground. The old song also decided to ask if there was a gift for him. But even the children replied that he received delicious food and drinks, so there were no gifts for him. But suddenly her daughter Xiao was upset and called her father a liar, which was for him for the first time. The girl explained that, according to the Pope, he brought a bear from the North Pole. But on the toy it was written that he was made in China. Xiao did not understand how this happened, and came to the conclusion that his real Chinese, the Chinese in another country, were deceived. Then the old song laughed at him, and the children began to tease and say that his father was stupid if he went the same. As soon as the guy came home, his mother immediately pulled him to the shopping center for joint purchases. Nevertheless, it was not clear why it was not clear, because he brought a world-class gift as a gift. And the woman got angry with such a question and perceived him as if her son did not want to spend time with her. The old woman was not the first when she used such a verbal trap. His mother went to a specific address and tried to find a suitable place. Although, as it turned out, she was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, her gaze fell on some stranger. So pointing with a finger, the woman said that now they came right to the address. Xiao immediately realized that this walk was leading. He explained to his mother that he had come with her. And to take a walk, this means that the old woman is trying to make him go on a date blindly. The woman immediately began to say that this girl was good, and now her son had no right to refuse, although he wanted to go home. Soon he still had to agree and go to a meeting with Shadong, who was 24 years old. Next to her was her mother, John Sui. As soon as they met, Xiao immediately apologized for the later and explained that their taxi was detained in traffic jams. But for the price, this was not a problem, since the girl enjoyed the coffee bean and confirmed that it was not in vain that it was so popular. But the girl was very surprised when Xiao took Mako, which, in her opinion, was the cheapest and worst coffee in this institution. The guy explained that he was just used to such coffee, but the girl immediately thought that this ordinary beggar who could not afford normal coffee. At that moment, the girl asked the boy why he came by taxi because she was worried that he had no car. She said that he has a large reference pickup, who usually travels his best friend. At that time, Mrs. Jiang was overlooked and was clearly unhappy with what status they received. After that, the girl asked about the size of the house, which is the property of Xiao. He explained that there are only a few houses on his island. In the end, He added that he built a tree with his own hands, so they are really valuable for him. Then the reaction was shocked. She began as if the dating site is very unreliable because she was looking for a rich boy and she did not fit at all. Then the mother intervened in the conversation and asked the girl what she was about in her mind. Suddenly I thought she was wrong. According to her, Xiao was poorly dressed, had nothing special in real estate. Therefore, given his status, the girl was unnecessary. After that, the price took her mother's hand and said that they need to leave because they spend time on these strangers. Suddenly, the guy went to a woman in a beautiful white suit and asked if he could treat coffee before stretching his business card. When the girl took a picture, she realized that a large manager of the company turned to her, and she was with large market capital. Then my mother realized that they were in front of the veins, but the son asked his mother not to speak. Just look. The price changed in her behavior and asked Mr. Vienna what he wanted. The man stretched out a pan with coffee and processed the girl. The happiness of the lady was not the limit. She took a cup and inhaled the aroma of coffee, which did not drink anything tastier. But when he heard the reaction, Vainasaya said that he was an ordinary Mako who drank his whole life and was simply used to him. And after that, he attracted the attention of the window to the window, which was his machine, which he processed from the usual pickup. Then the guy asked if the lady wanted to roll with him, to which she immediately agreed. Nevertheless, the young man noted that he lives on a remote island, so it will take enough time to get there. But the reaction increases. In her eyes, she was the best man right in front of her. So she added that she would do everything for him. But before you go on a date with a girl, Vensai said that there is no need to decide whether to go. Then he went to Xiao and said that all the mentioned previously belonged to his boss, which should be asked for permission. At this moment, the price thought about who I really was. And her mother remembered that she saw this guy in the news earlier. Miss Jen realized that she needed to rectify the situation as soon as possible. So she turned to her mother and said that all this was a misunderstanding. But the old woman even refused to listen to her words and took Vienna and Xiao, ordered them to get away from these unpleasant women as soon as possible. Now the price was not left with anything. And being devastated, she realized that she had lost such a wonderful person whom she had long dreamed of. When the men left the cafe, Xiao praised his friend for his sense of humor. But Vienna emphasized that this was only from his boss, who taught him. But the mother of the mother was surprised that Vienna appeared in general. Therefore, the guy explained that then he came to the dick, but the young man was more surprised that he had not yet met her. Nevertheless, he soon heard the voice of a girl who could not but recognize. Wai immediately rushed to him with his fists and said how he dared to tremble with someone, and also offered to go to the island together. Vienna tried to explain that it was only part of a draw. Then he turned to his Aunt Chen and boss Xiao so that they also intervened and explained his whole girlfriend. Xiao was not going to intervene, so her mother told her that she began this whole story, so she should help explain it. After the execution of these unsuccessful dates, the guy went to the beach, where he walked with his sister E. The girl wondered what Xiao knew about the existence of the film industry in this place, but he explained that he had come only for her. But the sister was uncomfortable, and she said that she was not sure of 100%, that he came to her and not with his other sisters. Then Xiao decided to change the topic and pointed to a large crowd of people standing in front of them and asked what was happening there. The girl explained that she recently came to shooting on advertising and tourists have become much more. Suddenly, she reminded Xiao that he was recently with Wai, so she suspected that he loved her. However, the guy explained that she was a sister, not more, but it was important to find out what place in the life of Xiao she occupies. So she already asked the leadership who she was for him. But again, she could not hear the answer. Suddenly loud screams began to be published from the crowd, which everyone drew to attention. As it turned out, it was a conversation between two actors. One of them claimed that he would not swim in Tiangan for any expenses, and his greenhouse is also not worthy of being there. But Huan Tao, who was a former trainee, was now a real actor that there was no place on the price where he had entered. Then people began to discuss this character. And as it turned out, no one heard about him before. This struck a person's self-esteem, and he got angry, began to call everyone to stay with his attention. Then she went up to him and asked her lover not to arrange scandals here, then all of them. And if Feng gets there, and they will also be able to. These words assured the artist, and he hugged his girlfriend that he would do everything to provide her with a better life. Suddenly, Xiao approached them, and his cough was distracted by them. Wan Tao immediately thought that an autograph came up to him. However, Pen asked the actor if he wanted to get to the island of Tianlan, because when it was true, he could help. because a person knew that none of the boats would want to swim before God forgot the place, and he is ready. But it is necessary to buy a boat himself. Yu and Huan said that this was a good idea, and decided to immediately buy a boat. But there was a problem that the boats were not installed. Then, Zhao intervened again and said that he knew the place where there were always boats. Huan thought that this stranger was a man who sells them, for whom the result was a good percentage of sale. But Pen explained that he was an ordinary fisherman, but he does not think that rich people like Tao will think about such trifles. Huan said, and took his lover that now they could show how good people live. A few minutes later, I was called on the phone and said that here, a boss's friend wanted to buy a boat, so he offered a discount. But Xiao emphasized that the discount should not be made, but on the contrary, this time it is better to make a large edge. The boss explained that everything is simple. You need to sell all the most precious ones that you can find in the store and then get a good profit. But how many pen can be done? Now it will only depend on the seller. So in his interests, there will be a margin. After the conversation, he threw the phone and was pleased with his plan, thanks to which the major could teach. In addition, now he will be able to earn enough money for those who are trying to show their status and humiliate others. Soon, Huan and his beloved bought the most expensive boat, which was only in a store in Xiao. They managed to quickly get to the island of Zangan. In addition, Mr. Bloomberg gave a very good ship, which cost tens of millions, and Ji appreciated this gesture. Xiao was also satisfied. He said that the setting would take about 6 months, and he suspected that this would increase its value in several Christmas. Now they need to play with sail sports and strive to win a world record in this area. The men confirmed that the ship was really cool, but the gift that he received from Bloomberg personally is much better. Xiao did not manage what the gift was, so he asked his colleague to demonstrate his new property. Then the person ordered the driver to remove his new transport, namely the best tank in the country that could only be real rich. Xiao looked at this gift and said that the magnificent civilian tank was really cool and rather unexpected. Then the man added that when sitting in such a tank, when the coolest sports car yields him on the road, but Mina was more concerned about how good girls wanted to take their passenger place and roll together. Suddenly, one of the captains of the boat said that the unknown ship was approaching their island, which resembled a yacht from afar. Nevertheless, the man said that the boss is better to watch personally, because this ship was much larger than a yacht. When Xiao saw who came to his island, he asked that these people were so much time that they decided to come to him. In the eyes of the fine, these people looked like 2 old men who were always dissatisfied with the fact that the guy dissolves gossip behind his back. Nevertheless, Xiao never hit him. I calmly reacted to such statements in his direction and was not going to argue. But soon, Francis first left the ship, who was also an acting dad in the World Patriarch. Xiao just laughed at the old man, calling him a bamboo shutter. Then Grandfather Song ordered him to filter the words, since he was a representative of religion. Francis called Xiao Samuel and was happy to finally get acquainted with him. He introduced himself as the current dad of the World Patriarch. Pen was shaken with his hand, but he was convinced that it was a bamboo rat, which had a foreign territory that had to be killed. Soon, all men went to drink delicious tea and discuss all the possible future cooperation that bothered Xiao. Pen immediately asked Francis whether he agreed to the conditions that he proposed. The old man had nothing to answer. However, he soon said that for this reason he arrived to discuss this problem. She recalled that he established 4 conditions earlier and was ready to discuss everyone, because he suspected that he would have to put even more. Francis did not know how to behave in this situation, so he hoped for the old son that he would help him cope with everything. My grandfather heard a request for help and, finally, drinking delicious tea, loudly put the pot on the table to show his seriousness. He turned to Xiao and said that since ancient times there was no reason to abandon the problem of sanctification. Therefore, he offered to hit him in the face, and then agree. Such conditions were acceptable for this guy. So he emphasized that she still offered an old song, and he was difficult. Now he ran into the Orthodox Church of Samuel, the supreme priest of the world deity. The only god, appointed envoy, who was worthy of this status, was Mr. N. Xiaopen. After a small procession of the statement, Francis was the first to go to Xiao and said that he was hoping for their fruitful cooperation. However, now the old thing remains for Samuel. It is to turn its island into an ecumenical island. XIO was not against this. But for Dad it was happiness because Pen rarely, when he easily agreed with something. However, he also had his own conditions. He emphasized that Zangan is still a national territory, so this issue depends on all their national leaders. The song went to Francis and said that they could talk about this in more detail when they returned later. But Xiao added that they have a good chance to start compatible cooperation, and everything else will only depend on the old ones. However, not everyone was satisfied with the behavior of Xiao, saying that he behaved in a holy place, like a real Satan. And this was not only about a young man, but also about his grandfather San, who also sought benefits everywhere and was a real boss. Meanwhile, the brother of Tao arrived in Xiao, who called him generous and generous, after buying a yacht, which cost 5 million. Huan always wanted to hear these words in his address, and replied that he was not a shortage of money. And the other day I met some people just sang 3 songs to them, and they immediately gave her 8 million yuan. And really the girl was not sure that she sings so well and earns enough money. However, she knew that from these 8 million she needed to pay tax. Then Huan hugged her and said that you just need to whine nationality so far in order to avoid such troubles. After all, the girl could save half the money, be a citizen of the country N, and this idea seemed quite interesting to her. But Tao too was not going to remain light, so he asked his beloved how she could thank him for such a good idea. Then the girl came closer and, rising to the ear of her beloved, whispered that today he would have an unforgettable day. Meanwhile, Francis, Uncle Suna, and Xiao lasted dinner, for which they could relax and discuss some more issues in the case. Francis expressed his opinion on the fish, which was very tasty to him, and the old man was sure that it was only by the grace of God. However, Xiao did not hold back his words and called Francis stupid when he believes in this. Suddenly, the furious Ji burst into the room and asked why he could not get a license, hoping that this was not the result of Sun's grandfather's hands. Therefore, as soon as the guy saw the old man, he immediately took up him and said that he should provide him with some service. When the men moved away from everyone, Maine called his grandfather his friend and asked if he could help him get a license for a tank. But despite the pleas and the kind words of the guy, the old man still immediately refused him, without even listening to the end. However, suddenly Francis approached the guy and said that when the young man wants to enter his holy city, he could help with a license. Not to mention the fact that both civilian tanks and military vehicles can drive around the city. So Ji immediately agreed without unnecessary thoughts. But right at that moment, Grandfather Song turned to him and said that he could give out a license only so that the guy stayed with him. Meanwhile, 2 suspicions were detained on the other side of the ocean, and the husband immediately transmitted this information to Mr. Zun about this. As it turned out, the couple of Yu Yu and Huan Tao, who tried to free themselves recalling all their connections, was in love with 2 detainees. As soon as Xiao arrived at the place, Jun's brother asked him if these 2 friends were, but Pan immediately said that he did not even know these people. Then, the man ordered the military to take these 2 and even nobody to inform their death, inventing an accident. But in a fit of emotions, Juan recalled the fact that he is a citizen of the country N, so he cannot do this. However, after the announced, the scoundrel received a strong slap in the head. Besides, his beloved girl, who was also detained, because the military began to suspect that these 2 could be spies, so they should be linked to conduct a thorough and comprehensive investigation. Xiao was even worried before that Tuan would not return to him with a bought yacht. But everything turned out as he wanted. Otherwise, now the multi-million-dollar luxurious yacht now belonged to Mr. Penn for free. Meanwhile, a small accident occurred in the city center. Although the cars were damaged, all people were left without a scratch. When one of the drivers went out, he immediately turned to the passengers of the second car, which actually called this accident. Then the girl came out with her boyfriend and said that she specially crashed when she saw such a terrible car. After that, her boyfriend immediately rushed with money from the second driver and said that this was his money for a normal car. The man did not like such hooliganism, but no one agreed to listen to him, and the couple went on. But as soon as they drove behind the wheel and drove on the main road, a giant tank immediately left for them from around the corner. The car was completely destroyed, as its dimensions were several times smaller than the tank that rode right among the city. The couple managed to run out of the car before the explosion occurred, and immediately began to shout that their car was completely destroyed. Then, from the inside of the tank, Xiao came out, and with a smile said that when he saw such a terrible car, he decided to crash into it specially. With a confident gait, Xiao came closer to these villains, and with an evil face asked if they needed compensation. The girl immediately began to scream at him and say that she would force him to pay everything to the last penny. Then she turned to her husband and asked if he supports her. He approached with a smile to Xiao and said that they did not need anything. But the girl continued to scream from behind and asked the man to put the phone. Then he could not stand it and gave a slap in the face of his girlfriend with the words that she would close her mouth and turn on the brain. Not to mention stupidity. He pointed his hand to a tank, which even has a license plate that it is enough to understand their future fate if they continue to argue with the owner. Then Xiao asked someone to call if their car had been taken and it would not interfere with public transport. After his last words, Pan sat in the tank again and left. And that scoundrel shouted to him in the wake that he would do everything. The drivers of the tank argued among themselves, who said that it was not worth thinking about going outside and rolling all day to bring different girls. As it turned out, Feng Jiangan was also in military transport, admiring the courage of Mr. Xiao. He asked the man, "Is he really so much wisdom that he could live alone in the Bering Bay?" But Xiu said that firstly, he floats through the Pacific Ocean. Therefore, the next time you should check all the information before engaging in sinking. Then the man grabbed the hairdryer and asked how he recognized the information, suspecting that the guy wants to arrange troubles. But suddenly, Gina spoke in the tank and said that she told the young man all, so her father should not complicate the situation. During the trip, the couple sat all the time nearby and at some point held hands, which I really did not like Xiao, and he shouted at them. Unable to stand it, the man rushed to the hairdryer again and said that with such a pace, the guy would not live until the evening. But leaving everyone alive, the man still gathered to the coastline of the island, namely the ISAF starting point. There, the man settled all the documentation and told where the starting point is located, and the final will be in San Francisco. Now Xiao is responsible for any unforeseen circumstances during the period, so I must sign all the papers if I am sure of this. The whole trip should last more than 20 days. So before sending, the little daughter of Pina asked her father, "Is he really planning for such a serious step?" Xiao hugged VIU and said that in adulthood it was necessary to challenge for some reason so that it was not so boring. Then he showed a sailboat that gave him Bloomberg, and the man was sure that he would help him find his path. Uncle Joseph was also worried and wanted to stop the young man not to risk it, and emphasized that it was not too late to stop. After all, the last contender was also a Chinese, and it is not known where he is now. Because they still have not been found, so they were included in the list of missing people. Therefore, the old man asked Fen to whether he considers it an act of arrogance and whether he agrees with all his previously spoken words. Suddenly, Xiao intervened in the conversation and did not understand what these men were talking about, as if hiding something. But when Bajik Joseph saw, his aggression subsided, and now he wanted to calmly discuss everything. Disrupted at this situation, he joked that he was waiting for an apology, although he had not seen anything serious about it. Then the old Joseph apologized to him, but still condemned Soy for the fact that he was so sure of the ease of reaching the finals. 2 weeks later, Xiao was still in the open sea and never again went to land. However, he liked to be in unity with nature. Soon he called Kardashian and already heard that the man is now on an interesting test. But she did not understand why he did not say anything to anyone, as if she was afraid to fork out for the holiday in honor of the fact that this task would pass. But suddenly the conversation was interrupted and the connection completely disappeared. Then the woman began to worry that something happened to Xiao. A few minutes later, Xiao returned to contact and said that everything was fine with him. Just some shark crashed into the vessel's body. Then Kardashian was even more scared, because she was sure that now the man was even more dangerous, and, as it turned out, she was mistaken again. She said that he easily frightened the shark, and now he should adjust the mast a little so that the sailboat goes in the right direction. Therefore, the fisherman briefly set aside the phone and asked the woman to wait for him for several minutes while he arranges all things. Kardashian still remained on the loudspeaker, so she asked the guy how he plans to do it. But he replied that he remembers the instructions well. Then the woman blushed, and calling Xiao a brave and courageous husband, said that he bravely challenges the sea. But she changed a lot in behavior, because she saw that the man took off his pants to resolve the mast. Then she shamed him a little, indicating that he forgot to turn off the camera, and she sees everything. However, at that moment, Xiao was not up to flirting and similar conversations, so he decided to tune into more important things. As soon as the man decided to throw the phone, the woman asked him to successfully cross the bay, because she more than once wants to see him. At some point, the phone became unpleasant that they were used as a doll, but he did not show his emotions. Kardashian. 12 days later, the journey of the fisherman of Xiao was still ongoing. He confidently walked to fulfill his goal. Once the man called Joseph, asking him to send the International Sailing Federation, because he will soon be at the finish line. The old man could not believe in the words of Xiao and asked if he was joking to think about giving up halfway. But in order to prove his case, Penn decided to show a certain bridge that will be familiar to the old Joseph. As soon as the man saw the place of acquaintance, fear appeared on his face. He still could not believe that Xiao still managed to do this. Only 12 days passed and it is not clear how the foam managed to get. Then the old man began to suspect the young man in Maka. But not paying attention to these words, Xiao still emphasized that the sailing group to be sent, because otherwise he will simply notify the media that the world record is broken. In a rather short time, the famous fisherman found himself at the core in the harbor of San Francisco, where many were waiting for him. The children immediately rushed to congratulate his father on his own victory and a traded test in such a short time. Joseph was also in the harbor. Having bowed his head, he nevertheless accepted the fact that Xiao made a record several times better, and this is completely not normal in his opinion. But, as it turned out, to avoid such accusations, Xiao had already shot on a video camera, which was immediately transmitted to Joseph. The husband said that when he caught fishing for lies, he would put it in a bad world. However, Xiao added so that the old one would not forget to apologize. Many loved ones and acquaintances came to congratulate the winner on an emergency record, expressing sincere admiration for the path done. When Joseph saw many famous people who became guests of Xiao, I was surprised how they could know the usual Chinese. Kardashian also did not forget her friend, whom she called a real hero, and surprised him with her appearance. And despite the fact that he cost a lot of thousand for this lady, she still congratulated him on the return. At that moment, the man became unpleasant that she did not believe in his victory. But as it turned out, she sincerely believed in him. But she was sure that the fisherman would be enough 18 or 20 days, but no one could think that he would cope for 12. As soon as Joseph saw the famous singer, his temple almost stopped. The old man still could not understand how this young Chinese has so many acquaintances. Soon, Mr. Bloomberg also appeared among those present, who from the very beginning wanted to make a regular gift. And as it turned out, it was a kind of advertising of his boat. It was a wonderful deal for the old mayor, and he held out a special box in the hands of Xiao, who again thanked the wonderful ship. At that moment, Joseph realized that when he accidentally offends these people, he would come to an end, and now he would better leave. But as soon as the old man wanted to leave this event, Xiao immediately noticed his mood and asked where he was going. Therefore, answering all the questions, Xiao asked if finally the confirmation of his recorded record was finished. Then Joseph replied that there was no need in confirmation at all, since given the character of Mr. Penn, he is confident in his honesty. And at that moment, Xiao decided to take revenge on the old man and publicly announced that Joseph did not follow the procedure adopted at the headquarters. After that, all possible journalists immediately rushed to the old man with comments that this is the case, which is accepted by the International Federation, so do not rush like that. And the record holder himself turned to his guests and offered them to celebrate such an event together. Quite quickly, the company reached the best restaurant, where they could have fun and decided to raise the first glasses for the conqueror of the ocean. Everyone liked the celebration, and Xiao, who was always attentive to all the details, noticed that the guests were satisfied. Zhao's friend told the guy that he booked a table in the best and hot bar in the whole San Francisco, where they will go together. But without unnecessary thought, the main king of the party immediately apologized and said that he would not go anywhere. At the same moment, Kardashian was nearby and said that they already have plans for the evening, which is why the guy would be busy. The woman did not agree on this before with Xiao, so she had just informed him in her plans, with which the man did not agree. In addition to her, the restaurant was also other wishing girls who wanted to get attention from the best fishermen. Xiao was not comfortable in front of the guys, and he asked the beautiful ladies so that they would not speak stupid things, since he had completely different plans. After all, in fact, he wants to spend time with adoptive children, with whom he has not such a warm relationship as he would like. Right now, he has a great opportunity to stay with them. From the herd beautiful girls, as if even more fell in love with fishing. After sitting a little more in the company, Penn nevertheless took the children and led them to the Chinese Center in San Francisco, where the kids chose where they wanted to leave. Parr clearly said that he wants to spend time only with children, but as it turned out, not everyone paid attention to it. After all, behind the man was a hairdryer, claiming that he was also a child so he could go with everyone. From the herd, Xiao could not resist and with all the anger hit the guy, who did not like their acquaintance all the time. Then, Feng began to emphasize that his father-in-law lives a wonderful life when many models and influential people are spinning around him. Xiao did not understand what these words were said to, and asked if the young man also wants to get such a life. But the son-in-law immediately replied that he needed only Gina. However, Penn decided to check the guy and smiling asked him to tell the truth because He is also a man and could understand. Then, the hairdryer immediately changed and he felt bewildered, since the surrounding girls still seemed quite attractive to him. After what he heard, Xiao immediately rushed at the young man with his fists and said that he would do so if the hairdryer soon could no longer fight and rejoice in the company of other women. The guy begged the old man to spare him, and besides, he heard Gina's voice, who was walking somewhere nearby. But when the girl nevertheless approached the men, her face was all in tears, and the body in scratches and blood. As soon as Zhao saw what happened to his daughter, he immediately began to ask who was so mocking her. For his daughter, the man was ready to destroy everyone who at least somehow harm her or throws a crooked word in her direction. Suddenly, some stranger approached Zhao and said that this was his territory, because no one else could be here for free. Therefore, as a payment, this guest wanted to get 2 little girls for whom Gina had previously stood out. She could not stand it, and grabbing his hand once again asked who committed such a terrible action with his daughter. Then the stranger began to complain that he was painful, because of which all the other members of his gang group immediately appeared. The men were armed and all as if under one face. These people did not know who Mr. Xiaopan was, so they began to threaten and say that at such a pace they publicly leave him without life, and the girls would still take them to themselves. Xiao ordered Fina to immediately take the girls with him and, being responsible for them, took it to a safer place. The guy began to fulfill the order and asked the girls so that they would not be afraid of anything next to him and were always near him. The stranger turned to the father of the girls and said that it was not too late to change everything, just agreeing to his conditions. But he did not know the stubborn character and capable skills of Xiao, who again used small pebbles like real balls. He drowned the villain by the shoulder and said that he would answer him all the questions he posed now and would not be able to pick up anyone. Suddenly, grandmothers intervened in a showdown who wanted to teach everyone who violates the order of their calm and peaceful life in broad daylight. Xiu did not understand what was happening, but then the old man approached him and said that everything was fine, because they, the Chinese, should help each other. But the hidden weapon of Xiao seemed good to him. Then the guy made a compliment in relation to his grandfather's stick. But as it turned out, who called the police? The service arrived in a matter of minutes. The old man showed them people who threatened with weapons and spoke out as racists, and he even had a video recording of this action, which could confirm the correctness of these words and not to consider all this slander. Then Xiao realized that the old professional in this matter, which served as a compliment and cheered his grandfather. However, as it turned out, on that video, Pen hit the first, so now he must go to the station to clarify the circumstances. The fisherman agreed with the policy, and without any fear went to the station with him. Then the old man turned to the young man and asked if he could get out on his own, because in which case he could help him. She replied that it was not worth taking care of him, and he could independently solve all the problems, so he was soon already in interrogation. The policy was divorced that the foreigner had done so many problems. According to him, the law and order are not good enough because there are too many people in their country. Therefore, feeling the discord, the police officer ordered the Xiao to immediately admit why he was harmful to his citizen. But Pan asked how legally it is to bring weapons on a person of his own free will, because it looks too liberal. Now the guy was not going to say anything until his lawyer arrives. This surprised the policy because he could not imagine how quickly you could find a lawyer in a foreign country. Therefore, laughing at the guy, he continued to joke about the quality of such a lawyer and that he would not help him. But soon Bloomberg entered the office, who turned to Xiao as his friend and asked if his excursion was a visit to the police department of San Francisco. When the policy saw the mayor of New York communicating with an ordinary Chinese, he did not understand what was happening before his eyes. Having discussed all issues and settling the problems, Zhao, along with Bloomberg, went outside, where many journalists already expected. The newspaper correspondent Little Oreshka, named Stevenson, asked Mr. Pena, "Are all the Chinese so hard?" Then the man remembered the information about this small nut, a newspaper that is not harm to the discredit effort. Handing out his hand to the microphone, Xiao replied that he was not obliged to provide all the information and asked the correspondent to advance. However, the persistent Steinson, even in this case, wanted to get to the instinct and reveal to everyone the real face of Mr. Xiao. When a young fisherman and Mayor Bloomberg got into a car, the old man asked the guy to be careful, because the journalists would not lag behind him. Zai replied that it was quite troublesome. It is not easy to go out and have fun, but it is so difficult to be like that all the time. Then he took up the phone and dialed Raphael, to whom he introduced himself as Samuel, and said that he could do something for him. Being seriously configured against journalists, Xiao wanted to see what they would do when his plan will work. 2 days later, in Los Angeles on the Chinese street, there was a great celebration of a special holiday for all residents. There was also Xiao on the main street, who was waiting for Grandfather Hong and was with small children. Grandfather Hong, also known as the head of the Hong family, soon arrived and apologized to Xiao for what the guy had to wait. As soon as the old one saw the children, he handed them 2 tickets with the words that they should be lucky and also hoped for it. Mr. Penn smiled and thanked his grandfather, said that he was too attentive, and this could not but rejoice him as his father. The man knew that this old Hong is an honorary person in Chinese society, so you need to accept all his gifts. But the young man did not know why the old man called him here, and asked, to which Hong replied that he himself would see everything now. Among the central square, a combat field was placed, around which many spectators and fans gathered. Then, Grandfather Hong said that the new year was coming soon, and they decided to organize several measures to revive the situation. This time, it was a martial arts show. Then the old man was called Lao Lina, who was supposed to hire the master. As it turned out, he must make a grand final. Then the old Lao returned to Pan and said that this is the same famous young and promising Mr. Xiao, about whom Grandfather Hong spoke so much. But the conversation of men interrupted the voice from the loudspeakers, announcing the arrival of the famous master of martial arts. Despite the loud name, the master was an old woman, who was simply not to recognize in his appearance. But Xiao himself was very surprised when he saw the same Yan Fanfeng and asked his grandfather, was she really? The guy said that he not only heard about her, but also knew that she calls himself a master of Taiji, a judge of Chinese martial arts. After that, Xiao was very upset and turning to his grandfather Hong said that, most likely he was really deceived. After all, according to him, this Yan Fanfeng simply pretended to be a master. But the lady turned to compatriots and said that she was going to demonstrate Chinese martial arts. Then she immediately became in a combat pose and extending her arms forward, quickly exhaled. Her serious look frightened other participants. And now Grandfather Hong, hearing all this, turned to Lao and called him the old stupid who behaved on it. Then Xiao intervened and said that this news was transmitted more slowly abroad. That is why Mr. Dean was deceived. Nevertheless, now the old one was going to demonstrate a real lesson for such garbage as this pseudo-master. Then Xiao felt a real cold and severity. It became clear to him that these 2 old people were really responsible for their reputation. Meanwhile, the head of the gang of Tao He laughed at Yan Fanfeng's covers and said that this was a really good circus. Then he turned to his 2 masters of martial arts and ordered them to immediately climb the ring and compete. This time, these were twin boxers. At that moment, Xiao was delighted that now the craftswoman would be kicked out and he would be able to observe a real show. One of the boxers turned to Yan Fanfanga and asked why she would not experience her kung fu on him. And the woman explained that each person understands Tai Chi in his own way, and of course receives different energy. This answer was perfect even for Xiao. But the boxers were not going to just give up in the same words, and being ready for a real battle, they said that now they would check it. Suddenly, the old Grandfather Hong intervened, as if frightened, so he asked everyone to wait. He said that since everyone is tuned to sparring, then it is worth entrusting this work to their man. Mr. Xiao did not understand what this stop was for, and asked why she was just not allowing her to work hard. But Hong replied that it would be too easy to cope with it. However, if she enters the battle with 2 boxers, this will become a great shame for China. Then Pan realized that the old man really thought over everything in advance. Now Dina was worried that their people would not be able to overcome these 2 Ruan Duna and Ruan Si. So Hong said that now they had come to an end. But at that moment, Xiao was in a lively mood and decided to offer his help to important men. 2 boxers were very surprised when the one whom they did not expect to see as their enemy entered the ring. It was Mr. Xiao. Without any preparation, he told the boxers that they should either attack him or surrender immediately. One of the Ruans could not stand such prophetic words and rushed at a new enemy with his fists, because of which he received the first fracture of his hand. Then the athlete immediately called to his brother to enter the battle and help him defeat this stranger from China. The second boxer also rushed into battle with the words that he would take revenge on the pain that his brother had to feel. But his attack also turned out to be too weak in comparison with the martial arts owned by Xiao. Pan raised Ruan up the belt and said that he liked to help people, what he decided to do this time. Given the fact that before the start of the game, men discussed among themselves how they want to change their strength with wings. That is why he decided to give him the opportunity to show all his strength and suddenly threw a boxer to the ground. After one strong blow, that boxer flew right on the fake master of martial arts, standing towards the fake master of martial arts. The woman could not react in time, so Ruin fell his face directly to her lips, which was due to which an unexpected kiss occurred. And Xiao only laughed at this and turning to his sister asked how much she could appreciate his work. But the man's strength had not yet ended. So he strictly looked at other candidates standing at the ring and asked if there was no one else to fly. Despite the fact that everyone around was silent, one of the guys said that Xiao was behaving as if specially wished himself death. As a result, after these words, a pile of weapon was assigned to the stranger's head and now words were expected with an apology. Old Hong said that he provides a service with such opponents, so it is worth doing stupid things. But soon, the man entered into defense of his people and accepted the fact that the guy was really mistaken. But he could be excused. But the Old Hong was not going to let this incident just go with his hands. So he ordered the guilty to cut off 2 fingers. First of all, these people did not know the rules, and Hong was ready to achieve justice for his younger one. Then, Xiao intervened in the conversation, and in an attempt to calm his grandfather said that everything was fine and no one offended him. And in order not to cripple that fighter in this way, he offered an alternative. Given how the stranger treated him, Xiao wanted to meet him in the ring personally. Tao He was very scared and no longer knew what fate would be better for his student. Then the emotions of the head of the gang was considered Pan. He understood that everyone was very scared, so he decided to allow the boxer to make the first blow and suggested that all other fighters also rush at him at the same time. Then Tao Hu was delighted and was sure that Mr. Xiao is a real fool, if he himself offers similar conditions. But before the start, the man added that this is the perfect way to remove itching from the hands and show his strength to the whole country. Just a few minutes later, all the fighters lay on the ground with strong fractures and already regretted that they agreed to this. And Xiao only laughed and turned to Hong, said that he won in this tournament, and he would leave everything else with the old man. Then the diluted Tao intervened and said that Pen broke his feet with 12 people and did it on purpose, so he should be responsible. Suddenly, after these words, the man felt that he seemed to completely freeze and could not move a single ending. At that moment, Grandfather Hong approached him from behind and asked if the gang head still does not recognize the victory of Mr. Xiao. After the show ended, Grandfather Hong decided to invite young Xiao to his house, where they met in the living room of his family. The man showed the guy a house and offered to sit down anywhere in order to feel free, like at home. Xiao joked and said that he could not feel like that when such influential people are near him. The guy examined the whole house and without restraining emotions, said that everything around really looks luxurious and incredible. Old Danny said that they are in a foreign country, so they should always defend themselves. Hong supported his colleague. However, Xiao's eye fell on a giant tank, standing in one of the large and spacious rooms on the ground floor of the house. It seemed strange to him, and he asked who, in his right mind, would keep such transport right at home. Then the men spread their eyes, and this question seemed inappropriate to them. Then the Hong wanted to change the subject and asked the guy to ask something. Now his gaze again became serious, and the old man asked Xiao if he had once heard about the group of Xianhun. Then Pan tried to recall something with a similar name, and everything in his head seemed to twist, because of which it was difficult. His answer was quite strutty, but this was enough for Hong, since the guy was at least a little bit, but still knew something. The data explained that several decades ago they were hunting for them. So they were this gang, the ocean swam to get to this place. Everything was very difficult, because it was then that the man received a gunshot wound and his life was in danger. Soon he met a wonderful Chinese woman who became his wife. This story was too long, so Xiao asked to tell quickly and skip some points from this biography. To make the story faster, he decided to finish the Hong, one or another. A decade has passed, and the gang of Xinhun should appear in Los Angeles. However, everything went somersault, and they could not find an ascending star that could be trusted, and the presence of Xiao Foam gave them hope. At this moment, Xiao really caught fire with this idea. It seemed to him that the leadership of the gang of Qinghun, the unification of the Chinese people, would finally show its strength. The old people were also satisfied with what manager they could now receive, but Zhao unexpectedly refused. The young man apologized and said that he could help, but I can't take such responsibility and an important role. Then he turned around and said goodbye to the hope of a meeting in the future, but the old people did not want to let him go without another conversation. Soon, Mr. Xiao went to the local hotel where he could finally relax after such a rich day. But there he thought that his head was banned by Grandfather Song. He also knew him, and he would remove the skin from him if he finds out that they had talked with Hong. But unexpectedly, because of the cabinet on the guy, a giant leopard seemed to be rushing, which was about to tear him into pieces. Soon the animal flew past him, and as if a small explosion occurred, after which this creation disappeared in the air. Then, in the place of the leopard, the beautiful Kardashian appeared, who used to be sure that the man likes animals, which is why she chose such a suit. He seemed to be not able to recover after what he saw, and replied that he was not sure that he liked such things. Suddenly, another cute girl appeared in front of him, trying to copy the image of a marine animal that Penn recently saved. The man tried to give women to understand that he did not like this, so they should calm down and not get him. But despite this, the women were sure that they must spend the evening together and no excuses are accepted. After these words, they again, like real animals, rushed at a man who managed to get away from such an attack. Due to the fact that Xiao did not catch the girls, they fell to the floor and huddled hard. But the lady, who tried to resemble a unicorn animal, did not feel her legs at all and could not move them. Meanwhile, Xiao realized that when he remains here, he would come to an end, so he should run away as soon as possible. After his departure, the girls began to cry that they would not be able to spend time together again. And the man at registration, hearing all these screams and crying, was afraid to imagine what was happening in that issue. Having left the fastidious girls, Xiao went to Las Vegas, namely Nevada. Individual battles UFC took place there. Also, among all the fans, there were many beautiful girls who came to support courageous and brave men. One lady who carried drinks turned to Fing for help and asked if he could put salt payment in her linen for maintenance. The guy was only glad to some mutual contact with a beautiful girl, forgetting that he was almost engaged. And it was at the moment when he agreed that his girlfriend's father appeared, immediately making it clear that he did not like this idea. Then Feng began to translate everything into jokes, they say. His father-in-law is also present in competitions. Therefore, he proposed to find Eminem and everyone else together. At that moment, Xiao only hoped that the future husband of his daughter would no longer spread his hands. Suddenly, Bloomberg appeared among the crowd. He turned to the foam and said that soon his fellow countrymen would reach the ring, so it is worthwhile to be attentive to the competition. At that moment, an interview was just interviewed by a member of Choi Yun, who shaved a short conversation with journalists. But when Xiao saw this fighter, he immediately changed. His father-in-law accepted it as if a man also wants to be the same handsome man with the help of plastic intervention by a doctor. Meanwhile, a good correspondent asked Mr. Cho how this duel flows when his opponent was Connor. Then he replied that his country was a country of miracles. The other day, his fellow countryman was able to beat the record that many could not. So now his turn has come. But the correspondent denied this information because she knew that the record holder of Xiao from China, then Choi, said that, according to their scientists, his ancestors were none other than his fellow countrymen with similar potential. Then Bloomberg turned to the foam and said that he was right when he called the participant a fellow countryman. However, the reaction of the man was unhappy. Xiao took a serious step and told Mr. Michael that he would go to the ring and fight against this fighter. Bloomberg did not know what the guy was resisting when he went to this, but he was confident in a guy who was always so brave. But in order to register as a UFC fighter, you need to go through tests, fight in the final rounds and trial fights. The guy needs to fight a lot, and in just 6 months he will be able to get official permission to go out against Choi. This option did not like Xiao, so he decided that it was better to find another opportunity to remove this character another time. Soon Pakai, who was a famous boxer and when he saw Eminem asked, was his new guy, who was also at the plastic surgeon. Then Xiao got angry and ordered the soldier to immediately close his mouth, because his name is Xiaopan, a name having a Chinese origin. But Pakai asked how a fake Chinese was allowed to come to the UFC. According to him, if he had not been a public figure, he would have long destroyed all the Chinese. With these words, he challenged Xiao. However, at that moment, the coach of the boxer intervened and asked not to pay attention to it, like he will be able to kill Xiao with one blow, and the Chinese are cunning, so they will try to get compensation from him. Hearing these words from the coach, the boxer again turned to Xiao and said that the Chinese had no strength to stand in the ring, so they pretend a lot. Unable to stand it, Xiao himself challenged the fighter and offered to arrange an official battle on this stage. Pakai smiled and asked if such a thin guy really himself offers such an initiative. Pan said that right now in the ring, and we are talking only about heavy blows and not his fists just to frighten. Then Bloomberg turned to Xiao and told him something, warning that Pakai could not hear their conversation. At that moment, a professional boxer said that he agrees, but the conditions that Xiao did not give up, because it would be a real shame. And since Pan was seriously configured in case of consent to the duel, he proposed betting, and from the side of the Xiao, the rate will be $1 million. It was a lot of money, so Pakai was really surprised. But Pan pressed him and said that the guy would either agree or immediately accept his defeat publicly. However, the boxer admitted that he was wrong when he called Xiao a false Chinese. For now, in his opinion, the fisherman philanthropist, like it is fashionable to beat him and get the money. Then Pan grinned and said that he was not a philanthropist, but his personality will be revealed right during their battle.